of the Brawl Stars Championship 2025. It's been one exciting season so far, filled with triumphs and upsets. We're all eager to see how this last monthly finals will unfold, but before that, let's look back at what happened last month. Shocking would be an understatement for the region of East Asia, as the quarterfinals brought us close games. A 3-2 victory for Navi over Rival Esports, and another 3-2 victory for Crazy Raccoon over the Titans Zeta division.
And the ball stays firm! Zeta have already gone and done it! Zeta are back in business!
Navi then swiftly took a 3-0 victory over Crazy Raccoon, qualifying for the grand final.
In the modern meta, a final pull from Kuru, and Navi win the match. They're going on to the grand finals.
On the other side of the bracket, Reject took a steady and swift path to the grand final, only dropping one set to Frenzy Gaming.
Melty with the last bit of damage with the smoke.
And with that momentum, Reject was simply unstoppable, putting up a spectacular 3-0 victory over Navi, crowning them the July monthly final champions.
Reject have only gone and done it, and now they can reap the rewards.
This dominant victory, and with Zeta dropping out in the quarterfinals, allowed Reject to take that #1 spot in the region. Moving on to EMEA, we are greeted with exciting matches that showcase the talent of the region. Reply Totem won a well-fought 3-2 victory against Team Heretics, but fell short against the Brawl Cup champions Humble, losing to them 1-3.
And just survives. Semantic holds on to the gems, and that is brilliance from Humble.
On the other side of the bracket, SK Gaming and Nova Esports both took a convincing victory in the quarterfinals and gave us a spectacular performance in the semis.
SK Gaming are 3 members strong versus 2. Supreme falls next. Biso, the last one to go. And SK Gaming, they're going to the World Finals.
SK Gaming took that momentum into the grand final and faced their seemingly eternal rivals, Humble. And the outcome did not change, as SK Gaming took a 3-1 victory against them, winning them yet another monthly finals.
But it is a fruitless effort. Your monthly final champions in July, SK Gaming.
This victory has put SK Gaming in a commanding lead of 71 points ahead of Humble. With plenty of slots available for EMEA in the World Finals, we'll definitely see the high-level gameplay that we've witnessed online on the big stage. Speaking of big stages, the host region of the LCQ this year, South America, has been taking notes and taking names. Loud arrived at the grand final as expected, with swift 3-0s against Anotis and Alpha 7 Esports.
And it'll be Loud heading on to the grand finals. Alpha 7 Esports left in their wake.
On the other side of the bracket, SK Kalalas SA showed similar prowess, only dropping one set to Casa Brawl in the quarterfinals.
And Casa Brawl has been shut down in the quarterfinals.
With both teams riding off their 3-0 victories in the semi-finals, the grand final was poised to be amazing. But in the end, the better team last month was SK Kalalas SA, taking a 3-1 victory over the Brazilian Titans.
This is the Dino, and SKC have done it! They have been able to wipe out Loud. They are your July monthly final champions in South America!
This victory inched SK Kalalas SA closer to the top spot, and who knows how that might change this monthly finals. Moving on to the final region, North America, where things seem to have reverted to how they were. Elevate seem to have found their groove, taking up swift 3-0s against Pioneers and Eternal.
And going to the grand finals in wonderful, wonderful fashion.
Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming took a 3-0 against Team Electros, but stumbled pretty hard during their match against STMN.
And somehow, some way, Tribe Gaming have done it! And full reverse swept STMN!
The grand final was the stage for revenge in the eyes of Tribe Gaming. They came with a vengeance, and they served it cold, taking up an amazing 3-1 victory.
Puts the doubters to rest, and Tribe Gaming will hold on to be NA's #1.
Tribe Gaming is once again sitting comfortably at the top of the region, with a whopping 440 points. Yet another spot secured in the World Finals for the NA Titans. And that was the recap for July's monthly finals. Aside from the top positions being secured by the various regional Titans, it'll be interesting to see how the double points will affect the teams in the middle of the leaderboards. So keep an eye out for that. We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! He's got it! Won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl.
This is it, the final stop before the LCQ and World Finals later this fall. The end of the road begins here, and East Asia is about to set the standard. Reject are locked for Worlds, but gunning for top seeding. Zeta Division are without the Tampo today, and Navi are coming for their spot. Rival Esports fight to secure LCQ, while Crazy Raccoon, Niwa, Go Next, and Gen.G look to end the season with this statement. Who will keep their postseason hopes alive? We're about to find out. Joining me are three of the finest voices in Brawl Stars casting. It's Kenny, Ark, and Trev. Guys, it's the last monthly final of the year. What are you most excited to see today? And which storylines or players have you got your eyes on?
for East Asia specifically, I can't take my eyes off that second spot. Like you mentioned, Reject have claimed the first, but the fact that Zeta Division and Navi are going to be battling for that second World Final spot makes this month matter a little bit more.
Looking forward to seeing the back of Trav, honestly, at the end of the season. But aside from that, the games today, I'm curious about Niwa. You know, can they cause a potential upset here against Rival Esports? Because a lot of other teams depend upon Rival not making it through to the semi-finals here today.
There are many teams who could cause some upsets today. Then looking at the leaderboard here, we see that in East Asia, only one spot is really locked in, and it's Reject sitting at that top spot.
And Zeta Division, of course, being two without Shitampo, certainly concerning when they need him most in the final month. He's just not quite here. Navi going to be sitting in that third spot, going against Crazy Raccoon once again for the fourth time this year. Navi currently have the lead 2-1. They've won 2 times in a row. In fact, Raccoon, they're going to need a big step up time world champion from Crazy Raccoon if they want a chance at moving forward.
East Asia has 2 World Final slots in total. We see that here in the graphic as well, one of which is already taken by Reject. That leaves 1 spot left for contention arc.
Exactly that. I mean, it's going to be very exciting to see how this fares because they've done so well, but yet Navi can do this today, but they've got to win the monthly finals. That is their goal, to lock in the world finals. They've already locked in the LCQ, and as far as that's concerned, as have, of course, Zeta and CR, they're guaranteed it. But for Rival Esports and Gen.G and Niwa, those 3 teams at the moment are battling out for LCQ.
3 LCQ slots in total. 3 teams are fighting for that final spot. It's a tight race here, Kenny.
Definitely. I mean, Mameshi, of course, having a world champion of his own, being the 4th from 2021. I'm sure he would love to be back in the LCQ/playoffs mix, but Vegeta coming over from Elevate makes things more interesting. Gen.G still in the mix. There's a lot of things that can go down this month, but we've only got one more opportunity. All these teams got to step up.
And now with the first 4 matches of the day, we look at them now. The first one could potentially already lead to a huge upset arc.
Absolutely so. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but Go Next have got a big mountain to climb up against Reject first. The Rival Esports versus Niwa, that's a key matchup. If Rival Esports make the semis, they qualify for the LCQ. But if they falter in those quarterfinals, then it's down to Niwa and Gen.G to win the whole thing to lock in that LCQ spot instead. That's a huge ask yet again. For Zeta, a lot on the line here. They need to be able to do out of those quarterfinal matches, get to the semifinals to lock in Worlds. And Navi, they're going to be locked in today for sure.
Some of those teams are just fighting for the seeding. Others are still fighting for their chance to even make it into a LAN postseason event this year. And today, the last monthly final of the year. Who will move on to the semifinals? What do you think, Kenny?
I think that fourth one's obviously we got to keep our eyes on, and it feels a little disrespectful to Crazy Raccoon that only one of us on the desk has it. I think it's a great value pick by Arc. Their scrims have looked really good. Na'Vi have just gotten the better of them 2 times in a row. The drafting from Na'Vi I think looks solid, and that's one concern I've kind of had more recently with Crazy Raccoon. Certainly capable of winning that one. Obviously Tensai, Moya Goku, and even Milcreo now at this point have significant postseason experience. Wouldn't put it past them to get a win here, but yeah, the fact that Crazy Raccoon's only getting 1 out of the 4 of us kind of shows the year they've been having.
Maybe, Ark, you want to elaborate a bit more? Why did you choose Crazy Raccoon there?
You know, Na'Vi have got the advantage in the respect that, you know, this means more to them this month to get it right on the day. That could be enough to win the monthly final, in all honesty, which says a lot considering how Reject have fared so well this season. But, I mean, CL looked much better last month. You know, they did lose to Na'Vi in a convincing fashion, no less. But I just feel like they're going to be learning from those mistakes. I think getting past Zeta last month was a big hurdle for them to get right.
And they get the chance for a rematch today. Let's see if they can make it happen. Whether you share our opinion or not in those predictions, let us know over at event.brawlstars.com. You can also get some more Pro Pass XP towards the Possessed Dynamite skin that we have going on in that second Pro Pass season now. It's a beautiful skin. You should better get that. You also get some star drops. And of course, again, we're going to see what you guys have voted at home as well. I'm super excited to also see what do you think. I talk to those 2 guys often enough. Well, I think with that out of the way as well, the stage is set now and we can finally call in our 2 first teams of the day. It's Reject versus Go Next. For one of those 2 teams, this is a huge chance to throw a wrench in the works. For Rejects, they are just gunning for a good seeding here as they are already locked in for Worlds, Kenny.
Now it's just going through the motions a little bit and staying motivated, right? This is kind of their last practice opportunity at this capacity until World Finals. They got a little time off. Honestly, you'd rather have it this way. You'd rather skip the LCQ. You don't want to take any chances. They put in all the hard work this year. I'd like to see them do well today just to capitalize.
And it's been a month since we have talked to those guys, so let's talk to one of our favorites, Melty, one more time.
リジェクトは世界大会直通で決まったんですけど、それに向けて、プレイヤースキルは、もちろん、メンタル面がやっぱり大事だと思ってるんで、そこのところを鍛えていきたいと思います。たくさんのファンの皆さんのおかげでパフォーマンスは、上がると思っています。いつも皆さん応援ありがとうございます。これからも頑張っていくので、よかったら応援よろしくお願いします。
Good to see they're still motivated. As mentioned, they're just gunning for a good seeding at the moment. They've already have locked in. But of course, Kenny, the pressure is huge still. They want to prove that they've got it one more time.
I think ending the year with a win would be huge for them, just for the confidence going into the World Finals as well. But they need to sell themselves on being the best in this region too. I mean, there's a huge amount of legacy that goes alongside this region. Some of the players in this region have 2 world champions. Some are chasing 3. So the fact that if these guys can elevate themselves to a status that competes with them, that beats those guys, I think that'd be a huge step forward for this region and for these players as individuals.
We had many upsets in East Asia this year. 7 monthly finals in total. 7 months, but World Cup in between. For example, Zeta Division dropped out of the quarterfinals last month already. Huge upset, but what could be an even bigger one if Go Next takes this one? A team that we have never seen in the monthly finals before made it into the finals and has to face against no one else other than Reject here. It's not easy, Ark, but they're showing up with style. I like it.
Not easy to make a Finks cosplay look that good, is it? Unbelievable stuff. I love the commitment. I mean, that wins it for me, regardless of what happens next. I mean, you know, going back to the reality, though, I've got to be honest. It's nice to dream, but I think this might be Go Next for Go Next. Reject are the #1 in this region for good reason, and I feel like this is going to have to be just an outstanding performance from completely nowhere from Go Next here if they're going to be able to get this one on top.
And to even get into the monthly finals, Go Next had to beat no one other than Frenzy Gaming. They failed to qualify for the monthly finals for the first time this season, and it would have been such an important showing from them. Missing out this month means no LCQ hopes anymore for them, Kenny.
Such a tough loss. I mean, 3-2, obviously. And like you mentioned, at this time in the year to fall just short, it's got to hurt more than ever. And especially when the guys dress spot on in a Finks costume. Is it too late to change my prediction? That's incredible. Love seeing the player camps come out of this region. We've got some fan favorites, but I think we just made another one.
Frenzy Gaming's run ended prematurely. I'm sure there are going to be some teams that are eyeing that LCQ slot now that are thankful to go next for knocking their competition out of the way. Well, with all that said, the only thing we still need are the maps. We see them here. Hard Rock Mine, a classic. I'm glad we start things out with a map that everybody should know exactly what to pick on here. Last month has been pretty interesting in East Asia, as we had Ellie banned out pretty much every single set. Is she still going to be as strong here, Ark?
I don't think she'll be as strong since the nerf, but it certainly is an option. I think we're going to be seeing a bit more of a heavier rise in the tank and tank counters now. I think this region, of course, really started the rise of Charlie in the meta, and I think that's going to be no different here today. I think we're going to see, again, still a lot of Lumi and that kind of stuff here as well. I think she's still in a really, really good spot for me. Despite her nerfs, I think Ali got hit a little bit harder.
Maybe Finks is going to have a showing as well, as they have already cosplayed him today.
Yeah, it could be a fun one too. It's just tough to see the 6%. I mean, the guy put up a nice costume. He's got the cosplay going. I just feel bad for the guy putting in all this hard work. Look good, feel good though. Moving into this map as well. Should be interesting. I'm right there with you, Ark. I think Charlie's somebody that's certainly going to show up today quite a bit. And I'm curious to see what Go Next strategy looks like. Because I think when you expect the #1 seed, very stereotypical stuff's on the other side though. Go Next need to come up with some prize picks. I think in terms of mechanical skills, it's something this region's known for. It's something Rejects certainly have. And it's not that Go Next don't have it. But if you're going to compete as the now #10 seed with the #1 seed, and you've got the biggest gap in seeding, you got to do something special. So I'm curious to see if they can get creative here.
In between last month and today, we also got some new hypercharges into the game. Chuck, Kid, Mo, and RT have now received their hypercharges as well. Of those, I feel like Kid, probably the strongest one, could have some showings today as well, especially on Knockout Bounty. Those are going to be the map where you want to see him picked. And let's see if Charlie is actually going to be banned out. So far not, so she is still open for the picking. Lily, Kid, and Kaze are banned out on the side of Go Next. They do not want to see any tanky brawlers on the side of Reject. Lumi's going to be the first pick here. Also a brawler that has been heavily featured in recent months, despite the nerfs, still just as strong, Ark.
Yeah, first pick. I think very first pick worthy. The hat's coming off. I guess it kind of has to as we get down to business. I had to. I mean, to be fair, those style points, if you can pull that off with it on. Let's see though how things will fare for Go Next here. I think getting a solid mid to start things off wouldn't be the worst of shouts here, but I do like the bands. I think they're all very, very suited. Certainly, I think Kit will probably see a lot more of this monthly finals. Absolutely so. Bonnie, yep, the hypercharge is still very prevalent with this particular brawler. I want to see a bit more RT actually this month as well, since that's hypercharge coming in full force as well. Bonnie though has got a lot of vulnerabilities despite that ability to be able to get away, so popping that gadget and having that low cooldown for me is a valid choice actually when it comes to the gears for her at the moment. Let's see though how it fares so far as the second pick coming in.
Bonnie's been a huge riser, and in this region in particular, it really feels like Lumi and Bonnie are very stereotypical early picks, so nothing surprising. Jae Young was #3 on my list, just as a support brawler coming out. Janet is somebody that normally comes up. I wouldn't have really expected a Janet plus Bonnie combo, though, so in terms of play rates, when watching these two teams coming into the week, nothing too surprising here. I mean, that Bonnie hypercharge, of course, has elevated her to another level. I will add the win rate wasn't spectacular last month. I feel like Bonnie at a professional level can sometimes be really hard to pull off. At least this year I found that in the swings of which she's been in and out of the meta, but right now obviously an all-time high due to the purple button.
Definitely provides Bonnie some more maneuverability. Crow coming in, definitely not my favorite, definitely not in the best of spots. It's okay, it's just okay at the present moment in time really, but it's swarming to me. We've seen a little bit more Crow play, but not too much to be fair. Does Reject go for their third and final pick now? Imagine potentially having Crow mid here. Draco, yeah. Those tanky brawlers are really where the meta still stands for me, and that's a great brawl that was left open that they picked up there. So, I mean, Hank and others could be a possibility here. It's not out of the question, but East Asia tends to play less Hank. Quite unusual to see the kind of way that they deviate away from it more than other regions who really heavily prioritize it. But certainly other tanks could be an option here. Let's see what Go Next is feeling. certainly coming into this matchup feeling nervous, I'm sure, despite the cosplay. You know, that's trust me, I've been there. Wearing cosplays is great because you get to hide a lot of your inner nervousness. Ball coming in, yeah, I don't mind it. It's a tank that's really grown on me since the rework, and I think it's really quite relevant on this particular map also. So certainly, I think a pretty valid choice, a pretty good brawler to play into a lot of these other brawlers on the other side of the field.
Bull playing into the face of the Draco makes a lot of sense to me. Obviously, in EA fashion, they could have gone with the Charlie, I think, there as well. Could have been in consideration. But ultimately, I'm right there with you. Bull is shockingly really good. I wasn't sure when we saw the rumors of the rework and kind of what was floating around until he came out, but he has turned out to be a fantastic brawler. #1 Reject taking on Go Next. Looking for a hope and a prayer on the red roster side. In the meantime, Reject just trying to take care of business. Desu stepping in for this team on the left-hand side. The shotgun brawler going to be facing down the Dragon. Favorable matchup for Bull. Gonna take his time though. Yadapin gonna be on the backhand lines there. Jae Young right hand side falling away. There's the dash forward from Bull. A takedown, an early pickup here for Go Next.
Good stove from Melty, but then countered again by the Jae Young. Pro shot's just gonna come a little bit shy there from Shu. Jump in, we'll find Melty. That's a good takedown there. Lovely stuff on that right hand side. It's Batman now, battles in this mid, pinch between two players as well, and nowhere to go. The gems are dropped here as well, and Reject are floundering slightly here.
Yeah, this is excellent positioning here for Go Next. Big time underdogs, not playing like it so far. 8 gems in their pockets as Melty takes to this right-hand side. Batman with the super available. The flamethrower will come out. Desu, unafraid, right in the face of Batman, who pops an indestructible gadget, clutches up, saves his life, gives Reject at least a hope of grabbing a few gems in the mid.
I love that from him. Great ball player. Let's see if we can find some more ways to cycle. Only 2 gems away. I'll go next now from a countdown. There's one right there with the speed coming in. I'll go straight into their pockets, but the hypercharger Batman is fierce, going in on all 3 members of players. Body has to jump away. The gems all just survive from the hills. Batman's not done yet though. He's still in that back spawn area, and it's causing a lot of problems here for Go Next.
Reject doing a good job of gaining some control of this map. Now they've swung the gym count their way. Bonnie with a dive in, a small connection, but Shu is able to back away. Not quite safely enough though. Now Jae Young trying to get in the action here for a little extra damage. By no means a DPS brawler, but with that gadget, he can do some surprising work.
Let's see now as Reject recovering slightly. They got the 10th gem. That's a great hypercharge in, but there is a little bit of a perilous position here. The gems are down for Go Next and safely into the hands of Reject. A great gadget there from Batman really did save him that last stand. Coming in clutch. With 5 seconds to go, it's going to take so much. A ball super, but the time now ticking down. Not gonna happen. Reject recover.
That's why they're #1. Just in the face of adversity, they find a way. Really great start from Go Next. I mean, give them some credit here. They are coming into the day with that extra 20 points they'll be getting here. They're now going to be at the #10 seed, I believe. And they're not playing like it. I mean, that was a really competitive game. Reject, though, just on a different level. That's some veteran prowess right there, really showcasing what it's worth. And now they're going to reset into mid. Reject still need another game here. That's only game 1, folks. This set long from over.
I've got to say, I'm really impressed. I think that many other teams wouldn't have stood nearly as much of a chance against Reject as Go Next have. Coming in here in the first monthly final of this season. Unbelievable. Great stun there from Melty. Good pickups as well. It seems like Reject are getting warmed up a little bit better now. This start, fantastic for them. 5 gems now. And Go Next struggling to get out of this spawn.
Now a dash forward from Bull. Takedown on that right-hand lane as the entire red roster now migrates left. Melty in trouble. Going back into the cannon form. Final tag there from Jae Young. A little super speed come. Now they'll go into the slipstream. Desu still maintaining position on that right-hand side. A little flamethrower for some extra distance. And once again, we're just seeing this Bull line up right with the Draco. Dive in from Yudapin. And now Shu forced to back away for a moment. Once again, though, Reject still holding on to these gyms, though. Go Next doing their best to claim a little positioning, but haven't quite asserted themselves yet.
Hypercharge though, the Batman, that's my concern. What a freeze. Desu can't go anywhere, but now Hypercharge straight out and gets some good shots, but not enough for Batman to be able to respond now. The Hypercharge yet again finds 2 there as well, and that's fantastic. No gems in his pocket, he can afford to go on the aggressive. It's down to Desu there with the Hypercharge coming in, but he can't close the gap. Melty shuts it down and follows up with a lovely stun there as well. It's down to Shu, but he's got the jump as well. He can use it if he needs it. There is time for a reset. Let's see what Go Next can do here. Jae Young on the left-hand side, too weak to really contest it. No jump for the Bonnie. It's down to Desu, and again, the timer ticks down. Reject get the set, but it was a close one.
Nicely played by Reject to hold on to that lead. A big thing for me throughout, especially that second game, the timeliness of the gadgets from Draco. It's one that takes a long time to reload, but it felt like every time that Bull made a hypercharge or a dash forward with a super, they were ready to combat it with that indestructible gadget. I think that's a big deal, especially since somebody like Draco doesn't always do well into a shotgun brawler, so really well played by Batman there.
In the end, I feel like GoNext has a huge chance here to gain some experience despite the odds. It did look like Reject had the upper hand for the most part, but GoNext had a super strong showing. I really like the draft as well. It's very daring to go with a Jae-Young plus tank comp into what Reject is showing up against them, especially that Crow did create some difficult terrain for Bull to really get a lot of pressure for his team. But yeah, all in all, it's super good what GoNext is showing us. And I have one question. You think Shigemeyon is still playing with the Finks cosplay on? Is that even possible?
I can't imagine so, right? Like, if you have a cardboard box on your head and that guy's winning, I think there's a real problem for the other team. That'd be the ultimate skill expression if I've ever seen one, mid cardboard box and win. Nonetheless, still a great set, though. GoNext, of course, doing a good job. I think, like you mentioned, too, the Crow, such a natural fit to deal with the Jae-Young, right? You can either gadgets to get the slowdown in the slipstream, or from the heals, naturally, the poison deals with that quite well. So I think Crow, a very good one to try and deal with that, too.
Crow came back into the meta really quickly now that tanks are so strong. He's played more often now with the shield gear. We have seen, or the shield gadget, we've seen him very often with the gadgets to slow down your opponents whenever you have a couple of them poisoned. You feel like that's a wise choice here? Is it only a good choice for when you have a gem carrier Crow, or also, for example, on Ring of Fire Heroic?
I don't know how much Crow we're going to see, though, to be honest. It's okay. It's used a lot in North America, and now coming into East Asia a bit. Certainly South America champion it quite a lot, but haven't really kind of seen too much of it in East Asia, in EMEA, to be completely honest. But it's not a map that wouldn't be, the worst idea in the world. It's definitely, there's many brawlers that I could think of that would be worse than that, but I think this is still about the tanks for me. I think you could be careful about the Hanks. The Lumis was such a great tanker in that regard. I think this could be an alley map, but it depends how much the drop-off really has suffered in the pro scene realistically here for me. I think Amber, the hypercharge there, really, really good area spray damage as well. And Draco, you got to shut down the Draco here. That was GoNext's problem in the last game. They should ban it out now. And they haven't. Oh, Reject have.
They did. Draco has to be either banned or picked up here. Surprised to see him banned from the side that actually has first pick here. As you mentioned her as well, Ali, this used to be her best map, I feel. But with the nerfs, I don't know if we're going to see her today at all. So far, not banned out either. Lumi's going to be the first pick here. And of course, Lumi and also Lu, for example, have an upper hand on a hot zone map like this one. If you get to cycle your supers with Lu, you can just completely shut down any approach from the opponents. And the same thing you can also do with Lumi's gadget that did receive a little nerf. It doesn't do damage anymore, but the ice is still going to be annoying, Kenny.
For sure. I think Lumi's still in a great position, even given all the nerfs that she's gotten. Jae-Young to return once again for GoNext here. And I think when looking at those bans too, it does make a little more sense to see somebody like Jae-Young come out with the Crow in that ban stage. I do feel like we're going to see a good bit of Crow. At least I'm not sure about this region specifically, but I do think it's one of those big picture brawlers that teams are thinking of. I think it showed its face a little bit last month in some smaller increments, but I really do think we'll see a rise in at least the name calling between play rate and ban rate, especially with some of these healing brawlers that come out here too. All the tanks that are running around. Pam, kind of an interesting combo though. We've got a healing station, a beefy brawler, then we've got Jae-Young who's kind of right up the middle and doing a little bit of everything. But I think Pam can be so suppressive into these tankier brawlers. Think brawlers like Draco or any of these big beefy guys where you can siphon off all of the shots from that Scrap Sucker. I think the Scrap Sucker gadget's really what brings Pam a lot of value on this map.
I really like it. It's a brawler which I think has always been relatively decent on this map. It's just about that sort of little pocket on the left-hand side. If they can break that on the side of Rejects, and it doesn't leave many places for the healing station to go. And the back right, very coming in now as well. Finks, hey! You were waiting for it, Kenny. It's shown its face. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong side of the field. The cosplay in the background, but I love the fact that Rejects are considering it for them.
I mean, I think it's a good brawler regardless of which team it's going on. Would have been pretty cool to see him utilize it on the right hand and with the cosplay going on. Mad respect regardless. Look, same reasons. Crow in the ban stage, I think, gives a little more life to Barry. But what's really interesting here is that Barry's not really sustaining any tanks. This is a damage dealer and then more of a control brawler in Fink. So I think this is just big belief in the Barry. Whoa! Little Fang coming in. Definitely did not see that one coming. That was not a tank on my radar specifically, but it's definitely going to let Jae power him up.
And I'm not really sure how I feel about it, to be completely honest. You know, Barry's got knockback potential as well, which could be an issue for the Fang. I think maybe the Lumi might struggle the most, but I think that, you know, the Fang's just going to take a while to get warmed up, and even then, I think there's a lot of good brawlers on the side of Reject to be able to counteract it. Not too sure what they're going for yet. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but it's certainly a brawl that I'm not the biggest fan of in the current meta, especially not against brawlers like this with so many heals behind them. Also, you know, Finks has got that TP ability as well, which you can see running on the gadget front as well. They're back to the Finks gadget, so wherever that little marker goes, you know, Shu can just evade away. So it's gonna be tough to make this Fang work.
Ooh, a little dash forward there, trying to really pop off onto all three brawlers, but not enough for any takedowns. The healings from Barry certainly doing some good work, and feels like Shu is already rotated in at least 2 supers. Really strong start here for Reject, already at 50%.
Yeah, it's a very convincing start. Fang goes in yet again. Goes down, but not without taking 2 of Reject with him, so that's not a bad trade. Melty's now down to the helm and's got to get this stun, doesn't find the connection even onto the Pam. Melty's forced back now, getting these berry heals, most importantly so to remain in this conversation, but now Hypercharge from Batman is allowing that entire area of Ice Cream to shed the map, and you can see how well he's doing. Cycling there, getting the healing station as well. A double kill on the right-hand side. The Fang will be the last to fall. Reject safe firm on his own, and there's nowhere for Go Next to go now in this game. It's going the way of Reject.
Oh, not even double digits. Look, set 1, I was rather impressed with Go Next. Obviously, when I talked about it before, we needed to see some quote-unquote interesting stuff. I think the Fang is certainly that interesting pick. Did not click right there. I mean, something's got to change in terms of layout for game number 2. I feel like Finks was easily cycling in supers. I feel like constantly there was a way to slow down enemy projectiles. And one thing, at least to Fang's credit, the Shu doesn't do a lot of damage anyways. Maybe they were thinking, hey, if we can get up close to these guys, they can't really do anything about it. But like you mentioned, Barry has a kickback mechanic with the gadget, and then somebody like Lumi can stun from a distance with the super. I feel like there's enough in this Reject composition to where Fang can't quite pop off. But obviously, still got a full game to play, but it's not looking great off the start here.
Yeah, it's really gone from bad to worse, really. Reject thoroughly on this zone. And they've got now a time warp yet again. Back to the Finks to come back to the zone. Shu is just going so aggressive, and I love it. And these heals from Batman keep cycling through. A nice freeze as well. Causing a lot of problems here for Go Next, who are struggling to break through big time now. And again, this Fang final pick, this is not really paying off. It was the final pick, and you expect that kind of brawl to have a bit more meat to it. Let's see now. Oh, a trade. Pretty decent one at that, and Go Next will actually get control now.
They've got to hold the line for a long time, already surpassing what the percentage points they had in game number were, and it's up to 20% roughly. I feel like one thing about this Go Next composition, not a lot of damage. There's hard to apply pressure outside of a Fang up in your face, which is what they're going to have to rely on. Now they're diving in with the Fang once again. Immediate takedown though. Hypercharge, super, another super coming out of Batman as well. They're just able to click the yellow and purple buttons so easily in this set.
Complete and utter dominance. Oh, a final kick from Fang before this round is over. Can Reject bring this back, or can Go Next do the unthinkable here? They're approaching 50%. A lot of heals coming in from both the Jae and the Pam, but a double stun. Let's see, can Reject retake here? They're pushing the zone pretty well for me. The Fang's low as well, and it'll be another set going the way of Reject. Go Next though, they are pushing up a decent fight, but it just seems like they come a little bit short each time.
Considering the seeding, I think they're definitely going above and beyond the expectations that I had going into this. I think I'm going to speak for myself at least. Fully predicted a 3-0 here. I really think Reject, in terms of scrims, how they've done for the year, worthwhile favorites. And of course, chat going to be predicting that right alongside us. But in terms of mechanics and skills, I mean, that set not nearly as convincing as the first, but still pretty solid overall. I mean, they did go for a very risky draft in fairness to them.
Year potentially, or a 3-0. We don't expect anything else from Reject. They had such a dominant season with 4 out of 5 grand finals appearances. Shu did pick the Finks. Even though Go Next was the one to cosplay him, maybe they should have picked him up himself. I really liked that pick. I also loved the Pam on the other side. For me, at the moment, one of the best brawlers to have on this map. We talked a lot about the Fang, and I think that's where they struggled a little bit to just get the good value out of him. He didn't really have anyone to target on the other side, got immediately shut down every time he tried to go in. It's just too much HP, too much heal with the berry going on the other side. So, and another brave pick here, just like the bull in Hard Rock Mine, but it didn't really pay off, Ark.
Yeah, that final moment of the hypercharge was really like the most we saw out of it. And, you know, I have my concerns going in, definitely have them coming out. It felt like a little bit of a panic pick. I'm sure they wanted it, but just didn't really do enough for me. And it was kind of blaringly obvious. You know, the berries got the knockback and the heals, and the amount of cycling that we were seeing on the side of Reject, there wasn't really an open door for the other side of the field. So that was a bit of a draft error for me. And that's where Reject have been looking really, really solid. It's always been this season for me what's made them the #1 seed in this region. Their drafts are just so strong. Not you know, to say that the synergy isn't. It's the best in this region in my opinion now, and the mechanics to match. But the drafting really is a lot of the conversation this season, and you know, I just don't see them getting it wrong very often.
We have talked about East Asia as the mechanical geniuses. They're not known for their drafts necessarily, but I feel like they've improved over the course of this year as well. Mentioned before, this is the 6th monthly final we had, the 7th month in total, and I feel like they know what they're doing at this point. Willow is going to be banned out. That would be my pick here on a map like Triple Dribble. You want something that can make use of those walls in the mid. So Shade is going to be heavily featured here as well. Also banned out. Hank could be another tank to make use of those walls. Some throwers could potentially come in like the Barley, but what we're gonna see here, yeah, she's actually coming, is gonna be a Lumi, a Charlie again, something that just, yeah, makes use of the range on both of those sides next to those walls, and yeah, just a safer first pick, I'd say, other than a Barley, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm going to look out for Larry here as well, especially considering the bans. We've got Willow, Barley, and Barry all out of the equation. Larry and Lori have skyrocketed in terms of play rate on this map in particular, and I think it's due to the fact that they're so assassin-proof. So the fact that we see 2 of those bans on the left-hand side and the right now throwing out Willow, those are really the only throwers we see here. Dynamite hardly ever shows up in professional practices right now. Kaze, a very safe overall pick. Bonnie, somebody frequently played by these teams as well. So I'm going to keep my eye out for those 2, at least after seeing the ban stage and what we've got so far.
Let's see. Second pick coming in. I still like the Hank shout. I think that the tanks here will have a decent time, certainly much more on the side of Reject. Bonnie coming in. Is it the best map for Bonnie? Is there enough line of sight without that wall break potential? I'm not really overly convinced. It's definitely a very good brawler. It's just maybe not the best map for her. Let's see how it'll fare for them. There is the Hank coming in for Reject. Love that for them. And definitely to have on their side of the field, Kit. Yeah, this is a brawler that I think we're going to see a lot more of as well. I think it's just like the start. The hypercharge for Kit is so good. And the ability to cycle that and get an additional stun whilst not being, you know, attached to your opposition. It's now a really fierce brawler in the meta. I think that many other regions will probably be banning it more as well this month. I can't wait to see how that does shape up in other areas. But I mean, this draft from Reject, it's fierce. I mean, they could go Charlie on the side of Go Next here to have somewhat of a counteraction both for the Kit and the Hank. That's what I would suggest. I'm going to go with Frank. I don't mind it. It's bold. It's certainly going to have some good matchups, but yeah, I think that maybe Charlie was the pick.
I think Frank probably into the eyes of a Hank, wall break, and also just having the stun out. You need big bursts of damage if you want to take down Hank, especially considering how easily he can cycle heals, and now you add Kid into the mix. It's a whole mess. I'm right there with you. I think Kid is going to be one of these brawlers we have to keep our eye on, I think, in terms of professional levels across our regions. It's one of those big picture brawlers that people have discovered. They're well aware of how good it can be, and it turns out his hypercharge was mighty fierce. Go Next down to their final life here. #1 seed Reject looking to take care of business just one more time, make yet another semifinals. Insta-stun coming in on the left-hand and Melty swinging with a big bubble. Tordesu, low HP on this right-hand side, trying to back away, but the arm's length of Melty is just long enough to grasp.
Lined up that torpedo as well perfectly for the Bonnie. Let's see now as Go Next are on the ropes. Hypercharged Bonnie will get the stun off, and this is some good trades going on here for Go Next. But the ball, push by shoot. Oh, what a stun! Can he get the ball as well? No, taken care of just in the nick of time. But this is a goal scoring opportunity here for Go Next for me. Bit of a Frank break, no hypercharge just yet. A chance to recollect. Dangerous territory here for Reject.
Strong defensive effort coming in from Go Next. They're capitalizing, turning it into offense. Tordesu dribbling. Full roster for Reject up the middle of the map. Passing right into Shu's hands. A dash through to Tordesu trying to eliminate him, but the cat grabs onto the backs of Melty. And now it's going to be the left-hand side where that ball is resting. A back off from the red roster, and the Hank kick combo is enough to push him back for now.
Look how much that just slowed the action on the field. You know, Go Next were in such a great position there, and just that ability to have that support from the Kit and the Hank just keeps everything slowed down, but the aggression continues on here for Go Next. Now, a great position. They can't get the ball. Shu gets it cleared again, goes into the pocket. Reject now buying a lot of time here, but I feel like it's going to go one way or the other. And Go Next are creeping forwards to goal possibility here.
Ooh, a little mission there from Bonnie to try and do. Oh, snipe into that left-hand side post. Beautifully done by Frank. Splits the defense, and now Shu right back in the mix here. Reject looking to get a cloak goal. A couple purple buttons being clicked here on the blue side. Dive in from Utapin, trying to super it away, and a misconnection, but it does work out. And now a breakaway up the middle has the super shot available. Nicely done by Go Next. Back-to-back buckets to give themselves their first game.
That was just so unfortunate for Rejects. The pass just wasn't quite ready. I'm sure, no doubt, if it were, then that would have been a goal on the side of Reject. But with everyone's going so aggressive, just that open door. And Bonnie, with that ability to walk so quickly in that out of cannon form, just able to slide it in. And that is the game. The first game for Go Next. Shu, bring this ball forwards. Oh, can he get it? No. Cleared off the line just by Go Next. We're getting some momentum here. I'm still amazed that they were able to even get a goal, let alone a game. But now Reject might respond, and they do. They get the goal. So that's a good response. But I think this is going to come down to potentially Reject's mistakes more than anything else, because they've definitely got the draft here, right?
I think this Frank's honestly a pretty good matchup. I think opening up these walls really gives Reject trouble because Lumi's limited by distance. Hank Kid, if they can't charge that super as easily, now they're not healing as much, now they're not cycling in invisibilities as easily or getting to the other end. I think this really is all about the Frank. In that first game, obviously those walls came down rather quickly. Hypercharge popped there on the goal side, made it wide open to lead to the second one, but right now Melty, breakaway, Toradesu trying to combat this, a hypercharge available. Now extra heals coming in from Kit. It's just a lone Bonnie in the goal, stunned out. Kit's shots lined up, a bubble to try and bring him down, but 30 HP is enough, and Ice Rink makes this rather tricky though if you're Go Next.
Just such small margins, 30 HP on that Bonnie. Let's see now, can Shu make something of this? He's got the hypercharge, invisibility box going through, gets the swipe onto the Frank. Can he get this stun off? Gets the ball straight away, but a bit of a missed shot. I'm not sure it was going in regardless, but nonetheless, pressure mounting for Go Next. They've got to defend. Bonnie full HP, pushing towards his left-hand side now as well, and a good target then for Reject, and they take care of it, but still, the Bonnie's slipping and sliding, but staying alive most importantly. Oh, the jump away as well! Malty's got egg on his face there, and Go Next are gaining again a lot of confidence, and surely potential goal. Can Shu defend this? It's possible, but just going to walk it in, play it safe. That is the way to go. Nothing Shu can do. If he jumps on the Frank, then the ball's going to be shot into the goal, and that's the only chance you've got. So you got to buy your time, just play a bit of chicken there, and Go Next win it. This could be a set here.
Very true. That was a checkmate situation won by Go Next, but that's a takedown for the blue side. Hypercharge is being popped. Now the left-hand side trying to move up the middle of this open map. There's one takedown. Frank back in action. Melty trying to gun it forward. Shu trying to grab the ball. Can't quite get there, though. All three members of the blue side standing tall. 6 HP, enough to keep Batman up. Toradesu, though, can't do it alone. Reject knock it in the back of the net with 15 on the clock, and we'll tie this up. Match point for the #1 seed in East Asia.
It's so close. I don't really feel like it should be this close, but sometimes coming in for your first monthly final of the season, you've got no pressure, But as have Rejects, they've qualified for the World Finals. They've got it. So sometimes you can take your foot off the gas. They're looking a bit shaky, actually, which is unusual for Reject. I wonder whether that could be foreshadowing something for later on today, as there are many teams that would absolutely benefit from winning the monthly finals over them. Now in a better spot. Good, taking care of business. Now just the Frank, and stunned out by the Lumi, but then popping the gadget, but not enough. They're walking in the first 20 seconds of play.
Love the gadget choice coming out, too. Just in the face of that Lumi, you know you're going to be easily stunned. You're not the quickest brawler in the world. Speaking of stuns, right-hand side, Shu now going for 2 with the hypercharge. Melty, super shot up the middle, and #1 from East Asia. Take care of business once again. Yet another semifinals to add to the accolades.
Beautiful from Rejects. Again, that kit recycle hypercharge towards the end was what I was talking about. It's deadly. 4 swipes, and you got that hypercharge yet again for another stun, and the ability to remain on the ground when you do so. And that's really what opened the doors. Reject, though, they didn't look as strong as they normally do. They should have made that look a bit more convincing, in my opinion.
Maybe they underestimated their opponent's head a little bit. Also, Go Next. It's a new team. We've never seen them in the monthly finals, but they have trained heavily, scrimmed as much as any other big team. So I feel like, yeah, maybe we underestimated them as well. 8 kills here in Melty and Betterman. They take the star players in that match. Most goals also shot by Melty. That Hank pick did pay off in the end. Another bold pick from the side of Go Next with the Frank. No, 3 times in a row. Once the Bull, the Fang, and now the Frank. I felt like maybe with the different brawler that could have worked out a little bit better. I really liked Utopin on the Bonnie, I have to say. Some very good moments from them. All in all, a great set in the Hard Rock Mine and Gem Grab. After that, Ring of Fire was a bit more of a sweep. 9 Brawl Ball, they even took a game. Go Next. I want to see you next year again, please.
Definitely a fun squad to watch, and I hope we get more cosplays in the future too. Nonetheless, if you're going to make a debut in the monthly finals, you might as well do it looking stylish and in fashion, so a lot of respect to those fellas.
They already won the best camera moment of the day, I feel. Reject will move on into the semifinals. They just wait for their opponents now, and Arc, Rival versus Niwa. It's going to be a close one, I feel.
It's a big one, certainly, and with Niwa, having Vegeta from North America, that's the thing that might be the secret sauce, in my opinion. But I want to resonate with what Kenny said. More cosplays in the BSC. Why has this not been a thing? We need to get on that. I'm down if everyone else is, not just on the casting list, but the players, of course. If they come out with that sort of stuff, you might just be tempting me.
The 3 of us even did one Halloween stream where we were cosplaying some of the brawlers. That was fun. But yeah, we want to see from the players too. Maybe you can win best cam moments in the future. I'm sure that's going to be a segment sometime. But yeah, we will take a quick break after that one. Go get something to drink or something to eat. Clever little snack. And we're going to be right back with Rival versus Niwa.
That looks like Shooting Star, the left side of Shooting Star, 100%. This is Sneaky Fields, the left side. It's my final answer. There's just a lot of bushes there, so there's only a few really bushy maps in the game. So it's just like, kind of like process of elimination. This is Dueling Beetles, the right side. There's not many maps with the lake like that. And then the walls are also like, Dueling Beetle walls are like that. And like, I don't know another map like that. It's Hard Rock Mine, the top right. It was the bushes as well. But like, I think I just like know more maps than like other people, because I like spend a lot of time drafting.
Welcome back to the August monthly finals, the last monthly finals of the years. Unfortunately, I'm a little sad, but I'm very happy I see Trev on my screen again.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be back, but it is devastating that it's going to be the last monthly final. It's a little bit bittersweet because obviously we're getting towards that postseason that everybody loves, but obviously still got a few monthly finals this month to get through first, and I'm glad to be here with ABAC.
I know who you would vote for MVP, Trev, probably yourself, but you have to choose one of the players. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, I actually would choose myself for the most part, to be honest with you. But we saw some great performances there, Melty. I think you said it. I have to reinforce that statement. But Melty, definitely a fan favorite, going to be winning the majority of the match MVPs for that Reject team. But I think, as always, great teamwork from Reject and wonderful gameplay from Melty on his own as well.
Maybe you should try that hair color as well, Trev. Maybe one day you're gonna be the MVP instead. The last match was a 3-0. I'm sure the next one is gonna be a little closer. It's no one other than Rival Esports versus Niwa. Rival Esports profits heavily from Frenzy Gaming's absence. It boosts their LCQ qualification chances, Ark.
Yeah, it's really an important day for Rival Esports. This is now make or break. Get out of the quarterfinals and lock in the LCQ by doing so. But it hasn't been that fruitful for me for Rival Esports in making it out of the quarterfinals. They've only done so twice out of 4 occasions this season, so it is still quite a big ask for this team. Bit early for Christmas, but maybe Rival are hoping that they get their gifts early this year and make it to that LCQ.
Rival and Niwa are both still fighting for that last LCQ slot. Let's hear if Terry from Rival is afraid they're going to lose that slot to them, or if he's not really too worried.
니와 그렇게 약한 팀은 아니라고 생각하고 있는데, 근데 반대로 그렇게 강한 팀도 아니라고 생각하고 있어요. 저희가 LCQ에 가려면은 니와를 무조건 꺾어야지 확정을 하기 때문에 무조건 이길 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
He's confident they will win today. That's nice to see. Unlike Niwa, that would have to win the whole monthly final to lock in that LCQ slot, Rival just needs to win their match against Niwa. In the quarterfinals, it's now or never for them, Mark.
It really is. This is the day to get it right. 2 Titans on our screens, Vegeta and Mameshi. And of course, Vegeta been making amazing moves in North America this year. I think he's actually the perfect person to add to this roster. I don't say that Cookie wasn't doing his bit, but I think that he's just such a skilled player. I think he's going to be taking that kind of leadership role and guiding the team in a bigger and better direction. I feel like they could cause an upset. For Niwa's chances, they've got to win the whole monthly finals to make LCQ. It's a very, very big ask. I would love that script. I'm all for it, but I think the Rival today, if they just lock in, if they just realize what's at stake and get it right, again, they've only got out of the quarterfinals twice out of 4 times this season. That's the only concern here for me.
There's one player in the world that has qualified for monthly finals in 2 different regions this year, and it's Vegeta. It's a very rare feat, so we wanted to talk to him about that.
I'm not leaving Elevate. I'll be back with them for the World Finals when it's time. And how did I meet Niwa? Our coach on Elevate, Lotus, he was actually coaching Niwa at one point last year, I think. So I figured they were good enough. And yeah, they're Korean and I'm Korean, so figured we'd be a good team. It feels like East Asia is a lot more competitive and difficult, but it's also I feel like some of the drafts are a little off in Asia, a little more than North America, but I'm not going to say North America is good at drafting either. I'd say Asia is just a little more talented mechanically.
There's many differences between all of the regions. East Asia, we always like to refer to them as the mechanical geniuses. So let's see how Vegeta will do in this region, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the way he kind of pointed out the negatives and the positives of both regions, not really bringing one down or, putting one on a pedestal. I really like that from him. Obviously, coming over from North America, it might give them a bit of a bonus, but it also could harm them a little bit as well, depending on kind of synergy and that kind of thing. But we have all gone with Rival. None of us on that Niwa side of things. I do think it has dragged it that little bit closer, around a 55-45 in my opinion, in favor of Rival. Vegeta definitely going to come into this one, and as Ark said, possibly give them some good ideas that they could bring to the table and maybe take this one. They definitely need it, but still, Rival favourites in my eyes.
I think for me, I was a bit on the fence on this prediction. I don't think it's nearly as clear cut. But Niwa did have the lower of the scrim win rates, and that was my kind of reservation there. But it was until I started looking into the data a bit more, a bit of a 50-50 in my mind, because, Niwa, again, they've got Vegeta, and they just only narrowly missed out qualifying last month. They did immensely well in their qualifiers, and, they almost beat Reject. I mean, that's a really, it went to match point. So Niwa can do some amazing things in this this matchup. I really feel like this could be an upset. I would like to have seen one of us go the other way, actually. And I was tempted, but then I thought, well, I can't go that crazy. I've already gone with Crazy Raccoon later. But I feel like this could be an upset for Rival Esports for sure. They've got momentum in their sales. If they get this right today, they make the LCQ, and sometimes that is enough to bring teams over that hurdle.
I do think this one is going to be closer than we have made it look, but let's head into draft. The first one is going to be Crystal Arcade here, a map where I would like to see some Terra. We have seen her quite often in scrims. Any of those brawlers that can make use of the walls on the sides as well. Shade, Hank could work out, both of them left open. The most dangerous brawlers for me, definitely the three Niwa has banned out here. Makes sense since they have the last pick. They banned out Lily, Kaze and Kit. They just have a free lane against pretty much every other brawler. Bonnie's going to be the first pick here, and this is an interesting one. We saw her so often in South America and East Asia last month. Not really in any of the other regions, at least not as often as here. And it seems like East Asia still likes to pick her on every single map in Moog. Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Bonnie. I think she's a really solid brawler. As you say, it's kind of 50-50 on whether the region seems to pick her up quite a lot or not, but East Asia is definitely one of the ones that does, as we've seen her already so much throughout the 3 sets that we've watched. Mr. P coming in for Niwa, not something I would have expected, but going to be able to do a decent job against that single shot brawler of Bonnie once the supers and hyperchargers start to come down, but definitely putting themselves in a bit of a corner here when it comes to playing against some of the tanks or more aggressive brawlers that usually get brought out on this map. You know, the likes of Shade, Bull have been pulled out here and again, but yeah, I'm not entirely sold on the Mr. P, but as I mentioned, it definitely gives them a bit of a leg up against that single shot Bonnie arc.
We're not going to talk about the cosplay. The guy's just wearing a dress and no one's talking about it.
Hey, that's normal. I speak to you too much. I'm used to guys being in dresses.
That is true. I mean, it's different from me wearing a bikini when I was doing the Pam cosplay. But it's great. I've got to say, I love this in East Asia. The fact that people are really within the spirits of it, despite everything that's on the line. It's a really serious month. Getting it right today is more important than ever. And players just rocking up, with Santa hats, collect cosplays and things cosplays. I absolutely love it. Anyway, back down to the draft. But I had to get that in there. Gen.G coming in for Rival Esports. Definitely a strong brawler. Well, I mean, we've got you on the casting desk, Trav, for a reason, because your favorite brawler just turned up.
I love to see it. I used to pray for times like these, and this map being Brian apparently makes it happen more often. That, and occasionally we see it on Double Swoosh as well. But yeah, I really like this Tara. As I said, a bit of aggression being brought in should be able to help with that Mr. P. Gen.G is that brawler they've chosen. He's kind of got to pin it down though, because once those porters start coming in, he's going to struggle. It's not like he can really do too much against them. Sandy going to roll on in them for Niwa. If they get or kind of lose control or get control, that Sandstorm's going to be a big help in regaining or maintaining that control. So I like this, at least the last couple of picks from Niwa. I'm still not entirely sold on the Mr. P, but I'm sure I'll do a good enough job.
I love Sandy here. I think that Sandy can get a really nice positioning in that mid. And of course the Sandstorm, it just brings the entirety of the squad forwards. I like the Mr. P in the sense that I think it's just to target the Bonnie primarily here, but certainly if, the majority of Rival Esports can just kind of focus on taking that off Terry's hands, that would go a long way here. They've already got a decent spot in this mid. Pinch this left-hand side. Mameshi's still juking his way around it and still surviving on despite the poison shots. Forced back now, but that was some good lane control until that happened. IC and Terry, it's a nice pinch on that right-hand side also. 3 gems for Rival to the 2 of Niwa. Almost tying it up there. Creeping forwards is Nini, and now he gets that 3rd. So, yeah, very close game so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a real tough situation for IC here. He's going to feed those Sandy Supers time and time again. I mean, he could have just sat in the right-hand side, kept control and not fed, and hope that his 2 teammates can do a decent enough job, but Mameshi also wasn't winning that lane, so bit of a tough situation for him there. Pull available now, though. Crow does have jump. Is he going to be able to get this on it? Just misses it. I'm not sure that was hitting anyway. Never mind if he jumped away or not. Would have been right on the edge if it was. Terry now has a jump of his own, and with that Crow jump being baited out, he can make some big moves.
Yeah, Nenny's got to come back to try and helping hand this. He gets Vegeta there as well. And that top left staying alive. Yeah, Terry's spinning because he's like, yeah, good job, man. Keep it up. Got to heal though. Oh, Nenny now low HP with 4 gems as well. Terry's using a lot of just reserving this jump as well. The hypercharge probably wants to use it at the final moment or coming back in if they lose control. Let's see, Vegeta's winning lane now as well on this left-hand side, and now it's full control to Niwa. A gadget out, but now Rival Esports back off their mark and trying to make up for lost time.
Yeah, well, IC used that entire super to just get rid of the porters. And he's placed another one very close as well. Should be able to sweep this up quite nicely as well. Great kill there from IC once more. Takes down those porters too. And that is a real big move for them. But they have crept closer in gems. Niwa on 8 now and some good control as well. Mameshi just going to throw out the super, but he does get stunned along the way. The Crow's going to be forced to jump away with a hypercharge of his own. IC has a super, but will go down. Terry now in no man's land. Might be forced to jump away here and is. And Niwa with the countdown after, honestly, what seemed like a pretty poor game.
Only one gem from the mid would be enough. Now it's reset. And the aggression is with IC. He's got the hypercharge now as well. And the top mid going in on his opponents. Nemni, his right-hand side, lurking underneath the sandstorm. But the gem is one there. Should go into the hands of Rival yet again. So tying things up. Very close game here. Vegeta's coming in now with the hypercharge. Porters are now on the map. And that's a huge concern. As the Gen.G goes in, the hypercharge. The stun is there from the Sandy. But it looks like a steal for Rival Esports. They got all the gems. And there's not much Vegeta can realistically do without his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, alone, he's not really going to be able to do too much. Crow's going to need a super here and doesn't seem to be getting it in time. 2 seconds and 1, and a double pull from Rival will secure this game. Great play from Mameshi there in the end. Honestly, it seemed like Rival were in control for near off the entire game, but, you know, the opposing side, Niwa, were just getting gems. And did seem in a good position towards the end, but a great turnaround from the Kenji and Bonnie over that right-hand side. Flipped the game on its head. So really nice stuff from them, and Rival are the team who takes the lead early on.
Mameshi going to the right-hand side lane this time round. I think that's probably wise. Sandy, though, can take care of the shadows very, very quickly, so it's a bit of a... That's why you see on the side of Niwa, they're pairing the Mr. P with the Sandy intentionally for that reason, because ideally that's where Mameshi wants to match up against Vegeta. Going in now is Terry now, getting a lot of these crow shots to hit, and that's a concern for sure. IC just being reserveful on this right-hand side. It's a huge pinch coming in here for Rival. Very slow, very steady. Porter's already down though for Niwa, and that should helping hand things a little bit, but look at this full control here for Rival.
Yeah, I mean, Mameshi doing a great job. He was provided with this side early on in the game, but doing a phenomenal job of pinching in now. These porters going to be providing some issues for Terry. Jump comes in there, or dash, sorry, from IC. Gets the slice and dice, but only gets a couple of hits and forces the Crow jump away. Will take out these porters as well, but the spawnables on the left-hand side, the support from beyond of Mameshi, not going to be doing anything at all against this Sandy, but they have such a vast lead now, and it does seem to be opening up even more.
Mameshi is always lurking. He's so dangerous. He's going to go to the triple. He gets the triple. He actually gets it. I thought he was late cycling as well. Wonderful from Mameshi. An absolute slaughter. And Rival Esports are going to be absolutely loving every second of this countdown.
I mean, he was ready to go again then, and IC going to come in on Nene, get that kill, and Vegeta all alone, as you mentioned in the last one, all alone. He's doing nothing in this stage, and a well-earned first set for Rival there with a brilliant second game and a nice turnaround in the first.
He was just taking his time so much, and I was thinking, is he going to go for this? They're all clustered. What a beautiful moment for him. Definitely a player of the day. Could even be by the end of today, that very thing still. Wonderful stuff, and we got Trevin at just the right time for moments like that.
Exactly. I mean, I wanted to see a Terra, and it definitely worked out here. Mr. P on the other side, I don't mind it that much if he maybe came out a bit later in the draw, if it did not really work out the way Vegeta intended. In the end, it's going to be Santa Claus versus Maze. Who will take it, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, it's seeming like a rival at this point, really. Like, they played that so well, drafted pretty well as well. And as you said, you know, we expect Mr. P to maybe come later in the draft if that's the case. It leaves them so open. And not just the brawlers like Kenji, like I mentioned as well. You know, the Bull's been running rampant on this map. Shade has as well, and especially in this region. So it did leave them extremely susceptible. And Rival just had, a big pick of who they wanted to go. And a lovely play there from Meshi. Glad we got to see that again as well. And this is why I love Tara, because it's moments like those that are just so special. When you're getting those triple kills, it's not changing the game at that point, as they were going to win that game regardless, but still incredible to see plays like that.
People, especially over at X, wanted to see Vegeta in a mate outfit. It's going to be Nene instead. I hope the people are still pleased to see that. First draft goes towards Rival Esports, first set as well. Let's see how they will do in set number 2. Now, Hot Potato is going to be the map. I still feel like Niwa has every chance to turn things around and even out the score here.
Yeah, I think that it's moments like that, though, that coming out of that first set, they're going to linger. That's going to be giving Rival Esports a big pump. That's going to be making Niwa have to question, how well they prepared coming into today. I mean, you're playing against the Tara. You know that Mameshi's there. You can't cluster like that. Whether it's going to force you going down elsewhere, it's better to not just feed the Tara even more to cycle it. So definitely something which is going to be on their minds. And the best teams are those that can then just sort of wipe the slate clean. And the question for Niwa is, can they realistically do that? They've never made it to the semifinals this season, and this is going to have to be their best performance to date in order to do this and cause this upset, because Rival Esports, they just need this win and they qualify for the LCQ. They've got that wind in their sails, so they keep playing this way. I think this could be another sweep, I'm not going to lie.
Let's see if it is going to be quarterfinal number 1 was a sweep. I hope for this one to be a bit closer. In hindsight, we always know a little more, right? So maybe a Griff would have been better instead of the Mr. P, play Crow mid and then open up the lane so Terra doesn't have as much value to the other team. But they have to make decisions in the moment, and we have 2 of those decisions already in now. Ember is going to be the first pick here for Rival Esports. It's a good brawler in the map, a lot of area control, does a decent amount of damage onto safe. Lumi's going to come out on the other side. Kaze following up here for Rival. Trev, what are we thinking so far? Do you like those 2 drafts so far?
I mean, I don't mind them. I can't really say I've seen too much Kaze here myself, to be honest, but Amber going to be able to burn some of these bushes, stop that kind of unpredictable factor. They might even go, I was going to say Warbreak, but I don't think they would with the Kaze. Shade going to come rolling on in for Niwa here. I like that pick a lot, and it's something that I said in the last one as well. Just able to swoop through these walls when there's so many of them, get good damage, deal with throwers, deal with pretty much the majority of brawlers who are going to be in the middle portion of the map. So that's something I do really like, that shade there. It's a good shout from Niwa, and I don't mind the Lumi either.
Yeah, I love this Niwa. Shade, Lumi, I mean, it's got the makings. But against an Amber on a base race, and again with Kaze, we've seen it just play perfection in other regions also, and it's such a good brawler to have here. Buzz coming in for Rival Esports, that's going to be really, really nice to play into that Carl, have that stun to knock him out of super, and Buzz can just go from one side of the field to the other one, so it's really, really nice from Rival, very aggressive. The Shade, though, for me, could be a problem into that Amber for sure. I mean, that's squidges to brawlers, and with no wall break, really, I think that could be a brawler which could pop off. It's just not going to have the biggest of safe damages, that's the only thing. Gonna have to be a real pest rather than anything else. It's not really the damage deal that they're looking for on that side of things. Very early clear up there, as we saw the Lumi just get a little bit out of position there. But nice stuff from Niwa. Icy get back into the mix now, but yeah, not the best of starts here for Rival. But now clearing up some space. The mesh from the left hand side does find 2 and straight onto the safe. Better.
I mean, that not best of starts has turned into a pretty decent start quite quickly, and I don't know how, because he's gone in and died twice and really got nothing back for it, but the rest of his team picking up some scraps. Great damage down the bottom, though, by the Shade, but it's going to be evened out quite quickly by Rival Esports, who are now in a dominating position. Carl on the left-hand side, I like that brawler, but against Terry here, not going to be having the best of times. Still going in, going to be able to crack this second shield now, but they did leave someone to go down and try and do something nice. Stuff coming in, damage on the other side, but that second one was cracked a lot earlier, and they get it down to 40%.
Oh, look at that beautiful hypercharge there from Terry. Continue on, but look at that protective pirouette. Just keeps the car alive and naturally comes out on top to help the hypercharge as well. And Meshi now will clear him up. But so far, Rival Esports are very much cutting this one fine. This could be a chance for Niwa here. It really could. They're cooking something for sure. They're not deterred by the end of that last set, and that's very important here. And the healing up on his left-hand side. The hypercharge for Icy, though, is present. Going onto the safe now. That's going to be causing a lot of damage. And he's going to be going in himself. And now Niwa are not going for the defense. They're going for the aggressive. They can't win this base race. They've got to be cautious in this approach.
Yeah, I mean, Nene's going to have to do a lot of work on his own here and actually does a very good job. The burn's there, though, and he can't get any further damage. Vegeta popping a hypercharge now, going to have to stop anybody from making moves, but misses the lockdown, and it gives Icy a perfect path down the right-hand side to go for the safe or open up the rest for his teammates. Now they go in, they get the damage, and Rival Esports on top again, and seemingly, you know, not percentage-wise massively, but in quite a dominating fashion, I'd say.
Yeah, they've just got, again, the ice today and looking very calm and composed whilst doing so. A couple of mistakes, though, here and there. I wasn't too convinced it was going to go their way at the beginning of that matchup. So we're seeing that kind of slow start with them so far today. It was the same in Gem Grab. They are still getting the results. That's what matters the most. One game away from being 2 sets ahead. Be lovely for them. Icy's creeping through this right-hand side already and onto the safe let through. But as is the side of things, Niwa on the aggressive. Mameshi just letting Nene get these shots on. That not want to be wise now as Vegeta comes from behind here as well. Creo healing up on that right-hand side. Good positioning here from Niwa. Can they hold on to it? That's the question. No value, though, from that Carl Super. That's going to be punishing.
Yeah, definitely so. Used it to retreat, if anything, as well. So IC just going to come in and claim some ground. But Nene doing a real nice job again on this Shade, getting some kills and just trying to keep control. Looks like they cracked that shield up top as well and brought it down to 73. So pretty much even in terms of percentages now. But here comes the hypercharge from Nene. Terry's going to get locked down. Actually supers against the wall and uses a gadget too. So a lot of kit trying to stay alive and got nothing back from it at all. And Niwa have great control here.
Yes, safe down to that stage as we approach the final one for them. They're holding firm in this mid. Nene coming back in as well, using this wall for cover. Trying to itch towards getting a super here. He's going to probably burn down, but he gets it in the end, so he can come back with it. Good stuff from Terry. Can Rival now defend? They've cleared the house. The car on the right-hand side, there was still a problem with Creo. Now he goes down to Mameshi, so they didn't be able to defend it, but Mameshi had to use that gadget on defense. Creeping down now is the safe. Rival Esports now have got that stage. There's no more reset. Once the damage comes in, it'll be the safe that goes down. And using the wall yet again, using his long arms of the gadget. But the stun from Terry's huge. Oh, and he goes down! And then he's left on the safe, and that'll burn all the way down. Nothing Ramesh can do about it. And that's going to be a game going the way of Niwa.
Yeah, real nice stuff from Niwa there, I will say. They played that a lot better than in the previous one, but also at the same time, I do think Rival maybe downplayed it a little bit there, not seeming like the team they were in the previous set and the previous games. We'll see if they can get back to those heights, or if Niwa will able to close this one out and take this set. But the Kazi really, for me at least, not seeming to do too much. Buzz kind of used a lot of kit trying to stay alive at one of the points and didn't get anything back from it. So a bit of a waste here and there from Rival. So some stuff that needs to be ironed out, and seemingly ironed out pretty quickly here with some good damage off the start.
Yeah, IC has gone crazy and just opened up the entire map for his team, and now on the safe, getting it down to almost 50% as well. And that was a lot of his doing. Nene at the beginning did not know where he was, and he took him by surprise. Stun from Vegeta there as well, juggling the Morning Stars onto the safe also. A very aggressive round already. Terry survives on, but burns down there as well. Nene's marked up. Now he pops. Vegeta staying in position in this mid. And it really is neck and neck. But Niwa now has just got a slight advantage. And now Terry comes in, but he can't get the double stun. Creo's going to get a lot of value until the hypercharge of IC shuts him down.
Yeah, Nene's going to come in with a hypercharge of his own now, but he is going to fall. He'll come off spawn with that. Vegeta trying to get the kill, but actually cut short. No lockdowns there, and the shield was cracked as well. But Nene coming in, has the hypercharge. Oh, gets stunned brilliantly by Terry, and pretty much wastes a lot of his hypercharge there. Stunned again, and now slicing through comes IC. Big damage, and you get another one down as well. Creo will slide in and get the kill, but it's so close, and pretty much even now with this extra Carl damage.
We get him taken care of. He does manage to get a gadget on the safe there as well. That's huge. Good burn down. And Terry staying back for defense. Mameshi needs to be there as well, though, for it. There goes down the stage. And a lovely juke from Nene as well. Continuing the advance. Terry misses again. What a whiff. Nene on the safe. And it's neck and neck. There's still damage being done elsewhere. Can Terry get it? Gets the stun. That's massive. But now Niwa coming straight down the line. And Creo should be able to get this final bit of damage. And he does. It brings the set back for Niwa.
Yeah, I mean, that was much better from Niwa in those second 2 games. A little bit disappointing for Reject, I imagine, as well, considering how close they got in that third one there. Would have been a big move for them to go up 2-0, but it is 1-1, and Niwa hold on to this game. As we've said multiple times, they pretty much need to go all the way today to get a spot in that LCQ, so it's a lot to ask, and this is a big first hurdle for them, but they're getting there.
That was a real neck and neck match. That's what I'm here for. I want to see those closer ones. The 3-0 before quarterfinal number 1. Quickly out of the way. This one is shaping up to be a little bit tighter. Vegeta here, star player with 15 kills. Most damage though done by Nene. And this shade pick really paid off. Carl was really well controlled by Terry on that buzz, but nobody could really do anything against that shade. He was able to walk through time and time again, do some damage onto safe, and yeah, all in all, he did super well here, Ark.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, I did say I was tempted by my predictions on this one to side the other way, and I'm glad for Niwa that they are proving us wrong so far, as they are putting up a good fight. It's neck and neck though, isn't it, really? And every chance that Rival Esports can still bring this back. I still feel like Rival Esports, for the most part, are looking better. But that was a great draft there from Niwa. It's got to be said. And again, especially when you consider coming out of that first set, they look so punished by that Tara cycle triple pull. I mean, it's hard to shake those moments, but they did just that. And now looking so good into dueling Beetles.
Trav, he just loves to mention it now that Niwa is taking a set. Oh, I almost would have voted for them. I was so torn by that. I couldn't really decide. If this was a 3-0, you would have never mentioned it again, I feel.
Hey, listen, I actually don't mind the shout. Niwa, I think Vegeta definitely strengthened this team. But yeah, I mean, I still think Rival are going to do it. But Niwa would not have been a bad shout at all. It was definitely one of the quarterfinals that I was considering going the other way. It would have, taken some great convincing from someone to make me definitely predict it. But it was that and kind of the Navi CR one that I would have been a bit more 50-50 on. So kind of expect this to go this direction in terms of, 1-1 now, possibly 3-2 by the end of it. But as we go on to Dueling Beetles, this is going to be a pretty decisive one. Whoever takes this, going to have the momentum, the wind in their sails to try and close it out in 4. So we'll see how this progresses, Sonny.
They could let this LCQ run end quickly for Rival Esports. Niwa, we still have to win all of the matches today, but it's possible. Cordelius, Lumi, Lu are going to be banned out on the side of Niwa. We are in hot zone, so Lumi and Lu both are pretty much the meta on a map like this one. Back is still left open. I would love to see her here. Maybe even a Barry comp again. We've seen it before here, Ark, and I feel like could work out well still.
Yeah, Barry seems to still be very much in the forefront of the East Asia meta, but Draco, it's just that little bit more important to secure first, isn't it, really? It'd be a great pairing, and it'd be down to Rival here to take it off the table, which I kind of suggest they do. I think it's going to be very hard to shake a Draco combined with the Barry. Bringing a tank of their own, there's definitely other options that are available despite the Hank ban. Could see Frank come back, break some of that cover, expose the Draco, and just opening things up. Charlie locking down that heavy 10 counters soon. I like that. Again, they got to choose now. Do they want the Barry in their own comp, or do they want to take it off the table here? I'll choose to take it off the table, but the Charlie kind of indicates the latter. Definitely going to be a great board to have into the Draco, no doubt about it. But I'm definitely concerned for Rival here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough choice for them, as you say. Do you kind of let the opposition have the Barry? And it seems like that's exactly what they're going to do. Take a Brawl that's kind of going to tickle them as well a little bit, but some of that anti-heal in the mix. Charlie, I do like that. I really do. Obviously going to be very good against shutting down tanks. Going to be good against the majority of Brawls with that kind of mid-range. Had a few buffs in the last couple of changes. Has become a bit more prominent in the meta now, but seemingly not picked as much as it once was. We'll see what Niwa do choose to go with. You've got to expect them to go that healer route. They're going to go with the Mr. P. Back again with that Brawler. Kind of lost faith in it, to be honest with you, after the last one. But have a bit more protection with it now with that Draco.
I'm not too sold on Mr. P. It's very North America. I don't mind it for that reason. Kit could be an option on this map, but I don't know whether that's really what they're cooking. I still prefer the Barry myself. I think it's just a bit more safe and can just cycle a lot better onto the zone with those additional heals rather than Kit's being a bit of a loose pair of hands sometimes. Let's see if they do go for it and what they're thinking, or tank potential to combine with Draco is an option. I think you've got to support it. They're not going to go for it. I'm really quite surprised by that. It's a great pairing to have. Yeah, Barley works as well for Rival Esports. The Herbal Tonic cycle is quite strong with that particular Brawler, but they're not going to choose to support the Draco at all, and we'll see how that fares for them. I just hope they know what they're doing.
I really like the Barley. Going to be, decent against the Amber, going to be decent against the Mr. P, get those porters down. This Draco could very much be an issue, I won't lie. It always is. No matter what you play into it, no matter what you play against, it's always going to be very solid. So we'll see if Nene can kind of pull through and drag his team through this. But this Barley pick, I really love it.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. I mean, it's one of those brawlers that I think gets slept on a lot because of brawlers like Berry, and now it comes in. It's just, again, the cooldown's quite short on that gadget, so being able to bring the heals for your team consistently so. Also have a brawler that can reach the portal spawner. I think it's a great attribute to have as well. Good tap there from Icy. You see Vegeta burning down there below 1000 HP, forced back now and having to heal. This is where the portals could come into play and just buy a little bit more time, but it's already a fantastic flying start. Terry's cycling these cocoons like crazy as well, and already causing a huge problem on that right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the slows off the back of it as well, and ripping through these porters. Clean up on the left-hand side as Mameshi and Icy do a great job. Throw out this last call, and he will die, and that's a porter wasted right there. Jump out from Icy. And Cocoons himself, I mean, this is lovely, lovely stuff from Terry. Pretty much the best Charlie gameplay you could ask for. Vegeta comes out of that Cocoon stunned. I mean, this is really nice from Rival.
And Draco just walking straight into everything. You can't play it that way. You've got super, you've got to obviously obtain it, and sometimes that does mean just kind of going straight into the eye of the storm. But I mean, there's no synergy. There's no like connection on the side of Niwa. They're just kind of running at things blindly. Cocoon again for Terry, and Rival Esports have just yet to falter realistically on this one. 100% to 21. That's so dominant there from Rival. And like I said, Charlie gameplay absolutely on point.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything more from a Charlie. He's doing exactly what he needs to do at the exact right times, providing the support that he needs. Barley giving heals, Crow doing, as well as a Crow should be doing in this matchup when you've got endless Mr. P porters coming at you. So Rival Esports in a wonderful position. Niwa going to have to change something, change who's on who, and that's exactly what they've done at the start. Draco going to the other side, and they've already got some decent control.
Yeah, and Terry mirrors it, exactly what you do. Probably didn't need to use the gadget there, but or the super rather, but let's see, take care of it. Yeah, going out with 1 HP, not much of a problem, but they have lost control as a result. Lost control as a result of that. So let's see now. They brought it back so quick. I mean, Niwa just don't really seem that confident with their comp, it seems. Struggling to heal as well. Nene going in with no heals. It's proven to be really quite tough.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised they're not confident. I wouldn't be either if I just had that done to me in the first game, and this is the start of the second. Mr. P porters are there. Going to have to place them all the way back in spawn, which means they're going to take a while to come up, but it at least keeps them out of the way of the Barley. And Nene going to go in. Gadget getting no connections, and he's having a real rough time here. Rival Esports running away with it again. Icy might go down, but actually still survives. A slow comes through, and Vegeta just narrowly staying alive. Hypercharge available for Terry, and he will use it straight away. Now 2 members ready and waiting for this Cocoon to pop, and Nene comes out the back of it. Will get some good damage in, but dies, and 15% needed for a Rival Esports set.
That Cocoon, though, has delayed the spawn cycle as well, which is going to be costly for Niwa. A pinnacle moment in this game. And it's looking like Rival Esports should be able to tie this one up here. One final ditched attempt from Niwa to try and push things back. I see the hypercharge straight onto the zone. And Rival Esports will take a set, move ever closer to locking in the LCQ. Just one more, boys, and you got it.
I mean, that was a great set for them, and what a way to bounce back after a pretty disappointing set 2. This could well be just completely done at this point. They could have won that second set. They were very much in it. First set was dominant, third set was dominant. I'd have my money on Rival closing this out in 4 here. They seem like the better team at the moment.
We want to see some close matches. Niwa at least took 1 set, and it was the 1 set they didn't pick Mr. P. Maybe that's something up with that as well. Mameshi here with the most kills, most damage, most everything. He's done super well. He's also the healer on the team, which is my reason why Niwa here lost in the draft phase already. The Crow pick really denied Niwa from picking a healer such as a Berry or a Barley with the gadget. It was a very clever pick here. Crow itself didn't really have the most value, but it just made so Niwa doesn't really have anything to support the Draco. It did not work out. Draco could not do much here without a healer. Got taken into Cocoon every time he tried to engage. Yeah, all in all, Rival with the better draft here. Sneaky Fields coming up next, and maybe Niwa just has to pick Mr. P again. Maybe 3rd time's the charm, Ark. Wouldn't recommend it on Sneaky Fields.
Spoiler alert, it's not. It's not. You know, I feel like, you know, going back to what we were saying coming into the draft, the berry was the better shout. I mean, at least then you could have been able to cycle forwards, maybe tank some of those cocoons from the Charlie as well, and or just take the barley off the hands. You know, it's hindsight, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it? Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't necessarily pick the barley over the berry myself. I think that at least if they had that, they would have had something to heal on their side of the field, which would have counteracted somewhat of what the barley was bringing in. But you know, you just can't just run in willy-nilly with a Draco expecting to get results. You know, it's a high of a charge that takes a lot of time to earn, and with support, it does make that process a lot less painless. But you just can't really play it that way, and there's no real synergy that I saw on the side of Niwa that time round. It was just all rival.
Yeah, well, into the draft we go. And it is going to be Sneaky Fields. Brawl Ball could be the settler here if Rival Esports do manage to take it. Niwa only have one set in the bag, so if they want to win this one and keep their chances of LCQ alive, they'll have to drag this all the way to a set number 5. But the bans should be coming in very shortly, Sonny.
I would love to see Lumi come out one more time. She was picked or banned pretty much every single set we've seen so far. She's super good on Sneaky Fields thanks to the area control, thanks to the damage she brings into a comp. Sandy, you mentioned before, Ark, how much you love to see her in Crystal Cage. She's super good here as well, but he's going to be banned out, so not going to be picked up here. Bull and Ash, for me, the two best tanks on the map. Both are going to be banned out. Carl, still a pick that we see quite often. He's left open, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be picked up here. Lumi banned out as well, so pretty much every single brawler I mentioned, except that Carl maybe is banned out, Ark.
See, certainly a very tank-heavy map, and dangerously so. I wouldn't mind a B for that very reason, to be completely honest, but let's see how Niwa are feeling things. It's a Misty P kind of map. I was going to float it before we see it. I don't think it would win if they picked it, but you know, they've been quite insistently doing so. Jaeyoung is a much better brawler. It's just going to be fantastic for applying the speed and the heals. The gadget is its main strength, actually, in my opinion, honestly. It kind of, at the moment, is just very, very strong. The Weekend Warrior, the amount of damage that you gain off the back of that, it just packs a punch, has the pierce ability also through that interaction. So definitely a good starting hand for Niwa. But you know, I'm looking towards the tanks. Hank would be the ideal one to have with this brawler for me, and combine those two. Otherwise, you can, you know, bet your bottom dollar that Rival Esports will pick it up. Nita coming in, yeah, it's not flashy. It's still good, don't get me wrong, but it's no Hank.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Nita. I'm not going to deny that. I think it's pretty good overall against the majority of brawlers. We'll see what Rival Esports do come back with. But as you said, there's still a few decent brawlers on the table that they can go for, but it might have cut off a few of those more aggressive options. Well, they do actually, never mind, they're going to go in with the Frank, and might even, honestly, I wouldn't hate a triple down here and just try run it down, but does leave Niwa with the option of going with another tank counter. Crow's going to come in then for Rival as their third and final. They'll be able to scout out the bushes pretty well, have those lingering shots, showing where the enemies are without the need of using that vision gear. Niwa got a lot left to be desired for this last pick, and need it to counter a few brawlers.
I don't think they've punched this Nita pick nearly hard enough here. I mean, like, you know, the Frank is the brawler that feeds the Nita. Like, Nita has a great matchup into Frank. I don't know why they've kind of just... it feels like they're going with what they want rather than what they're looking at across the field. Rico coming in, not the worst brawler. I think a brawler that I wouldn't necessarily expect to see here too much, except for these later stages of the draft. But I don't know. I feel like, you know, they've kind of given Niwa a bit of an opportunity here, but I like your idea of just running it down for sure. I mean, that can certainly work. Crow will get some good jumps onto the Rico also, but the Rico going to be pretty decent on the defense as well and on the offense. I think when he gets that area of the map on the extreme sides of things is where Rico can really shine. But certainly vision gear, a lot of information. There's just better brawlers in the current meta, I feel, than the Rico, but so far, just good start from Niwa. Immediately a takedown and the pressure coming on. Ball push to Vegeta. He'll be trying to tap into Terry, get the super in hand, and place the ball there. They will control first.
I mean, it's a very good start for them here. Vegeta absolutely tearing through the opposition. Mameshi forced to pop a shield, but that's not going to keep him alive. Nice goal early on then for Niwa within around about 27 seconds. We've got a lot needed from Rival if they want to stay in this game. Super bail from Vegeta again. Did a good job of cycling that one out. Creo got one of his own, but choosing to keep at the moment with this speed.
Terry's giving them a hypercharge already on the Nita. I'm just saying, stunned out now as well. Hypercharge bear coming in, and the bear with me star power for the additional heals as well. Going to keep Nenny very much alive in this game now. Push back as Rival Esports get some control, get some order. But that entire left-hand side now broken. That's going to make it very hard to get to the ball and sneak towards it. They need the takedowns first. IC's lurking. They're going in for a couple of taps there. It's down the fan storm, gets the ball most importantly. And Niwa are now no longer blind. Let's see, can Rival Esports make something of this? Good takedown from IC. Hypercharge as well, gets another takedown. It should be quite easy, quite straightforward for this ball. Straight to the hands of Nene. What are you doing? What are you doing? That was a goal. No question in my mind. And a huge blunder.
Yeah, that was definitely a goal. Vegeta's just going to cycle hypercharge and get them straight out of that position. They're not going to let you have another opportunity like that. There's a minute left, and they're going to have to work very hard for a goal here. Super's available. They're going to throw this one down, keep the Rico in the blind so they can move up. Hypercharge bear comes in again. Mameshi forced to jump away. Terry goes for the stun onto it and does get it. Nene pushing in and might be able to score this here. I thought they left that wide open, but Terry just going to stop them. Still think this might be a goal as Vegeta will get the kill. Has a super, but even if not a goal, 30 seconds on the clock, they've got so much to do.
Yeah, Niwa looking so confident. But again, I think this is Rival Esports' fault. I think they've played a terrible draft into the matchups that they saw ahead of the field, making now big mistakes as they know they're on the cusp of getting into the LCQ. These are the moments that you got to shut these down. Terry with the hypercharge pushing it forwards, gets the stun off on the bear, and Nene and Vegeta low HP. Can they get this goal in time? Huge takedowns. Vegeta's so low, it's got to be a goal. You can't mess this one up. And Terry gets it this time round. We're even.
I mean, they shouldn't have been able to mess the last one up either, to be honest with you. So I was very much waiting until the ball crossed the line until I said that we were going to overtime, and now this is a different game. IC comes in, hypercharge is there, big damage. Terry following up as well, has a super. They choose to play it slow, pass the ball back, let their teammate bring it up. But that might have been a mistake. Should have maybe taken the chances it was there. But a hypercharge is there for Mameshi. No super just yet, so can't slot that ball in. And Vegeta doing a wonderful job here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have kept the ball forwards, but nonetheless, hypercharge from Meshi, stunned bear, needs the value from it as well, goes for Vegeta cut short, doesn't quite reach him, but juking now with the help of the additional speed, survives a bit longer, but Terry's left alone. IC's got to come in clutch here. He goes in, Nene gets the ball just off the line. That was a huge save from IC, there for his team, keeping the whole thing alive. Hypercharge from Terry down the field. This is a massive moment for Rival Esports, but they got to secure this goal. Pass from Meshi, why not just shoot it with the super yourself? You got the ball wide open now. Pass, IC too low, and it looks like it could be another defense.
He just jumps onto the ball, but I don't think they've got the time. It's going to be close ball, not going to cross the line. And Rival Esports, I felt they missed about 5 opportunities in that game to score. That surely should have gone their way, or at least earlier in the game they should have scored, and then the second goal would have closed it out. But, I mean, Niwa held on well. I just can't help but think Rival Esports are crumbling here.
I don't think you can afford moments like that. You know, when you need one set to lock in LCQ, it's definitely nerves getting to them, no doubt about it. And Niwa haven't got that to their side of the field. They haven't got nearly as much pressure. They do need to win the whole monthly final to get the LCQ themselves, and that is against teams like, you know, Reject, a massive, massive ask. But they can absolutely revel in the fact that they can cause an upset here for Rival Esports. I mean, go up with the season on a bang and just not deprive someone else. Huge stun from Terry, double kill there as well. IC, ball on the wall, on the line though. He doesn't go down. He's stunning him again. You've got to get this ball at the corner. I don't want to speak too soon here because Rival are looking so incredibly shaky, but they do finally lead to a goal.
I was about to cry if they didn't score then, because that would have been another missed opportunity. I was like, at this point, until the ball crosses the line, it's not a goal in my eyes. Terry gonna super out, break some of that wall, get the bear stunned in. Hypercharge super bouncing all over the place here. Terry just running down, trying to pinch Creo. Mameshi passing the ball up. Terry can't clear it any further, and a super to the left and a slot in from Vegeta will even the score.
Yeah, Terry's feeding a lot. He's having some good stun moments, but again, you've got to be so cautious of how much you do feed into things. The hypercharged bears from Nene have just been flying in. He's got another one yet. Super now as well. This is a terrible moment for Rival Esports, and they do need to shut this down quite easily, quite quickly. Good taps from IC, should see to that a little bit though. He goes down. Vegeta's going to be ticking down himself though. That's a huge tap from Mameshi. That's a saving tap. Vegeta burns. Massive from him. And now Ev's gone the aggressive. If he hadn't have connected that shot, it would have been a different story.
Oh my, I thought it just like dashed straight through him and wasn't going to get the kill there, but did just in time before the ball could have been shot towards the goal. Now Rival in a good position after a good defense. Terry wants to try and get use of this super. And Niwa can't leave the goal open now either, knowing he has that ability to shoot the ball a bit further. Nene gonna go up and actually get caught out here. Super just about finds the connection. And that's a swift bear takedown here and a bit of a waste from the Niwa side for once.
Yeah, he could have connected the gadget with the bear as well, but I'm not going to be too greedy with it. Let's see how he heals up on this right-hand side. And again, choosing the needs to match up, it's very, very bold, you know, to keep doing this, to keep feeding that utility over. Fanstorm down for Icy, and I'm looking for him as the playmaker here. Good stuff from Terry. This massive gadget as well. Can they get a ball forwards? Hyper touch from Meshi, taking no chances, jumping in, and it will be a goal for Rival Esports. That's the game.
And that is also going to be match point coming up next, as Rival Esports in a great position to close it out. They've been a bit shaky across a couple of the sets in this series, but now they're trying to get the job done as Niwa can't seem to get this end product and get the ball in the goal. Rival taking advantage of that fact and getting this game on the board, but still need one more to get this done.
Icy's low. There's the Weekend Warrior gadget there from Creo. Oh, he's looking so aggressive with it as well. Tapping away, opening up the space for his team. Oh, that could have been a wonderful shot, but Icy was savvy to it. Terry being scrutinized by the Bruce on the right-hand side as well, continuously so. Down to 12 HP, and Niwa really are fighting back with vengeance.
Yeah, well, a disappointing super from Vegeta, and Mameshi going to go in and get 2 kills. And then he'll throw this bear down. Don't think, honestly, that's the best use of it. He might keep control for his team, but might have been able to, you know, kind of go for a goal in the later stages. Super ready to go for Creo, so all still remains in the corner as Rival don't really want to give that up at this point. Super available, going to go for the wall break, not catching Nene on the back there. And Vegeta will slot onto this right-hand side where it's a bit more open and try and make use of this gameplay.
Yeah, Terry now forced to the left as a result of just breaking that entire map open. It might actually help Icy a little bit here to get a better angle than some of these supers in. And he is, again, the playmaker for me. Fanstorm out yet again. No one blind except for Creo now. Bear's a problem, but taken care of shortly. Terry's pop gadget already prematurely here, looking for a bit of a sneak attack. Nice, he's got the hypercharge. That's the player that I'm looking to make the moments here. Going on to Creo, gets the takedown as well. Jump onto Nene as well. That's going to be 2 members of Niwa down just for Vegeta now to defend this opportunity here. Terry could have walked that maybe. Chooses to come back. That's a great defense. What a defense from Vegeta there, honestly.
Yeah, very nice defense. But you know, when you say walk, I think you could have walked it as well. But you know, I'm not gonna comment any more on these Rival you know, opportunities that I think should be goals. Super comes in. Vegeta doing a wonderful job of just keeping them back and keeping this ball away from the goal. No matter, you know, how Rival are playing it, he's doing a great job of defending here. There's the gadget from Creo as well. I see getting absolutely battered by shots of Vegeta, but Terry just ripping through the rest of his team. Gonna get another as well. And a 3v1 as Creo just praying he can stay alive in this back left side.
Chose not to break. You know, could have broken that entire side. I mean, to be fair, the match is getting towards the later stages. You might want to reserve it for a potential overtime, as now the ball being pocketed could be a problem. Oh, he just gets Nene there as well. That's a great super. That really is. He can cycle it as well to get the ball faster. Finds Creo as well. Again, just down to Vegeta, but this time Vegeta's down to 500 HP, and it should be an easy walk-in. Rival Esports doesn't go into overtime. They've gone and done it. They've locked themselves in for the LCQ.
I mean, that is just absolutely massive for Rival Esports. Looked a bit shaky here and there, but they are going to be attending events in the postseason, the LCQ at least. And unfortunately for Niwa, they do not get that miracle run all the way to finals to lock their LCQ spot in. So really nice stuff from Rival, and I think at this point in the year, deserving of having that LCQ spot.
Even the cat coming over to celebrate. Congratulations to Rival, making it to the semi-finals yet again, and with that locking in that LCQ slot. For Niwa, Gen.G, it's unfortunately over with that. Both of those two teams would have had to win the whole monthly final and hope for Rival to not win their quarterfinal. With that, every single slot in the World Finals and LCQ is now taken, at least in this region. Kaze and Frank seem to have worked out. Just looking at those numbers here, Arc 16 kills on both of them. But one of the best first games we had all year long. I have to say, I love Brawl Ball draws. It's very rare to happen, but it's beautiful. It's just esports moments we live for.
Absolutely so. I mean, I feel like Nene should have done a little bit better on the Nita. Just going to say, I think Terry did very well. I think that was the kind of brawl that should be getting better results against the Frank, but Terry was very aggressive. But certainly, you know, for Rival Esports, they're going to be very much over the moon. They locked in the LCQ. The job is done. Today, not yet so, but for that, the main goal today was certainly for them, locking in the LCQ. Maybe not the cleanest of ways to lock it in, but nonetheless, again, a win is a win. It's a 3-1 scoreline. You can't really grumble. Up next, Zeta Division versus Gen.G Esports. Another big influential match on the outcomes here today. I'm very excited to see how this one will fare and whether we might even see an upset. I was a little bit undecided looking at scrims. I think that Zeta should be okay, but I mean, who knows?
We were hoping for some closer matches. We got a 3-1 in the end, and the Brawl Bowl set, I say once again, for the history books. I really love to watch that run. So thank you, Niwa, for your performance, even though it was enough to actually make it to LCQ. I hope we see you back next year as well. And with Zeta, of course, we can still look at alongside his NA teammates. Up next is going to be Zeta Division, the 3-time monthly final champion, without Shetampo today. So Gen.G has a chance, I feel. Could be a closer one that you might think. It's a very promising new roster on the side of Gen.G, so I look forward to it. We're gonna see it in a couple of minutes. Monthly finals and one Brawl Cup later when we're in the final monthly final of the season. Kenny, I'm glad to have you back, sir. I hope you enjoyed that 3-1. I hope you followed along with that Brawl Ball set, because I love to reiterate here, one of the best sets we've seen all year.
Definitely entertaining, to say the least. I feel like we missed out on some goal-scoring moments, but they made up for it later on. A little sloppy, but nonetheless a big win for Rival, especially for those guys where making the postseason is a huge deal for their careers.
Which player stuck out the most to you? Which do you think deserves to be MVP? The people at home have voted Terry to be that MVP today.
I think Terry is completely justified there. I mean, some phenomenal gameplay there. Remind me, but I believe he played that Charlie in the middle of the hot zone set, which was a really fun one to watch there. I think this is honestly a really solid crew. Terry joining in here, making the postseason, I think as an individual, a very big deal. There's some people like Mameshi, obviously, who have a lot of history, have made it to things like World Finals. But for some of these other guys in the region, especially one as historic as this one, really cool to see them kind of step up and make it as well.
I think it was the Santa Claus hat giving him some extra boost.
As it should.
We had
As
a
it should.
Finks cosplay, a Colette Paulette cosplay. What's up next? Zeta Division, Gen.G, what can you show us on the can today? What can you show us in the battlefield? Zeta Division, 3-time monthly final champion. They need no introduction, Trev. They have it in their own hands today. They're locked in for Worlds unless Navi wins it all today and makes it to the grand finals and come out on top of everyone.
I mean, this is the thing, though. That's you know, very much something that could happen. Navi absolutely have the capability of getting to the grand finals and winning it. So Zeta Division, you know, it's in their own hands. But they do have Napishu today instead of Shetampo. See Shetampo failing the fair play check. They had to bring in Napishu, which, you know, isn't a bad thing at all. Napishu's a very capable player. We've seen him around this East Asia region for a long period of time, along with Suzuki and Levy. I feel that this is a team that could definitely do it all today.
On the other side, we have Gen.G, and at the beginning of the year, many would have said they have no chance to ever beat Zeta Division, but they actually did before. In the monthly qualifiers of last month, Gen.G did actually beat Zeta Division 3-1.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? Because they did that with Shitampo, and now we have Naipishu filling in. And again, to what Trav is saying, no discredit. It's just Shitampo is a Mount Rushmore caliber player in terms of just history in the BSC. So for Gen.G to win it here would be a pretty big deal still, but the fact that they've already done it once, I definitely think gives them a little more hope.
I mean, in my eyes, this Gen.G Esports team can beat Zeta Division. I do still feel like Zeta, even with the sub, and even though they lost in that qualifier match against Gen.G, are still not heavy favorites, but a favorite nonetheless coming into this one. Bono X2, Cookie, and Moding going to be the Gen.G roster for today. You know, these are more names we've seen. Like, Moding has been around since almost the beginning of esports, so he's a player who is extremely capable on the biggest of stages, but I do just think that Zeta Division might be one step too far from today.
A fully South Korean team here on the side of Gen.G, a very promising new roster. We're not like taken up with a lot of good words at the beginning of the year. Many mocked Gen.G even for picking up that roster, but now they're showing a lot of progress and they're about to maybe even win against Zeta Division. I don't think it's impossible for them today, Kenny.
I don't think so either, and especially with such short notice for having a new player join in, even as a team as good as Zeta Division, you know, Shitampo versus no Shitampo makes a huge difference. So Gen.G certainly have a chance. They've done it before in qualifiers. Obviously here in the top 8 in your quarterfinals definitely makes a difference, right? And obviously LCQ deciding things like that. So Gen.G are just playing for the love of the game, to play spoiler a little bit, and I know who Na'Vi are rooting for in this match.
I do think that with Naipishu, they have got a good player at their side, a player with experience. He shouldn't be too nervous, I hope, for them, because again, Zeta Division currently locked in for the World Finals, taking that second slot for the region, but Na'Vi could still take that spot away from them, Trev.
Yeah, well, 96% to 4 is honestly not how this game shapes up, but obviously you have to kind of pick one side 100%. So Zeta Division would be the way to go, at least in my opinion. And I think this just goes to show how strong that Levy, you know, Suzuki are on this team, you know, with anybody coming in as the backup. You know, obviously it's Naipishu, so he's a pretty solid player, but the fact that people are still predicting them against a team who they lost to just last month shows the strength of these players and how confident we are and the public is in them bouncing back strong.
They were the ones to represent East Asia at the Brawl Cup as well. It wasn't Reject, even though they're now up in points. So many people know and love Zeta Division. Heading into draft number 1 now, we're in Ring of Fire. Charlie, Bunny, Cordelis are going to be banned out by Gen.G. Lumi, Kit, and Ember on the other side. I see Lou's left open. We talked about him before. He's very good on hot zone because of his super. If he gets a good cycle in, it's pretty hard to get back into mid. Draco left open as well. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him here as he's shining, especially now that he has received his hypercharge. But let's see with what Gen.G is actually going to go first. It's Crow, so they do not want to see any tanks or any heals on the other side of things, Kenny.
I think Crow makes a lot of sense on this map in particular, and it's something I kind of alluded to earlier, but this is one of the risers that I've seen in scrim rates globally. I think Crow, from a top to the bottom level of Brawl Stars, just deals with a lot of things really well, and I think his balance change that he touched up on him with has helped more than people realize. I think making him a little more compatible, a little more useful has really helped, and I just think into brawlers like Jae Young and Barry, there's some frequent healing comps that come through. The Poison deals with that, and especially for somebody like Jae Young, who's very popular in the meta right now, Crow's a direct answer to that, whether that's speed, whether that's heals. There's a lot of different things on the map that Crow's going to be able to deal with, and I think this is a very safe first overall pick. He's not going to be really hard countered too early here, and even if he is, it's a first overall pick. They've still got the 4-5 turn trap to kind of figure things out if they need to deal with anything.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Finks. It's a brawler we saw on this map before in the previous game, so or the first game, I should say. And I like it. I really do. It's one of those kind of more versatile brawlers, mid-range, going to be able to slow stuff down, keep supers out of the way. And even like, you know, people throwing Lu supers over the top, as Sunny mentioned, it's a brawler that slipped through and is very solid on these kind of maps. You know, if you've got that Fink super down, it's going to take a hell of a lot longer for that Lu super to drop, and you can kind of successfully move out the way of it. Kaze is a brawler we've seen time and time again in this East Asia region, and it's one that seems to just work time and time again as well.
Kaze's just really good as a hybrid, right? This is one of the things that the super legendaries kind of get here is they have multiple forms. We have the really aggressive in-your-face side, and then obviously when she dishes out daggers, it's a little more distance. It's not long distance, I would say, but you just have multiple units that in one brawler, so I think a lot of versatility that comes with that. Good old Hank, though, still appearing in this meta. We have Kit banned, so we're not going to see that legendary Kit-Hank combo, which I think is so powerful right now, but especially with Crow now on their side, that's one less tank counter you have to deal with. Cord, Charlie out of the way as well, so Hank a little easier to let loose right now. Curious to see if they pair this with something like a Jae-Young, especially now that they have Crow on their side, gives it a little more viability, but you're also going into a Finks, and then somebody like Kaze up close can deal with Jae-Young really well, but I just think it's worth the risk. I think it's a really nice combo, and obviously the fact that they have Crow allows them to do this.
Yeah, great composition from Gen.G there, and Zeta Vision going to bring out the Draco as their final pick. That's another brawler that I really do like, and they're going incredibly short range, bear in mind. Yes, Kaze can kind of switch forms, go kind of a bit more mid-long range as well, but, you know, Draco, Kaze, they're two pretty short range brawlers for the most part, so we're going to be able to see if Zeta Vision do just take this straight to Gen.G and run it down, or if they play it a bit slower.
Star player Shitampo out for this monthly finals, the final of the year. This is no time to falter for Zeta Division, still on the road to try and claim a world final spot. Job's not done yet. They're gonna hope and put their faith in Naipishu to fill in, help them get a win over Gen.G.
Good stuff from Bono so far, gets a couple of shots in, but Suzuki will come for the pinch, and now going straight up. There's no stopping him, going for damage on Cookie, who will get traded out, but he's just working for that super. Levy will keep Cookie low as well. Odin wanting to try and make a move, setting a few of these slipstreams up, but nothing too major just yet. Napishu pops that super, might be able to get a gadget, doesn't even need it, as Suzuki will go up and clean up the mid once more.
Easy matchup for Suzuki, just right in the face of Jae-Young, especially without gadget. It's just too simple. So much damage output coming in from Suzuki, and then of course Moding on the Jae-Young, just not a big damage dealer. It's not something that Jae-Young does powerfully. They really have to rely on this Hank to grab their kills, but Zeta Division are claiming one brawler after another.
Yeah, this is real rough, and this isn't a team you'd look at and think, oh, wow, they've got a substitution in here. They're absolutely decimating the opposition. Hypercharge from Napishu, had that gadget in hand as well. Moding very low. Cookie will fall in just a second. 6-12, actually. They do choose to leave him alive, as he's really not doing too much. Now going in again, but a super from Bono will keep him alive for now. Moding in that heal mode, but it doesn't actually matter, as Zeta Vision tickle all the way up to 100, and like, I don't know what to say about that. It was one of the most one-sided games I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah, this is the second time today that Ring of Fire's come in, and once again, kind of a similar critique, if you will. On paper, Jae-Young and Hank is awesome. Crow, good brawler. Where's the damage? If Hank goes down, they're not going to be able to pile up these frags very easily, and Zeta Division were just feeding super after super. They were dropping Fink supers everywhere. Suzuki was up in their faces. I just never really felt like Gen.G had a grasp on this game, and I'd like to see something different here. I think they really have to rely on Hank here to pop off. Otherwise, they're just not going to be able to compete.
Yeah, I mean, this game can be totally different, and for Gen.G's sake, I hope it really is, but it doesn't seem that way so far. Levy is going to be falling low. This Crow Poison brings him down, and Moding slotting on the right side, really having no care in there either, just going in and dying. So now super comes down, and Cookie will fall as well. Napishu gets the heals back, and still will remain aggressive in this Gen.G bush, and Gen.G Seal just seems so kind of like, you know, individual rather than playing as a team.
Just a natural way to deal with the Hank as well. One thing to comment on the Draco, it's a frequent way that pros deal with the big guy. Finally, this Shrimp gets a victory on the left-hand end. Levy still in the middle of the map while Suzuki tries to get closer to him. A dash away to stay alive and just decides to get in on the action while Naipishu guns it down right up the middle. Little heals coming out for some extra percentage points, and any extra they can get their hands on just adds up quickly. Now approaching 90%. Zeta still well in the driver's seat.
I mean, Napishu's alive. Crow just wasted Hypercharge, has the super in hand, but like kind of popped Hypercharge as he was dying. And Zeta Division win the first one 100 to 11, the second 100 to 22. And this is a substitute player in this team, and they're about as good as they've ever looked.
Yeah, GG go next. Rough showing there, to say the least. And again, I feel like it was a somewhat predictable draft from that right-hand side on the red roster. I think it made a lot of sense on paper, but you saw it play out there. I mean, between the mechanics of Zeta Division and just the natural counters that they had, there was really nothing that Gen.G could do.
I do think craft on both sides was pretty good. Zeta Division just showed us one more time why we called them the mechanical geniuses also on the global stage. Zizuku especially with a huge pop-off there on Kaze. Napishu with the most damage overall. Crazy. And I want to talk a bit more about this player. He has been playing on Effort Result for most of the year. Also replaced one of the players in Rival for one monthly final. And whichever team he played with so far has never made it out of a quarterfinal, unfortunately. Every single time his team took a set, but it wasn't enough to actually move on into the semis. So being with Zeta Division today could finally take him further. And yeah, who knows, maybe next year he's gonna have some more chances to play in those big rosters, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, for Zeta Division's sake, you better hope the fact that he's been getting knocked out in quarterfinals is his teammates' fault rather than his, because that doesn't really bode well for Zeta Division in this one, as they kind of need to get through this first round especially, and then will want to go further as well. So for Zeta Division, it's as good a start as they could ask for with a sub player, letting them only get around like 34% across, or no, 33%, sorry, across both of those games. So big stuff from Zeta Division so far. Gen.G just looked, as I mentioned during the game, they're playing as individuals, not as a team, and you both said the drafts, it's not like it was a dreadful draft, it was just, I'm not going to say dreadful gameplay, but not the best.
Sounds like you kind of said it, Trav. I'm just going to call it
I
out.
said I'm not saying it, Kenny. I said I'm not saying it.
Not accusing, just commenting, just observing is what we're here to do. Double swoosh where we transition to next, of course. I think this one plays out very differently than Ring of Fire. Some common enemies, though, will still show up here. Lily, somebody that I'm looking out for, and Cordelius especially. The Shadow Realm Sunny is just such a big factor on this map.
I do like that idea. Let's see if they're actually going to pick them up. Back to Napishu real quick. He did play in 4 out of the 5 monthly finals, so I still think he's going to be a good choice. They need someone with experience that isn't going to be too nervous, because today's the last time Zeta Division can prove what's in them, and they need this win to lock in Worlds finally and completely. We have the bands in now. Lumi, Lily, and Kit on the left-hand side. Sandy is going to be the first pick from Gen.G. Once again, they have to pick first. Previously, it was to Crow. I did mind it. They did not want to see any tanks on the other side. Double swoosh. I do like Sandy. It's a bit giveaway, though. Usually played in mid, so you want to pick your gem carry this early on, Kenny?
I think the Sandy is somebody that's been rising, but I also think on this map in particular, it does combat a few common enemies. So somebody like Tara, for example, where you have those spawners on the ground, people have had to transition from that into using the other gadget because there's so many brawlers that pierce through. I think this Sandy first overall pick is fine. It's very safe, but like you mentioned, it's not necessarily going to be your big bad gym carrier. It's not something like a Janet that's in that band stage, or a Lily where you have that X factor. It's safe, it's stable, but on this other side, Crow's somebody that's also been rising through the ranks. The poison obviously is something that's nice. We talked about him a lot earlier, but on this map in particular, there's so many bushes. So Crow more here for the visibility, I would say. Maybe a get out of jail free card when you need to use that jump to go grab or escape with gyms. Few good things about Crow for sure.
Well, Charlie will make a return again, and last time we saw it played, it was played very well. So gotta hope for Zeta Division's sake that that's exactly how it will go once more. As far as Gen.G's side, I don't mind the Sandy. As Sonny said, maybe it's a little bit early for that kind of brawler, but you know, the brawler overall can change games. A sandstorm on a map this grassy and this kind of closed off can make such a big difference and flip the game on its head. So even if you're getting pinned in spawn, even if they know exactly what you're playing, if you get one super in a game, it can change the entire thing. Kaze will come in next for Gen.G, and I'm pretty sure for the most part, whichever team's had that so far has come out on top. So we'll see if that trend continues here, as Gen.G will slide that in as their second.
Yeah, when observing this map pretty closely, we'll have it in another match later down the line for Navi and for Crazy Raccoon, but Sandy was the most frequently picked brawler in scrims between those teams. Obviously, you can't see the band stages and things like that, but it is a more popular brawler, I would say. Lily, of course, in that band stage, Cordelius in the mix. I don't think Cordelius makes a ton of sense right now unless you're just a big believer in the brawler itself, maybe more into Kaze than anything. The Squeak pick, though, definitely not on my radar. I don't think Squeak's never showing up here, but it's certainly rare to say the least.
Yeah, the Squeak is, you know, it used to be more common, more now, not so much. But I don't mind it. Like, it'll be fine. It's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with aggression, but then Sandy will get so many supers if that's the case. Gen.G going to come in, and it's kind of more of the same as we've seen with Mr. P, those kind of brawlers. They're not going to do well against Gen.G, and I think Squeak kind of slides into that idea. And we have seen a Sandy against the Gen.G as well today. It did feed a lot of supers, but in the end, it still came out on top regardless.
Gen.G's aggression also going to do really well in the face of something like a Sandy and a Squeak, so I think grabbing yourself in aggro there makes a ton of sense. Zeta Division up 1-0 in a crucial month without their star player. Naipishu fit in quite well in set number 1. Let's see how the squad does in the second.
Well, Suzuki starting on the right-hand side. Bono into this kind of like dagger form and just gets cleaned up. Now, trying to get some work done. Suzuki goes in for moding. Once that super in, gets it. Does go down, and Sandy just playing a waiting game against the Crow on the on the left, sorry.
All the members of each side stacked up together, moding with a few gyms there, playing that mid-roll and gym carrier. A little dive in from Suzuki, though. Immediately goes down to Kaze. Left-hand side, Naipishu trying to go against the Sandy here. A little extra distance for Crow. Vision is good, but Sandy, of course, with a Sandstorm can really do some damage. They're still working towards that, though.
Yeah, hypercharges there for Bono. Suzuki going in quite heavily. Misses the super again. A little bit disappointing from him here. He's getting in the positions. He's getting the damage, but just missing those killing blow supers. It is 4-4, though. It seems like Gen.G have had the majority of control, so I was expecting it to be a bit more their-sided. But they get one from Zeta Division's side and should start to take the lead if they can pick up this 6th.
Suzuki going to be trapped in this fan storm. Bonnock's going to be trying to make a move here and jump into the air. Nice connection there. Cookie, left-hand side, putting in work as well. Backs off, but Naipishu with the dive-in with perfect precision. Now, once again, battle going back to the top right-hand side of the screen. Zeta Division just trying to claim as many of these gyms as they can before Gen.G retake.
Yeah, kills there for Bono. One kind of super stopping them seeing to another. Suzuki going in with the super, dragging moding back in, should get the kill, but I don't know if he's going to get out. Gadget's there, actually, and he might be able to. Just actually dashes in instead of away. I feel like he may have had an exit route there, but chose to try and get the kill instead, and that pretty much evens the gems back out. 8-8 now, and a Gadget from moding will cut off this left portion of the mid for Levy.
Suzuki causing a ruckus in the middle of our game. Now a dive in. Oh, nicely dodged there by Moding. Some fancy footwork allows him to escape. Cookie battling left-hand side. A win on the right-hand lane around for Squeak to throw out a super. Fanstorm going down 2. Big purple button here for Bonnox. Not getting much value out of it, especially with Suzuki now diving in. Cleans up 9-10. One single gym will tie this up. A huge Sandstorm going down for Vision, but not enough to get any takedowns. With all of that, will be a tie. Blue team now switching this countdown to their side, but Moding with an easy step to the mid should be able to get 11.
Ooh, Levy's going to miss that hypercharge, which is a lot of kit used. Moding getting connected finally by this shot. Suzuki, he's going to get past actually all those shots, get the kill. Actually, I mean, the countdown's going to carry on anyway. I mean, this is really unfortunate for Gen.G. They seemed in control of the game, in my opinion, for the majority of it, but Zeta Division still come out on top. That countdown just continued to drop to 0, and Zeta Division come out on top.
Not a freebie of a gym by any means, but I almost feel like you have to go for it at that point, right? They weren't really lined up to grab a kill, so otherwise it's just going to be an easy 12th gym picked up for Zeta Division. Too many gyms at that point with the countdown to kind of come back unless you'd get a big takedown. I'm not sure about that one. I think Gen.G were maybe in a little bit of a trap state just because Suzuki's aggression was really paying off. They were lined up in terms of positioning. I mean, well played to Zeta Division. Gen.G were definitely in that, though, to your point.
Yeah, I feel like they had the majority of control for most of the game, but I mean, that's not what matters in Gem Grab. It's all about that end. Moding going to get snuck up on here by Suzuki, doing a great job. Supik comes in and actually finds a connection this time, which seems like a rarity at this point with that super. Charlie cocoons herself. Honestly, not getting too much back from it. Super comes in from Cookie. Shots there and actually going to die. Getting no value from that at all. And 2 gems still lay on the right side, but Suzuki just so reluctant to pick them up. And the cocoon is there onto the Kaze, who surely will die on coming out, and does.
Zeta Division doing good work. Suzuki has just been a force to be reckoned with in this set so far. I think it's just such a free matchup going to somebody like Squeak. There's just no way for the little guy to defend himself up close, especially with a sword in his face. Bonnox now rotating, trying to deal with Suzuki here. It's going to take a full team effort. This Gen.G pick has paid very well for Zeta Division so far.
Moding throwing out super, just cutting off this mid portion of the map again. The Sandy super doing a great job, but Suzuki really tearing through those back lines. And Pishu with a super in hand can change the game. So can Bono, so can Cookies. big difference can be made here. 7 gems picked up. Now the Hypercharge there. Modin going to be caught out by it and does go down. Hypercharge super from 2 members of Gen.G trying to save this, but it just doesn't seem savable. Super comes through there as well from Levy with the Hypercharge of his own. 10 seconds left for Gen.G to try get this back. Sandy Super's there, but they're all so far away, and Suzuki doing a great job of keeping everyone back. That's going to be the set, and honestly, a very good set from both sides, but Zeta Division in control of both late portions of the games.
Like you mentioned, that late portion is everything. It's all about getting that countdown and walking away, and Zeta Division were able to do that both times. I think the Gen.G pick for me is something that stood out. The Squeak's creative, I imagine that's likely due to the Charlie spawners, a little bit of control there. I just think that Gen.G had too good of matchups there. I think that was a really solid pick for Zeta Division.
Gen.G wins the lovers' quarrel once again against his wife, Kaze. Unfortunate for the wives out there, but that's just how it is sometimes. He also wins the star player of this match with the whopping 9 kills for 20 DPS. Did pretty well. On the other side, that Sandy first pick that I wasn't a fan of didn't do as well. I'm sad to see it. Cookie now also on Gen.G, by the way. He was a player for Niwa before. Now Vegeta took his place, so he came over to Gen.G. Yeah, a lot of switches in East Asia overall, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect it when it's getting towards those teams who can't really make the postseason. They kind of mix it up. Some postseason teams try to strengthen their own with some players from other sides, so can't blame them all, really. I was really surprised that the Crow did as well as he did. 8 kills to, Kenji's 9. 2 really good side lanes there from Zeta Division, and a consistent mid in the Charlie as well. Don't think she really dropped many gems ever, so really well played from Zeta Division all round. Lovely stuff, and they're going to look to close out in this third.
I do think we have to mention also how well Gen.G really did. It was a super close match, especially that game number 1. It could have gone either way, and just looking at the draft, I felt like it was heavily sided towards Zeta Division. So despite not having the best of drafts, at least in my opinion, Gen.G did so well that I feel like it is possible for them to take at least a set today. And keep in mind, they did win against Zeta Division 3-1 in the monthly qualifiers in June. Or in July, actually, just last month. So they can repeat that today, Kenny. It's not impossible.
For sure. Now it's going to take a reverse sweep, though. A very tough task for any team out there, but this is a completely new map and mode. We're definitely going to see some different brawlers we have not yet seen today. Kit going to be a double ban here. I think that's a free square, if you will. I think you have to get rid of him given his hypercharge and how good of a state he's in.
I did expect a Carl in this map because it's so important to get the blue star at the start. It's very easy to just stay behind those walls on your own side of things, wait for your opponents to come closer to just farm ult from them and not really be the active part in it as long as you already have the lead. So the Carl pretty much gives them that early lead immediately. The only brawler that grabs that blue star quicker would be Mortis, which we don't see him too often, Trevor. I don't really think we're going to see him today either. Bonnie's going to be the pick. Squeak again. Do like both of those brawlers, especially that Bonnie showed up very often today and also last month in East Asia.
Yeah, listen, I hope we do see Mortis. I really do, but I also doubt it. Probably wouldn't be the best thing for the Gen.G draft at this kind of stage. Too much of a risk just for that blue star when you can take something like the Carl and have a brawler that's going to be consistently good throughout the game and still get you that blue star. So nice first pick by Zeta Division. Good 2 follow-up picks of the Bonnie and Squeak from the Gen.G side. Seems like a couple of brawlers that East Asia really seem to love, but the Gus comes in from Zeta Division, and that's another great shout from them. Wonderful pairing with the Carl as well if you want to provide a shield and go in with that most of the time protective pirouette. So dangerous start for Zeta Division. They're going to round it out with the Brock, possibly some wall break. Obviously the long range shots very good as well. So Gen.G in a bit of trouble here, I feel.
Wallbreak, I think, a good call into the Squeak, too, because now Carl has a solid matchup. When he's tail spinning, it's really difficult for Squeak to hang. That's another one of those close quarters interactions that just the poor little guy's not going to do well in. And now if we're tearing down those walls, that's kind of Squeak's superpower. So if the other side wanted to go something like a thrower for control, I think that's out the window a little bit. I don't think they have an easy call here as this 6th and final pick. I feel like this is a pretty overall solid one on paper from Zeta Division. I think they have the blue star advantage, and now they just have to go for whatever matchups they can get. So Piper going to be able to outrange the Brock, going to be able to duel with something like a Gus. I think that's probably one of your better bets at this point, but Squeak, I think from an overarching strategy point's nice, but yeah, that early in the draft, it's pretty simple just to click the wall break brawler, and also they already had Carl in the back pocket as a good matchup, so that one leaves me a little perplexed. I don't think it's a bad brawler by any means. I just don't think it made the most sense there.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division need this one set to move on to the semi-finals. Gen.G, on the other hand, gonna need 3 on the trot to make this happen, and it's not seeming likely. Gadget early on then for Moding, and Napishu not going for that first star early, as he could have been hit by quite a whopping shot there by the Squeak.
It's gonna be a game of Napishu just playing it patient, ideally laning up against the Squeak. Of course, anytime he gets a tailspin, is going to do quite well into the other brawlers. Of course, Bonnie has an escape mechanism with the jump. Piper, of course, has the jump as well, so it's not a freebie there, but certainly still favorable in the up-close range.
Yeah, well, some good control early on then for Gen.G here, but they really are going to struggle getting past these walls when, you know, they've got brawlers like Brock, like Gus, like Carl, who can just peek those walls time and time again, not really put themselves in harm's way, and just work for their supers. So, going to be difficult here. Great shots from Levy. Oh, a follow-up is really nice from Piper in retaliation, but Squeak can't quite get the killing blow.
Brock had to retreat there, will regenerate all of the health points to get back up. Barely a miss there from Piper as well, just taking advantage of the extra range. It's one of the benefits of Piper. While it's not the most meta-relevant brawler at this stage in her career, she definitely has the extra distance and it really puts the sharpshooter in her. Now an extra gadget being popped there. Body, low HP, Napishu hanging out though. Love the patience coming out of Zeta Division here. They have that blue star, they don't have to force anything. They want to put Gen.G in a vulnerable position. They're looking to play defense the whole way.
Well, who can blame them for it if they have the lead and they've got this composition up against them that if they do just come in, and Bonnie really hasn't hit too much, so need a couple more shots to get that super, possibly one. And Napishu has that, so punishing anybody coming too aggressive, and he's going to go very in here. That is a bold move to make, and he provides the lead. The jump out's there. Cookie not jumping, but gets the kill. A return from the hypercharge of Levy. And they're not going to get it back. Super comes in. Napishu just coming up now. Shield's there, but needs to earn this back and can't. Bad decision making from Zeta, and Napishu especially. And that was a questionable ending to a very well managed game from Zeta Division.
Yeah, well managed until about 20 seconds on that clock. I mean, there's clearly a turning point there. We all saw it. Carl goes in for the tailspin, thinking he had an advantage, and in a one-on-one, probably fine, but obviously coverage from an entire unit, a different story. So really good focus there. Gen.G kind of walking away with a little bit of luck, a couple trades after that, but nonetheless, Gen.G easily able to secure that. Blue Star now up for grabs from both of these teams. Napishu has not made a move for it by any means, and the other two members of Zeta Division just going to stand back. This is a great start for Gen.G. They get lucky with the first game. Real potential for them to take a set here.
Yeah, but I also don't mind this Zeta Division composition to be attacking. Like, they've got the car, they're going to be able to play it a bit more aggressive than their opponents were in the previous. Suzuku and Napishu already going in will get that kill. Might be for... Oh, Super's there as well from the Carl. From the Brock, sorry. And, I mean, they started on the defense and now in a better position than they were in the last.
I'm sure the offensive side is much more fun than sitting back and relaxing, so Zeta Division taking matters into their own hands in a 3-star lead for them, the biggest that they've had this entire set. Squeak Super going down left-hand side. Shots coming in from Piper and nothing quite connecting with Levi here on the left-hand end. Bonnie, meanwhile, working that right-hand side. This is the patient gameplay we saw from Zeta Division in game number 1. Now that they have that lead back, they're not quite putting their foot to the gas pedal.
Yeah, well, surprise if Napishu tries to make an aggressive lunge onto 3 members again. Leve gets hit hard by the gadget. And a gadget from Cookie as well. The shield provided there, and now Hypercharge comes in. Brock not going to find too many shots, but the connection from Suzuku and one of his own will get the kill. So low now, and Suzuku going to go aggressive. Same for Napishu to try and take the pressure off of the Brock. Allow him to heal, and 5-star advantage with Zeta.
Entire right-hand side is open, which is why Squeak is leaning left. He's not going to want to deal with the open range because Levi and Suzuku, just like you saw there, have the extra range advantage. Gen.G need 5 stars on this 15-second shot clock to make a comeback.
And Napishu can go aggressive this time, so might choose to do that, but Suzuku very low. Hypercharge being used by both Moding and Cookie now. This is a real tough situation, but in goes Napishu. Jump comes in, they are all low. Levy might fall down, but the rest of them don't. And Zeta Division will be going on to match point. This should be the game to them, but they threw the last game, so need one more to take it all away.
No buzzer beaters going off there. Zeta Division safely hold on to their star lead. Been a few different starting lines for each of these sides as we load into game number 3. What could be the end for this giant org season from Gen.G. 2-0. And the sets still favoring Zeta Division, despite having a substitute in. Naipushu filling in quite well. We saw a mistake there in game number 1, but in game number 2 certainly contributing to the cause. Gen.G once again battling for this blue star. They'll grab it, an extra kill alongside it. Beautiful start.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't really ask for much better than that, to be honest with you, than obviously all 3 kills, but that's very unlikely against a side like Zeta Division. Bono has the jump as well, and Levy has the break. Chooses to just throw that out and take 3 bushes with it. Not really the most damaging use for them, but Levy might be able to get a couple of shots into Cookie here, but remains at that kind of awkward Brock range. But I don't think Zeta mind this position, as I said in the last one. They can come from behind very easily with this composition.
Yeah, they had some great success with offense in game number 2, so he's starting to squeeze, but that's a takedown. Nicely done by Moding to get that kill, because now they have a little extra space to work with on that left-hand side. They need to retake as much control as possible, because otherwise the range from this side, ball's going up. Oh, and the rocket rain. Lightning strikes, connects with Gen.G, and now the star's swinging the other way.
I mean, like, that is disgusting from Levi. What a connection that was. Double rocket rain. It's very rare you see that cycled out, because it's rare that players at this caliber are standing next to each other when a Brock's got super. But that's just how it ended out in this one. Back to this Bono versus Suzuki matchup. 27 seconds. This is when moves start to be made by the team who's trailing. And the homemade recipe for Cookie is popped. Bono has a super of his own, but takes a few hits and chooses better of going in right now, but 10 seconds, they're gonna have to make the move soon.
Gen.G season on the line. Cookie right hand in, working alongside Moding. Zeta Division sitting comfortably. 1 star could swing the entire thing. Bonix getting in on the action. Trades for both stars. One side, and when it rains, it pours. Zeta Division capitalize on the big Brock plays and take the match 3-0.
I mean, that is brilliance from Zeta Division there. Coming in with a substituted player, no Shatampo this month, which was unfortunate for them. But they've brought in Napishu, who, as Sonny said, hasn't really broken out of those quarterfinals with his teams this year, and comes here. A few, look, I'll say at least that 1 mistake on the Carl, but for the rest of the time, very consistent, very good gameplay, and you wouldn't think, if you were just tuning in, that he was out of place in that Zeta Division squad.
I don't feel like it looked like they didn't have great team communication or chemistry overall at all. It looked like they did indeed. Levy with the most kills here. You both were talking about his Brock quite often. Did super well. And I want to talk a little bit more about that 1 mistake Napishu did. They did have the early lead thanks to the Carl, as I was already mentioning in the draft phase. That's how you want to play dry season. It's really the only strategy that works. Napishu then goes in the last 30 seconds. He probably felt like they were being pressured a bit too much by Gen.G, that they would lose someone if he didn't do anything there, just by the sheer pressure in the last 10 seconds. Gen.G would have probably tried to collapse over them and get that 1 kill they needed. Shizuku could have maybe confirmed the kill if, yeah, he was ready. Maybe the communication was lacking there a little bit, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, substitute coming in, Naipushu playing for a team in effort result that's done pretty solid, has made some appearances this year. I think, like Trav said, the guy kind of fit in really well, and obviously this is more telling of the 2 teammates playing alongside him. I think there's some of the excellent players in this region. Obviously, we saw what they could do at a global stage in Brawl Cup. They've been risers for a long time. Gonna make the guy look a little bit better. This next match, though, really going to start heating up, I think. Navi versus Crazy Raccoon, a couple 2-time world champions facing off against each other. World Finals slot still on the line, so Zeta Division taking care of their part. Let's see if Navi can do the same.
It's gonna be the winner that will face off against Zeta Division in the semifinals, and Zeta Division is looking as fierce as ever today. Napishu definitely has proven that he is very flexible in terms of who he plays with, has played in 3 different rosters to this point in the East Asia Monthly Finals. But yes, as Kenny already mentioned, next up is gonna be Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. It's a rematch I'm really looking forward to. We're gonna head into a quick break. Bring your friends in chat for this next one. I think it's gonna be the closest quarterfinal of the day. Welcome back to the August monthly finals. We're starting things off again with East Asia. Going to follow up with EMEA, SA and NA over the course of the next week. And East Asia has shown us some very, very good matches. Only one of those have been really close, but still, Ark, your 3-0 break. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, very short-lived, wasn't it? I did say in the Twitch chat at the very beginning, I feel like I'm not going to get much of a break here. But, I think that Zeta, were looking the strongest in scrims in that respect. They were doing a ton of prep leading up to today. All things considered, I think that was the result that we kind of expected to see. I would love to have seen the script flip, who wouldn't, just for the sake of storyline. But Gen.G stood up a solid fight, but Zeta still looked very, very strong today.
It would have been a nice little story if we had GoNext versus Gen.G in the finals in the end. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, but it could still be another final for Crazy Raccoon. They only made it once into the finals, and now they're facing against Navi again. It's going to be the match we're seeing next. Levi is going to take the star player here. We talked so much about his proc in that last set. Kenny, I feel like that's the only way that it makes sense.
I do too, and I mean, you could even see it on the reaction cams from the casters. Trav just looked befuddled. It was some unbelievable gameplay there, a couple double connections coming out of the Brock, leading the way in terms of kills. Overall, just a very good player, very deserving after that third set.
Befuddled is a very good word to describe Trav's face in general, I feel. Yeah, we're gonna head into our quarterfinal number 4 now. Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. And as mentioned before, this is gonna be a rematch from just last month in the semifinals. Those two teams have faced up against each other. Navi took it 3-0. Now, Ark, can Crazy Raccoon flip the script completely? Can they win this one? Or can they maybe at least take a set this time?
I feel like Navi are on the rise. They did lose to Crazy Raccoon in the first monthly final, but since then they've been gaining some serious speed, and it's starting to show. And I feel like it's leading up to them potentially causing a massive upset here. Got to remember, looking back to last month, they were able to, beat Crazy Raccoon in the sweep, and then the 3-1 prior to that in June. So they're looking so strong. But Crazy Raccoon did have a very good result against Zeta Division last month. They've been putting their time in, and the scrim data, they are the best team this month in terms of scrim results for Crazy Raccoon. So it's very neck and neck. It's so hard to call this matchup.
As you mentioned, those two teams are old rivals ever since the February monthly finals. Crazy Raccoon won 3-0. Then in July, Navi won 3-0 against Crazy Raccoon. So we wanted to get some insights, and we had the chance to talk to Kuro for just that.
最初に当たるクレイジーラクーンは、今まで何回も結構当たってきて、一応勝ち越せてはいると思うんですけど、やっぱ油断ならないチームだと思うんで、自分たちができることとしたら、もうやっぱり練習量を増やせば、いけるかなと思うんで、どのチームよりも練習したいと思います。
For Navi to still qualify for World Finals, they have to win the August monthly finals. First opponent is going to be Crazy Raccoon. After that, they will now, we know that, face Zeta Division, the other team that is in contention for that second World Finals slot. So they're not going to make it easy for them, Kenny.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting matchup, especially for our final month, where Navi need to win it all to really take anything here and get themselves to World Finals. A lot of 2021 and 2022 World Champions out here, and all on different teams. And Chitampo obviously not here this month, but can throw him in the mix for that 2021. They're all split up now. I think legacies are really on the line, to be honest with you, for both of these teams. If Navi can propel themselves to something like a World Finals, if a Choppy can finally get the job done and prove he's good enough as well. I feel like Tensai and Chitampo are kind of the stars from those previous rosters. Would love to see somebody like a Chape and Kuru, who have been on some phenomenal teams in the past, really step up and get some big wins.
There's always two sides of a coin, but also of a Brawl Stars match. So we didn't only talk to Kuru, we also sat down with Tensai.
ナビは前回0対3で負けてしまったんですけど、今回は3対0で勝って、世界大会の可能性なくなっちゃうんですけど、ナビの LCQ 一緒に頑張りたいと思います。
Both of them very motivated to take this one. For Crazy Raccoon, this is for honor and glory. They are locked in for LCQ, but they cannot clinch World Finals today. For Navi, this match means even more, as they, again, can still make it to World Finals. Is that a motivation boost that makes Navi win this match today, Kenny?
I think that's part of the influence for me picking them at least. And also, they've gotten the better of Crazy Raccoon 2 times in a row. They were the team that made it out of the upper bracket instead of the lower bracket. No fault to Arc here. I do think when watching scrims this week, they have been phenomenal. One of the better teams in this region. I think this is going to be a very tightly contested match. I just think Navi are a little bit safer right now and have just been more consistent.
I agree with Kenny here, Arc. I feel like you might have had an inkling here. This has to be the closest quarterfinal. We only had 3-0 so far, 1-3-1. I feel like this could go all the way. It was 3-0 in the past, once for Crazy Raccoon, once for Navi, but today is going to be close.
Yeah, for me, it's a 55-45 in favor of Navi. That's the way that I see this matchup. I've just been impressed with the scrims for Crazy Raccoon. I still think Navi are the favorites in this matchup. Again, when you look at the most recent results, that's when Navi have been shining. You've got to go back to the beginning of the season when Crazy Raccoon beat Navi last. And that's the thing here. It's a 2-1 in that respect. So for Navi, they're on the rise. They've got a real opportunity here, and they're probably feeling really, really good about this. But Crazy Raccoon had a glimmer last month versus Zeta. It's been a while since we've really seen them kind of get back on form, and they looked good for it. The question is, was that a one-off? Can they keep this going? Can they cause an upset here today and deprive Navi? It really is very much more 50-50 or 45-55 than anything else for me.
Crazy Raccoon has caused an upset last month. Can they do it again? Here is the question. It's a test to prove if they're still competitive in this current hypercharge meta, because I think many people have expected more from them over the course of this year. They did not came as far as many people would have hoped. And this is going to be the first pick here. Lily, Barry, and Kit are going to be banned out by the side of Crazy Raccoon. Cordelius, Kaze, and Lumi. Those 3 brawlers we have seen very often being banned almost every single round in every single mode. They're just so good. Also on Hot Potato, where it's all about getting the damage in. With the Cordelius ban, maybe we're seeing Chuck again. He did receive a hypercharge, and if you want to play him, it's really on Heist where he shines most, Kenny.
I like this one-on-one matchup we've currently got going. So Ims as a first overall pick is really interesting to me. It's not that I haven't seen Ims be scrimmed, but when I see that, I obviously don't get to see the draft order. So the fact that she's the first off the cutting block is really peculiar and not something I expected. Amber into the Ims, extra range, still a controlled brawler, and can tear open that grass. So with the Ims on that right-hand side, not going to be as likely to go into a tankier matchup for Navi, but I think now that they can tear open this grass, they can actually kind of twist this, take advantage for themselves. So I actually really like this in a one-on-one. Carl being paired with this too, so not getting tanky, they're getting their range and control and then the aggression. I like when they see this Ims, they get 2 paper matchups that also work really well on this map and mode.
This is one of those brawler picks where it can get some fantastic results, or it can get rolled on by something like a Daryl and really be struggling. The knockback will help for sure. The hypercharge has really elevated her more than she ever was, so I just don't know whether it's the first pick worthy brawler. And Crazy Raccoon's draft has always been a bit of a question mark really for me this season. That's where they've had their weakest moments for me. Buzz is definitely better. I much prefer this kind of brawler coming in with the Amber and that sort of like dive approach. The Carl, Navi are just going to be diving all in, and I just don't know whether Crazy Raccoon with that M start are going to be able to do much on the defense, but we'll have to wait and see in regards to that. But let's see. Back over to Navi now for their staying with Crazy Raccoon for their third and final pick here. You know, I think the Berry's actually a really good ban for them. It's one that's not often banned and very underrated on this kind of map, so I do quite like it for that reason. Chuck gonna come in. You know, it's okay. I've definitely kind of like deviated slightly away from Chuck. I think that players of this caliber tend to be able to counteract it better than most. With the Cordelius being banned out by Navi, they're gonna have still some options on the defense to be able to counteract it. So it's not out of the question that they can still do this.
Yeah, I wonder if they just like run and gun with a bull or something along those lines. I think that would be a good paper matchup into something like the Buzz. Obviously in the face of Chuck could be good. Like you mentioned, Cordelius already out. Sometimes we see a rare Lou be picked up as kind of that defensive mechanism. So I think a few options here for Navi. I'm curious to see how aggressive or how defensive they end up going with. Yeah, Miko. Okay, so an interesting one. It's not at the top, I would say, in terms of play rates, but it's in the mix. I was kind of looking out for it from Crazy Raccoon, to be honest with you, but I think into this other side, a little bit easier. I think Miko can flourish against something like an Ims, where Ims has a gadget that can back enemies off, but you have to time it so perfectly with Miko, and obviously the little guy can just hop away. Into something like Chuck, you can at least base race with it, so you want to combat that damage that Chuck's doing with an equal amount. Miko can certainly do that. Really interesting draft for both sides.
I like the idea from Navi, and their strategy is very simple, especially against the Chuck. Just dive. Don't allow that setup time. But Greer's doing okay in that regard, but already look at that. I mean, on the other side of the field, Navi have got far more damage, far more quickly. And Kuru surviving on, gets the kill as well. That's fantastic for him. Able to stay behind this, heal up, and stay there for another push. It's already like close to 50% now already for Navi.
Yeah, and now Choppy going to be able to start working on the third tier of this high safe. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon are just trying to get to that 50% marker. They've even dipped below 25% now. Navi really putting in work here early.
I feel like Navi, though, are still so close to be able to finalize things out. As a result of this aggressive start, CR having to defend now. Moya's got the connection here. Hypercharge now as well, so we can get Kuru in the second after that and get a Chappy. Can he get him in time? No. Chappy's able to seal it, and that's the problem with this kind of comp. Navi just going to keep putting the pressure on, because ultimately, when you got a Chuck, it's a ticking clock. If you can shut it down early by just diving, it doesn't allow the Chuck to get nearly as much value.
Miko just so hard to defend against for that IMS, and that's your first overall pick. You're really looking to get value out of that pick, especially since you invested so much capital early on, and it held off for a little bit there towards the end, but nonetheless, I mean, Choppy kind of just gets free reign to move up this right-hand side. Now Buzz even forced to play on defense to try and stop a Choppy from just letting loose. Ryohi winning this left-hand side as well, will be able to tear through this high save already below 25% marker. Really strong stuff coming out of Navi.
Well, it clears up. Milkrea goes in, and Kuru pops the gadget, but goes down regardless. That's fantastic for CR, who've got a lot of catching up to do here. Good splash there from Tenzai onto the safe, taking it down 12%. Already he has got, as well, Hypercharge. That's going to be brutal. Look at this push coming in. CR have got to be able to defend both players now as well. That's the perfect time to stun there from Moya. But Kuru's not done yet, and Moya should probably burn here as well. Yeah, she gets taken down, and Moya survives. Unbelievable.
CR just have to maintain control for a long time here, so now to 50%. Milcreo back onto this other side. A nice stun, the double coming through. Choppy's still able to get some percentage points, but not quite able to bring down this high safe. He's going to rely on Ryohi to do work, but not before Tensai puts an end to it. Kuru narrowly holding on here in the red roster. Still with a chance, but a very tough go at it, especially since they haven't gotten below 25% yet.
Back onto the safe. Milcreo. Didn't get much value as much as he would have liked. It's the helping hand of Tensai that does it. And that will tie things up in a nice way. And this set's still very much all up for grabs for either of these two teams. And again, getting that early start is so influential in matches like this when there's so much on the line. You know, so for CR to be able to maintain some form of control over things and not get things out of hand, it keeps them in the game so far. But Navi's comp, you can't help but love it. In the way it's designed against the Chuck, I feel like they can still do this.
Crazy Raccoon really walking on a tightrope here. It's been so close both times, and that second one they barely escaped with the win. Moya now diving in. Perfect connection there. Will get the tag and the takedown, but already below that 25% to break through that first part of the high safe. Choppy already off running to this left-hand side, jumping in 4,560 every time the little guy jumps. So strong. Good response here from Crazy Raccoon, though. 11% more for that left-hand side there, and they'll be rather close. Choppy once again breaking away. CR up the middle of the map. Milcreo trying to put in work. Nicely done. A Choppy just one middle jump to break him down. This one's neck and neck.
Ready as Tensai there, pops the super at just the right time, but these shots from Chappy still continue to land. And they can't skip a beat. And Ryohi is dangerous and low. Can they get him sealed up here? They do. That's fantastic. Milcreo gets the safe down as well. It's neck and neck. Just 2% in it. Navi have got to find a way to push through this barrier. And Chappy could be the key, but Milcreo goes onto the safe. Gets some good damage. Tensai from behind as well. Can he get the splash on as well? Kuru gets the defense, I think. It's 6% still in favor. Navi should be able to get this attack in. Unless Moya can defend it. Kuru as well. Hypercharge in. Oh my word! I think Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to do it. And they do! What an unreal finish for this set!
Wow. Really good get there. It came down to both these sides having below 25% and just who could do it first. The fact that Crazy Raccoon's defense was so clutch there against the Miko towards the end really sold them on the set.
It truly was a back and forth, two different base race comps. Once it worked out for Navi, the second time worked out for Crazy Raccoon, and the third one, if you would have blinked in the last second, you wouldn't even know who would have won that. It was an unreal finish, as Ark put it so well. many kills there. And Moya, I'm actually too surprised to see that with the boss, he just tried to go for kills rather than damage. As we can see, 0 damage onto save, but he still did well and his team won thanks to nobody from the opponent's side staying alive here, Kenny.
How often do you see a Buzz on Hot Potato do 0 work on the high safe and just be predominantly on defense? A really rare occurrence. I really liked what Navi put out there. I thought the Miko was a really clever pick, and as you can see in the stats, the guy was putting in high safe damage left and right, but Chuck able to come through. The pick is strong, the defense coming out of Tensai, and obviously Buzz, a star player for me. I think the amount of stuns that came through and allowed them just a little extra breathing space was huge.
I tried to get myself some water during this set, and then I heard you two being like, oh, this first game is already over. And I'm like, oh, I clearly chose the wrong set. But it did go all the way in at the end. So I have many water. Thank you for giving me that time. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon takes it in the end, despite it being a very, very close match. So I do think I was right when I was saying this should be our closest quarterfinal of the day arc.
Hopefully so. It's so much on the line for these teams. So if any match deserves to go the distance, it's this one. Again, now we need to get through this first hurdle. It's not done after that for their World Finals chances. If they can win today, which I think is possible considering the fact that Reject have already qualified for the World Finals. They've been looking so strong, but today maybe took their foot off the gas just a little touch because the job is done and now just kind of holding off a seeding and that kind of thing in prize money. But I feel like for Navi, they've got to be able to look good in this regard. And I feel like the comp was a solid one. I mean, and you can see how close it really was. So not really too much to say and unpack in regards to that. It's very evenly matched.
And with that, we're already heading into our next draft here for Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. The brawlers that pop to mind here on Double Swoosh, for me at least, are Sandy, Draco, and Terra. Of those brawlers, 2 are banned out. Crow is banned out, as well as Lumi, Janet, and yeah, as mentioned, Sandy and Terra. Lily is going to be the first pick here for Navi, a pick that we don't see too often, at least as a first pick. Very risky to pick up a tank in general quite early on into the draft, but I do like Lily on this map. She has such an easy way into her lane. Whenever she pops a gadget, it's basically a free walk-up. Buster's going to be the answer to that. Also a tank quite early on here, Kenny. It's a little risky, or not?
Buster and Lily, 2 of the more common ones. I think Buster less risky because they're going to pick up the Cordelius here. Without that being in the ban stage and in the face of a Lily, I think that's an easy click if you're Crazy Raccoon. Buster, I would say, behind Lily in terms of the most popular tanks running around when watching Navi and Crazy Raccoon kind of play throughout this week. Buster was one of the higher play rate brawlers here. And Lily, of course, often in the ban stage, so the fact that she escapes, I can't blame Navi for this. Even in the face of something like a Cordelius, it's a very powerful force. Using that hypercharge and gadget combination, Lily can dash in, grab gems, and use it as long as possible to disappear in the Shadow Realm, and then do it all again with a gadget. Charlie, of course, going to be the other anti-tank brawler that I'm looking for right now. That's what Navi's going to pick up. So both sides, I think, kind of doing what they're supposed to do at this moment. I really don't fault the logic either way.
There's not really much that I don't mind here, really. I love the Buster. I think it's still like a very, very good first pick brawler to have on maps like this. And the slow mo replay gadget, of course, really able to take care of the Lily quite quickly when it just appears out of nowhere too. If you're quick on your fingers, then that's the kind of reaction time that can certainly secure games and secure even sets if you're savvy to it. Draco's a dangerous brawler by Navi there. And Crazy Raccoon as well can't pick Charlie into it. The Amber could be an option here, actually. That might be the play. It works pretty well to Draco. It's a great map for it as well to be able to burn down the bush. But does that take away a little bit from your Cordelius and your Buster? I'd say so. It kind of puts them a bit into a corner here as to how they want to fare. So that's a very good pick by Navi. You know, gonna go with the Kit. Again, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Kit. It's kind of hard to comment too much on how successful it's going to be, just based upon the fact that it's Hypercharge really has been the main additional factor to now bringing it into a much better place for competitive. And you know, get 4 swipes whilst in Hypercharge, able to cycle it yet again, and you can get 2 kills for your team at just pinnacle moments in time. And certainly for gem grab, you know, being able to isolate the gem carrier, to stun them, to secure them in place, to allow your teammates to pick up the scraps, that's where Kit can thrive.
So doubling down on the HP for this blue side. On the red roster, they're going with Kit to kind of pair with Buster. A very passive composition. A nasty combo if you can make it work, though. Tensai now rotating over. Designated tank counter here, and we'll work alongside Milkreo to take care of business. A Choppy drug to the Shadow Realm. Tensai dueling there. On the other side, though, oh, it's an easy hop forward. That's exactly the matchup you were talking about. Moya just able to cycle in, especially on a map like this, where getting these gems is your primary focus. If you make the right connection, if you isolate the right brawler, you are swinging gems right back to your side.
And Moya could be getting close to a hypercharge now. I guess it's just from those 2 swipes as well. So waiting for himself to recover from that. Hops on that. But with the help of Tensai there, didn't quite get the value that he really kind of wanted to earn back. He would like to have kept that super as well quicker. Let's see now, as it will be a matter of time before he gets it. And when it lands, oof. This will be a perfect time for Crazy Raccoon with 7 gems, just the 2 of Navi. But here's a strike from Rio from the left-hand side. Doesn't come back with a trade, but low HP. Hypercharge is available, though. That's timing. Beautiful timing there from Moya. Kuru, though, is still dangerous with his hypercharge also. Oh, look at this. What timing for CR. Absolutely perfect. And now, look at this. It's the Cocoon, though. Milkreo on his own here. Got to be cautious here. Tensai is there now as well in the realm. This is so back and forth, but the gems are still with Rio. He's 7-6, and Navi came out much better in that scenario.
Oh, a scrappy brawl. Navi somehow hanging on, though. Kuru claims all 7 gems. Crazy Raccoon right there with him. Back and forth the whole way through. So many different mechanics coming through here. The Kit stuff, the Charlie Cocoons make this real interesting. And, of course, the Shadow Realm, the dive in from Ryohia. Choppy getting picked up. Pops the indestructible gadget. Now Tensai does have a Shadow Realm available. Ryohia situation. It's going to be a tough one. Moya with the stun to go through. Countdown still working for the blue side. There's the Shadow Realm going through. Low HP for Ryohia as Milkreo creeps forward. The Dragon's Breath pushing Crazy Raccoon away. They have to push forward, and they cannot do so. Guardian for the other side is just enough. Navi escape with their lives.
Really a close one. It really was. Those final few gems and those interactions were just scrappy, and I love it. And it was all calculated stuff. It wasn't messy, and that's quite key. Let's see when Navi can bring back a set here. It's been so close, neck and neck, honestly. Very much against the sort of poll that we saw on the event site, and kind of what we were expecting to see more here on the desk. And that's exactly what you want from this kind of matchup for the quarterfinals. Moya's having a great start. Look at that. Straight into Kuru, goes into Cocoon, but with all 3 players there, that's a fantastic flying start here for Crazy Raccoon. They're just going to find Rio here on the right-hand side. And it's a 3-piece, but now his teammate's coming back in, and they've got to search him and find him. Tensai's going to be the first to run into him there as well. Nice mute. It's quite rare to see Poison Mushroom as a gadget these days on the deal list, but it's working out really nicely for CR here.
Another early lead for Crazy Raccoon. 6th gem being picked up, a stun going through from Moya. You can just see the potential that you get from this kit. And of course, charging that hypercharge, really not too shabby, especially when it's into tanks like this. A dive forward from Rio. He loses the matchup nonetheless. Milkreo there to assist. Really tough stuff here coming out of Navi. Moya laying down the line on the other side. And Choppy just trapped once again. Tensai does not mind going against him. Great tank counter, Shadow Realm for him. Now a little assistance. I mean, this brawler is flying left and right. Kit is everywhere right now.
Yeah, Moya's playing it really well as well. You know, you can be one of those players where you just kind of go in at the wrong times, but having support is key, and Moya's just getting the right jumps at the right times to allow the teammates to helping hand things. Now it's down to this gem count. Can they defend it? Rio, he goes in, gets some gems, stun is there. Oh, it's just blunders, big blunders by CR, but they should be able to hold on just a little bit. Oh, missed super there, but coming out of the Cocoon, nowhere for Kuru to go. And Crazy Raccoon survive on a little bit longer, but they've got to survive this reset now. 10 seconds on the clock.
Crazy Raccoon able to survive that first defensive threshold. Now Ryohia trying to do something. Not enough so far. Kuru dragged down to the Shadow Realm. And up top, CR will sit comfortably. All tied up here in set number 2. Crazy Raccoon with a real opportunity to extend this lead to 2-0.
There was a couple of moments towards the end there where I thought RC are going to choke this again, and as quickly as that, it could have been a set going against them. Now tying things up, and it's been the same story in the second set as it was in the first. Back and forth all the way. The Crazy Raccoons slowly learning from some of their mistakes. The question is now, can they make it a 2-0? Because that would be massive for them, and a real hit to Navi's confidence, considering that they've got to win this entire monthly finals to qualify for the World Finals. LCQ already locked in, but if they can go straight to the World Finals, that just bypasses LCQ. That's the dream in Brawl Esports.
Real potential for a CR bounce back. And now Kit getting on the backs of Cordelius. Ryohia diving in regardless, though. Not enough to get a kill. Milkreo with the projectile shield available, Choppy just has to slowly walk up, take a few hits, and Moya's still lurking on this left-hand side. Kit's mobility has been crazy. The assistance that comes through is great, and even there, just managing to barely escape. Does have that super available if really needed. They're going to go for the stun instead, though. It's a trade for both sides. 2v2. Gym count still close. Really, both of these sides are clearly in it.
The Buster Kit interactions are beautiful. Everyone's timing their whole thing to perfection. The shields are coming in at just the right time to protect the kit whilst it's able to, isolate the opposition and just secure the takedowns and any coming in fire from all sides. It's really nice to see from Milkbrew and Moya. 6 gems to 4. Navi definitely still in this big time. A gem right on their spawn side. Cardboard box and Moya lurking in. Hypercharge as well. The price didn't go for both of them. He would have got a double stun, but in the end, gets some good value, but there could have been a bit more there even.
Yeah, Moya just had to abort. Really tragic use of that hypercharge, not able to really get any stuns off it, no takedowns. All well and good for Navi, just barely able to survive that interaction. Now Ryoki going for gold though, goes for the super connection, the hypercharge as well. Oh, and disappears to the Shadow Realm just in time. It's a grand escape for Navi. A Choppy knows the gym count number. He can hold tight and play defense. Low HP, Buster is going to break right through him. 6 on the clock, and Tinsai has a Shadow Realm available. Kuru, Ryohi, bottom side. It's a stun coming out of Moya. The pull goes through. CR trying to combat this, and now a Choppy left alone to try and defend once again. Tinsai finally falls, and Navi should be okay for another few moments.
It's going to be tight. I think Moya could have been the difference maker here, but no super to hand, no ability to close the gap here as well. And Kuru going to be safe and sound here. And that's going to be Navi taking it back, bringing it 1 set apiece. This is exactly what we wanted to see here for Navi, who've got so much on the line here. CR were a bit of a thorn in the side, but now back in order. 1 set apiece, exactly what you want from the final quarterfinals.
Beautiful. Just like we want to see a close match at last. It's 1-1 now. Navi finally came back, and it didn't look like they had the set in the bag at the beginning. Raccoon, even the draft, I felt like, was on their side. I did not like the Lily first pick. The Cordelius was the perfect answer to it, but they made it work, and the Lily even was the game changer in the end, despite Tensai with the most kills and the most damage. It's proving how good Cordelius is into any tank, especially if picked up as first pick. Ryohei made it work somehow. That Lily pick paid off big time in that game number 3, Kenny.
I think so too. And it's just one of those things too where you gotta pick your poison in that spot. Just given the ban stage, I think the first overall pick there is probably either Cordelius or Lily. Lily, of course, for reasons we just saw. That hypercharge is so valuable in this game mode, especially on this map. I feel like this was a set where both sides were so well equipped and so strong. It's a blink and you'll miss it kind of moment between Charlie Cocoons, between the Shadow Realms, between Lily hypercharges. There's so much to keep up. There's so many game-winning potential moments. I feel like both sides doing a really good job. I mean, this feels like a full-on rivalry. I believe this is round 4 between these two teams this year, so the fact that they've had so many interactions with each other, the fact that there's past teammates on both ends, world champions for both sides, this is the kind of stuff you want to see in a final month.
Crazy Raccoon had so much HP on their side of things. They were just able to cycle deaths, really. And even if they don't have the gem lead, they have 2 brawlers that can go aggro and try and claim those gems from the other side. But in the end, it was Lily doing just that for the side of Navi. And they've proven one more time that it really could go either way in this one here. Next up is going to be Triple Dribble, a map, again, that is featured, that throwers are featured heavily on, Hank and Shade as well, because you have those walls in the middle arc.
Yeah, like Kenny says, we've seen a bit of a rise up with certain brawlers in terms of throwers here, as Willow now has been prominently banned out for the most part. Just open up the doors to some others coming in here, but if Willow's left open, it's definitely a very solid shout to have on this kind of map. Tanks are always going to be very, very good in that respect. East Asia like to kind of run it down as well. So Charlie ban, I think for that reason, could be a good solid shout too. But Willow's ban, Hank as well, the Bonnie, the Barley, the Draco, and the Shade. But yeah, it's interesting stuff to see that some of those brawlers aren't actually banned here. So let's see what Crazy Raccoon want to open with.
Many of the brawlers we have mentioned previously are banned out here. Hank and Shade, again, so good around those walls. The only brawler that is still left open for that, Mackie. But both of the throwers I mentioned, both of those tanks that are so good on here are going to be banned out. Lumi is going to be the first pick again, just like the last time we've seen this map to date. He's going to be featured here. The next pick for Navi. And Kenny, what would you like to see here? Are we going to see some more Bonnie, Kaze, Frank, some brawlers that we've seen before? Kit maybe again?
I think those are all really good shouts. Cordelia is certainly at the top of the mind just as far as this map goes. Lumi is not a tankier brawler though, so I don't know if they'll click that button yet. Crow's somebody that shows up quite a bit on this map as well, kind of an anti-tank measure, plus a slowdown of poison, prevents the berry heals. There's the Cordelia, so I think it's just a very strong brawler overall, even if you haven't seen tank yet, but it also just kind of a little preventative measure in case Crazy Raccoon decide to go that route. This is 2025 Brawl Stars with hypercharges and tanks galore. I just think Cordelia's makes a lot of sense, and like I said, even as just an isolated brawler, if he has a decent matchup, it's a great brawler in anybody's hands right now, given his status in the meta.
Yeah, it's a huge deterrent, that's for sure. Navi, thinking about their second pick now. I'm still thinking about this Charlie as to whether they want to have... Yeah, you mentioned this earlier. Larry and Laurie coming in now with the amount of brawlers being banned. It's definitely not a bad shout. I don't mind it. It's one that I've always loved playing as well. The gadget, being able to sort of like swap with Laurie across the map and then get goals at the back of that can be really quite influential here as well. So going for control, it seems no one's really going too tanky at the moment, which is quite kind of normal in East Asia. Let's see though whether Crazy Raccoon do want to dare with it, because despite the Cordelius, I think it's still something you could definitely run this down with Kaze. I think that's a really, really good shout as well. What can you say about Kaze? She came into the game, she's a bit underwhelming, but really has now landed into the hands of the pros. The Geisha form, the Ninja form, both get some really good results with the Fan Storm to be able to blind your opposition, or to have the Ninja form and be able to mark your enemies. And for Hypercharge as well, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill if you can get up and close in the map and just go straight into the eye of the storm. Jae-Young as well going to come in for Crazy Raccoon. A really nice rounded comp for me so far.
Yeah, looking out for Crow possibly to combat that Jae-Young. I'm looking for a sneaky Mo pick here from this left-hand end as well. It's a brawler Na'Vi have used a good bit. I don't think there's necessarily anything super to worry about for Mo on that side as well. They also get themselves a little bit of an aggressive brawler with that kind of burrowing underground, can pop up in other people's faces. Lily's been a surprise pick for these guys this week as well. That would be a double kind of Shadow Realm moment, give them a little extra aggression. I think health points is something that's a concern with Na'Vi. I think that would be my one critique. So we'll see what this final pick ends up being. Sounds like Gen.G to me. There's that little flare of health points, aggression. Now they can get up in Jae-Young's face. I think this is pretty solid, and in the face of something like Illumi, I think Gen.G can thrive too. Spicy
from Na'Vi. I think with the thrower though, I might be starting just a little bit more. I like the aggression. I like the Jae-Young for support. On Crazy Raccoon's side of things, it's very close to call, honestly, this draft. I kind of like a lot of the ideas that are being thrown around in both. I think Cordelius can have those big influential moments of being able to eradicate someone from the board. So hard not to side with that. Chappie, low HP, but does dodge there from Moya. Tensai making a dash for this though as well. Choosing better of it now, choosing to go for the Gen.G, and does come out on top there as well. So nice clear up there from CR, waiting for their third to join the mix. Chappie getting into position now as well. He's got that jump gadget too, so he can go straight in that respect and cause an upset here.
Choppy going to be trapped there, nowhere to walk for Cordelia, so CR going to be in a 3v2 situation now. A dive through from Tensai, prime positioning here. Moya has a super shot available, won't use it to pass yet. Could see a Choppy respawning on the other end, so we'll think better of it. Kuru still maintaining this left-hand end though. Having a thrower, like you mentioned, very valuable here. No brawlers to get to him quickly either, but now that he's skating, definitely makes things a little more troubling as Tensai going to dive right for this matchup. That's where Laurie comes in. The guy that makes you a little more assassin-proof compared to the other throwers, which is a big reason why Larry has been so valuable in this meta.
Chappie forces Moira into the realm. We're going to try and walk this straight to the hands of Tensai, but not done yet. Chappie, can he make something of this? There's still HP on the side of CR. Off the line, can they clear it? They do. Into the corner. The Na'Vi slowing the pace down, trying to heal up a Chappie, wait for their third to join the mix again. It's a great position for them. And Rio, he's so tanky for it, going for the ball now. Choosing just to bait things out a little bit. Tensai falls 2 versus 2, but Chappie can get someone in the realm and helping hand. This will be a walking goal for sure. Back to a Chappie, but everyone low on the side of things. Milk Rio's the rock in the CR defense. So far, so good, but they're still not out of the woods.
Been all goalkeeping here for the last few seconds here from Crazy Raccoon. Ryohi finally getting this ball once again. Tensai trying to put some pressure onto the other end. So difficult with Kuru just able to get over those walls. A beefy Gen.G now will be diving right in towards the enemy. Tensai gonna have to duel against him. Hypercharge goes down and actually ends up being a kill. Wide open net for Na'Vi, and they'll be able to dunk this in rather easily, dwindling down that clock just a little bit more to dip it below 30 seconds.
Hypercharge for Tensai has got to come in now and get the results. It's just the Fanstorm instead, which is not my preferred super to have. I prefer the Ninja. Let's see, can they get the ball forwards? Tensai passing to potentially McBrew or Moya here, but he's got to heal up himself. There's 10 seconds on the clock, and CR are taking their sweet time with this. That might not be the play. Tensai's got the ball. Can they score it with 5 seconds? The pass to Moya potentially there as well. I don't think they're going to have enough time for it, even with the dashes there as well. Moya was there ready for it, but not going to be enough. Navi scored at just the right time in that game, and CR just had no time for a response.
Yeah, really smart of Navi to take away those few extra seconds on the goal as well. It's the little things that add up and really set these pro players apart. Really well done. I feel like once Navi kind of had that choke point on the goal of Crazy Raccoon did everything they could to maintain and hold on. But at some point, damage gadgets run out for somebody like Moya. Tensai can only do so much, and Mocreo doesn't really have the wide open to work with. So much pressure being applied by Kuru from as a thrower standpoint, but right now Tensai doing a great job. Super shot, bang! Buries one in the back of the net. That's the two-time world champion we know and love.
Much more like it, and it was a result of this lane swap. In my opinion, Milk really swapping away from the Larry Laurie, but now Kuru matching it. So they should probably just revert back and just have Milk Ryu stay where he was in that matchup, because it worked out so much better for them. A goal immediately off the start. But now CR have got the pressure of having to maintain it. Let's see. Now, a Chappie going in, stays alive as well, coming out the realm now. Moya takes care of it, but it's tough. Ryohei is so relentless on this left-hand side, and now he's got the ball.
Ryohei dribbling, trying to go on the one-on-one. Super shot, no good. Tensai there to block. Now left-hand in, opportunity to engage. Oh, a beautiful dash there. Moya there to provide the heals as well. A Chappie left all alone against this entire CR roster. Ryohei back in the mix a little bit. Tensai dashing forward. Now into the daggers. Moya has to run away. This could be a breakaway on the left-hand end. Ryohei has a super available as well. Looking for a takedown. Mocreo hypercharge. Popped out of desperation. Will grab a kill. Tensai with an unfortunate miss. I believe he popped that super and bricked it right into that wall. But nonetheless, control for the red roster. Super available for Moya, and they can reset here in the mid.
Yeah, confidence for CR now. They've defended pretty well so far. But Ryohei is so dangerous. I've got all my eyes on him and Tensai to see who is going to make the break plays. Tensai, you can see the hypercharge. If he gets that, it's a guaranteed kill, and maybe even a lineup here. Ryohei goes down. Now Chappie's going to have a tough situation here, but if he can get a realm or a jump, no! Oh, a Chappie! Embarrassing, but Crazy Raccoon should have absolutely been more on the ball there. What a miss!
Oh, I was literally shaking my head on the sidelines. I could just see the sliver, the little in-between there. Excellent execution out of a Chappie, who now drives Mocreo into the Shadow Realm. Moya with the ball, dribbling. Tensai up in the faces of the enemy side, and they'll be able to waltz on in. It's going to be all tied up in this crucial set number 3.
I tell you what, if that wasn't the goal, then CL would have been absolutely kicking themselves. The insurance policy was there. The early goal in the opening of the last game was crucial towards the end. So much so that it just narrowly avoided Crazy Raccoon dropping a set there. And it's not done yet at all tied up in this set. Next game takes it, and it's very hard to call. I would say that Navi are playing a bit more composed, a bit more confident, but CR are having these breakthrough plays that are leading to goals more often than not.
CR have just been finding ways to operate amidst the chaos. Now Tensai up in the faces of the other side. First takedown goes through, and Mocreo continuing this right-hand side work. Kuru just behind these walls. Can't be tagged unless it's Tensai. Oh, a Chappie with a long distance range there to drag into the Shadow Realm. They have to call out exactly where Tensai is going to be. He's right next to this ball. We saw what he could do earlier with that ball in his hands. Now throwing it forward. Kuru there to defend. Tensai super available. Gen.G getting in on the action. And from the distance, Ryohei will look to defend. Chappie maintaining control of this ball. And for now, they're going to pocket it or at least work it up this left-hand side. They don't want Crazy Raccoon getting any closer.
The Fanstorm allowed Moya to get a lot of taps onto Kuru now. Navi are pushing. And again, Ryohei's dangerous. Nice slow there from Milk. Nice ice. Can Moya get it clear? Oh, Tensai off the line. He's got so much more to do, but he fires a Chappie as well. That's huge for Crazy Raccoon. Now Kuru's going to be out of position as well for the respawn coming in, but Tensai almost went and did it himself. Now out of range and surviving on. Oh, Moya just gets the pickup. That was a huge defense from CR, but can they do it again? Because they've got to continue this kind of thing on. And Ryohei now, he's got a hypercharge.
Oh, but he goes down. It's a 2v2 situation. Tensai with the pickup makes numbers favorable for the red roster. We're going to see Kuru once again fall back. Has assistance from Laurie if needed in his back pocket. Ryohei working on this left-hand side. Ice Rink goes down. Tensai clicks the big purple button. Moya with a pass forward. Tensai ball in his hands and walks it in. Crazy Raccoon take advantage.
A massive goal-scoring opportunity for South. Tensai might even be able to go all the way here, but Kura just in the nick of time managed to block it off. And Chappie has the hypercharge as well. There's definitely utility here for Navi to be able to defend this off and maybe even take it all the way out the field. Moya pushes it back down. It's going to buy valuable time as we approach 20 seconds on the clock. Kuru and Chappie, they're all there. Rio here as well. CR are in trouble.
Navi need a goal. Ryohi super button available and takes this ball back. They want to be the ones that dictate how this set ends. Moya falls. 3v1 situation as Mokreo's the last man alive. Can he go keep this all the way? One falls. A choppy low HP, but not enough. We're going to overtime.
This might be quite a crucial moment here. I think the cool thing, this is going to have the worst of the matchups here. This is where CL could potentially thrive, especially with the Jae-Young. They got the range. They got to keep everyone back and land a lot of these Lumi shots here as well. Good taps there from Moya. Speed available for him as well. Not done yet. Rio, he low here as well. Has to pop super and going to come straight out into shorts from Moya. Now can they get the ball forward? It's in the corner by Navi. A Chappie and a Kura are going to be blocking it as best they can. Look, Rio's got the hyper charge as well. Now he's got to land these stuns to allow his team to push up.
Range is not something that the Navi composition has. Pocketing this ball, bottom right-hand side. CR applying the pressure. They've got a grip on Navi right now. 3v2 situation. Tensai slides through, looking to go forward. Tensai grabs the ball, dumps it in the net. Crazy Raccoon in spectacular fashion takes set number 3.
Just by a whisker. But a whisker's all you need for a set. And Crazy Raccoon managed to escape peril there. They really did. But Navi, they like to take things all the way to a 5th and final, and this one will be no different, I feel.
It's quite possible that we will finally see a 3-2 match today. Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. We said it would be a close one. It's even closer than we thought. Every single set so far. Navi has won the first game, second game taken by Crazy Raccoon, and then the third one is where it swayed either way. Tensai is such a good Kaze. I don't believe we've ever seen, or we've seen a better Kaze very often at least. He did super well. Also that last moment in overtime proved us one more time that he really knows how to do well with her, when to switch into the other form and so on. Really impressed here, Kenny.
Some slide plays from both sides, but the fact that Tensai was able to lead the charge in kills and goals really goes to show how good of a pick and player that was. Excellent execution all around. CR really coming through. And last month we commented on it, but it feels like since that month number 1, they've been a little off. Obviously, Mokreyo joining this team changes things up. Mokreyo trying to prove he's just as worthwhile as somebody like Shitampo, who's a world champion. It's a really hard shoe to fill. So the fact that they're now here competing, capitalized last month on beating Zeta Division, fell short to something like Navi. If they can conquer those demons here, I fear for any team that would have to play them at LCQ.
Those two teams have faced off 3 times against each other in the history of the monthly finals this year. Last time they faced off against each other was 3-0 for Navi. So Crazy Raccoon already doing a lot better than in July. They're really showing us what's in them today against Navi. Heading over to open business now, and Ark, as you said, I wouldn't be too surprised if Navi actually takes it to a 5th and final set for this one.
Yeah, certainly in hot zone. You know, if you just get this dropped a little bit wrong, don't provide enough heals for a tank, or just kind of don't ban the Draco, then it can just escalate. Or this map could be open potentially here as well with various brawlers. You know, opening things up can just completely change the way that this map plays. So Draco Barley and the Frank ban by Crazy Raccoon, the Cordelius, the Kaze, and the Lumi ban by Navi, all good bans here for me in the Hank first pick. Something that we don't tend to often see in East Asia, so I'm really all for it. But I do worry a little bit. Again, you open up the map, you know, Griff, B, those sort of things can really counteract this.
Brawlers I have on my board for first pick are Draco, Charlie, and Hank. Of those, Hank's still left open, and he is picked up here by Crazy Raccoon. Super strong here. If there's walls on the side, he's very tanky. That's always going to do well in a hot zone map. Maybe you could pair him later on with a berry or any other healer. Barley with the healing gadget could also come into clutch for him. Navi now with the answer, and I feel like they had the same inkling as me. You want some heals alongside the Hank, so why not play into that anti-heal with Crow, Kenny?
Yeah, and something after reviewing last month as well, Tribe actually ended up picking a Crow into something like a Hank, and it's really solid just for preventing Hank from the natural heals he gets from his super. Also, to your point, if they wanted to go something like a Barry or a Jaeyoung to kind of enable the Hank, now Crow has some coverage into that too. I think that's a really solid way to go about it. We could see something like a control brawler and Lou come out, but Gen.G is going to be their choice.
Here's a good brawler pick, one that's still very much in the meta. The hypercharge, it's been toned down a touch for Gen.G, but it's still very, very good. Now Lou is open here, and I kind of want to see whether that's one that Crazy Raccoon would pick up. I think it would be a good shout. It would be quite a tough thing to play a Hank into that. It's often banned. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I didn't see it banned here. So it's definitely one that you've got to highly consider here for sure. With the bans that are already in play, a lot of the heavy hitters off the board here. Gray going to come in. Again, a potential opener of the map, whether you want to bring in the piano or just kind of have the walking cane. It's certainly a brawler which can just change the course of action. So it could be range that Crazy Raccoon are potentially thinking here as well. Charlie open as well. There's definitely some options here. But with Navi having the final pick, you've really got to kind of preempt the situation. And if it doesn't resolve to be the case, then you're stuck with whatever you went with in that regard. So they're playing a risky game here.
Yeah, and I think Hank was somewhat telling, just given the Draco and the Frank bans there as well. Barley a little more unique, but there's the Kit. So this is going to be their assistance brawler. Honestly, I've seen Kit a ton, especially in EMEA, watching some previous world champions in Humble. They have championed this brawler quite a bit in the practices, so I've really been able to see what Kit can do in some strong hands. Crazy Raccoon, of course, some mechanically capable ones, especially alongside a Gray, a Kit, and a Hank combo. That is cheese upon cheese upon cheese. It is going to be a really fierce one to deal with. Navi, you're going to have to deal with this just right.
I don't mind the Kit. I'm just looking at the comp as a whole, really, for Crazy Raccoon. And in a map like this, yeah, I was gonna say, but I mean, it's just one of those brawlers. I was still not. I mean, ironically, in this region last month was when we saw our first Doug, and I was talking about it as it came up for the very first time. It was a moment that you even DM me about, Kenny, saying that you loved. But I didn't expect that we would necessarily see it from Navi. Now I'm really quite liking this Navi comp. Navi don't seem to be kind of valuing the Kit too highly at the moment, and Crazy Raccoon didn't kind of get the results that they were looking for necessarily from it earlier, but it is still very much a threat here. I'm really kind of torn between these two comps, in all honesty. I think that Navi might have a little bit of an edge though.
Definitely think Navi are in it. This is a really good look here for CR, though. This is a comp they clearly wanted. I think going with a great teleport into the Hank, into the Kit, just so much to benefit them. Nice stun, not enough for a takedown, though. Mocreo has to teleport away, so they'll back down for now. There's multiple Navi brawlers now in the mid. Doug is there to provide the health points, the heals, all around her. The only thing he doesn't have is any range whatsoever. He's provided Ryohi a little bit of extra life, though. Moya there to respond, to jump into the air to try and dodge it all out. Stays alive for as long as he possibly can. Tensai already on that hypercharge, though, and CR answer immediately.
I take it back. Kit's the best brawler in the game. It has a Tensai, though. It's one of those things where any brawler can look good, can't it? But he's so accomplished with it. You can just see there how much of good that did for Crazy Raccoon. But it's still a very close game. They're only just making up for lost time now, approaching 60% to the 40% of Navi. And the shielding there of Milk Rio able to provide something of a helping hand. Let's see, can they find Ryohi here? They should be able to, despite the helping hand of the Dark Heals. Chappie's low here as well. He popped hot up as well there as well. It's going to come back in with full HP. That's a concern here for Crazy Raccoon, but is still fighting on the objective. Nicely so.
It's going to be a really hard retake, so the fact that Navi are dealing with this as well as they have just shows the strength of their roster. A Choppy there for the heals. Kuru back in the mix as well, trying to get as many daggers to connect with the enemy side. Prevents Moya from getting any healthier. That's an important brawler to take down. 95% for Crazy Raccoon. Teleports available for Milcreo. Tensai will just jump in, and 10,000 to 400 health points hurtling its way up the middle of the map will be just enough for Crazy Raccoon to take a match point.
Very, very tense now for Navi, who needs to win this monthly final to lock in a world spot. The CR, this is exactly how their script was set. But again, I feel like the Grey got set up very quickly in that last game. If Navi can deprive that happening again, it might change the course of things. A very small margin was what Crazy Raccoon won by in that game, so Navi have definitely still got a chance here.
Navi looking to try and book a ticket to the World Finals. Obviously, the gauntlet in front of them, ruthless. A two-time champion on the other side, a past teammate for some of them. and only one slot available. Ryohi nicely done there to get that pickup. Achapi now rushing back in to try and heal his fallen brother, but Tensai manages to get the pickup. Achapi left all alone, definitely not meant to be an aggressive brawler, and he goes down. This is looking scarier and scarier for Navi.
I didn't think he was going to survive, but Tensai still stays firm. Hypercharged the hand now as well. Comes in, finds Curie at a lovely time, able to be doing that kind of aggressive play on low HP is insane. And finds a Chappie as well. Oh, beautiful from Tensai. Absolutely drafted to perfection.
Oh, this is looking just bleak. CR expanding well into the 30% lead. Ryohi just forced to run it up the middle. There's nothing else they can do. Kuru popping a desperate hypercharge here, has a super available, dives in. Gray in trouble. Moya still standing afloat, and Achapi goes down. Crazy Raccoon counting their way up to 100.
This is surely the final moment, because Navi can't do much about this. A hypercharge from the Gen.G, but Crazy Raccoon have already gone and done it. Navi now will have to be able to earn their ticket to the World Finals through the LCQ. They had to win it all today, and the first hurdle was CR, and CR proved victorious against all odds.
It's looking like a leveled up CR compared to some of the past months that we've seen. It's going to be the end of the road for Navi. No chance of getting themselves to a World Finals here today. They're taking on a tough opponent, though. Both of these squads are going to make our playoffs. They're both going to be at the LCQ. I can't imagine they're in the group stage together since they're from the same region. But nonetheless, if they play each other one more time for the season, expect fireworks.
Zeta Division can thank Crazy Raccoon. They are the ones to take that World Finals slot now. Navi is denied entry into World Finals directly, and Crazy Raccoon, who only played for honor and glory today, achieved just that. Moya with a whopping 11 kills here. That Grey Hank combo definitely worked out in their favor in this hot zone map. Just teleporting him inside mid every single time with a shield with so much HP. It was impossible for the side of Navi to take him down. I also feel like Tensai, we all know him from his phenomenal max gameplay since 3 years already. He can now also add Kaze and Kit to those brawlers that he is just excelling at, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, Tensai today, I mean, if he's not MVP, I don't know what's going on, because, like, I mean, he was just all over the games, whether it was the Kaze, whether it was the Kit. I mean, he's back. Tensai's back, maybe, and that's what we all wanted to see, and what a way to, round off the season that way. And we've still got more from Crazy Raccoon left to come, so he's not even done yet.
And that means that Ark got his prediction right, despite kind of going against his gut feeling. He said 55% to Navi, 45% to Crazy Raccoon. In the end, Crazy Raccoon takes it 3-1. We did not have a single quarterfinal that went all the way. I'm kind of sad for it. Maybe we're going to see it in the semis. Up next, we have semifinal number 1 with Reject versus Rival Esports. You don't want to miss that.
何これ流れ星。あれっす、なんか、一マスに見えたっす。ブッシュが。静かな広場。ビートルバトルか。ゴツゴツコード。面白かったです。イージーです。
final number 6, and unfortunately this means it's also the last monthly final this year. We have the postseason still coming up next with LCQ and World Finals, and I hope Trev, we get you back for this one. We're also going to see you there. Obviously we won't talk about that just yet, but how did you like the previous match? 3-1 in the end. It wasn't as close as we expected in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like giving my prediction. I will say I think it was by gameplay standards and how the games actually played out, more of a 3-2 in my eyes rather than a 3-1. But Crazy Raccoon played it very, very well, and I do think they were thoroughly deserving. Honestly, I had Navi going all the way to the finals today, so I'm just going to sit down, take my defeat. But Tensai, as always, match MVP there for Crazy Raccoon. I feel like that's just kind of an absolute expected thing to happen. Tensai being as popular as he is and as good at Brawl Stars as he is as a combination. Usually just adds up to him being the MVP for Crazy Raccoon.
Very often, whichever name the caster is gonna call out the most is also gonna show up in the MVP vote again, and Tensai on that Kaze and Kit, we mention him quite often for a good reason. He did phenomenally in that set, in those 2 sets overall. But yeah, now heading into our first semifinals of the day. The quarterfinals are already over. We're already halfway through the day. I'm honestly sad to say that. At the same time, I'm super hyped for that next match. Reject versus Rival Esports. One of those 2 teams fighting for the LCQ slots, or rather, did make it into the LCQ with their win against Niwa. And then on the other side, we have Reject gunning for a good seeding this month for World Finals in the end. But they have themselves already locked in for World Finals, so they're just playing for Honor and Glory arc.
Yeah, for Reject, it's been a stellar season. Only in April did they not make the Grand Finals. Every other month, they were in the Grand Finals, and of course, last month, winning their first. It's just been such an incredible journey for Reject, and I'm so happy for them. Today is the question, can they make it too?
They have made 4 out of 5 grand finals in the monthly finals. Let's see how confident they really are.
まだ大会で負けたことないんで、いつも通り勝たせてもらいます。
Short and sweet here, an answer from Melty. We have always won against them, so we will take the win again today. On the other side, we have a team that did have to fight still today to lock in for LCQ. They've reached that goal already, Trev. You feel like they still have some power in them to fight?
I mean, absolutely, they've got power to fight. I'm not sure if they've got enough power to win against Reject. I think that's the more pressing matter for them. But they've come here today. They've done what they needed to do. They got that LCQ locked, which means they're going for the postseason. Gives them something to play for the rest of the year, and means they won't have to wait all the way until 2026 to be able to get another chance at Brawl Esports. So that's what they came here for today. But yeah, a win wouldn't go amiss either for them, I'm sure.
Melty felt the same way as you do, Trav, that he will take this win again. Let's see what his opponents have to say.
리젝트 제일 처음 만났던 달에도 똑같이 4강에서 저희가 졌던 기억이 있는데 이번에 꼭 이겨가지고 리벤지로 되갚아주고 싶습니다.
You want to turn things around and get the revenge. That's the only way you have to look at this. If you're their opponents, if you win against Reject, that's a huge deal. Because as I mentioned before, they made it into 4 out of 5 grand finals. Didn't win too often, but still unbeaten pretty much until they finally reached the finals. So yeah, it's not an easy opponent here for Rival Esports, but for them it would be huge to make a grand final still this year, Arc.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's unlikely. I feel like, you know, for Rival Esports, they've never beaten Reject. And that's a big statement for a team that are the #1 in this region. I think it's fair to say why we're all united here on the desk. Reject have just looked better and better as time has gone on. And again, my only reservation coming into this month is whether they can take their foot off the gas because they've already locked themselves in for Worlds. I feel like that's not going to be the case for them, although we saw a few moments in the quarterfinals where they looked maybe not quite their top game. But again, I feel that's kind of like a fair actual statistic in my opinion. But, I mean, to be fair to Rival Esports, probably more like an 80-85 kind of margin. But I mean, you know, it is Rival Esports, you know, versus Reject. This is a matchup that I just feel is always going to favor Reject.
We're heading into our first draft of the semi-final #1 here, Reject versus Rival. It would be huge for Rival to finally take a win against Reject. it would be an upset in the end. They're not the favorites in this one, also from the people's votes. But let's see what they can do. Kaboom Canyon is going to be their first map. We are on Heist, so I do expect some tanks to come out here. Chuck is going to be bent out, another brawler that we only really see on Heist. Cordelius, Charlie, and Angelo are bent out, so it does look like Reject was hoping to maybe get that Chuck or another very aggressive brawler, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite glad to see Chuck out of the way, really. It kind of throws a bit of a unnecessary dynamic into Heist, which makes it a bit too base racy, in my opinion. I prefer kind of like the more calm, calculated Heist. So glad to see that banned out. And, you know, Reject going to have to maybe pivot away from what they were initially thinking. Kaze going to come in as well. One of those brawlers has just been non-stop winning today. Whoever picks it up seems to have the upper hand for the most part. So really good early pick there for Reject. And the return pick from Rival Esports is going to be that Amber. Burn down some of these bushes, play a bit more range. Same with the Bonnie. Be able to play the range, go aggressive, get damage. Really solid 2 picks from Rival.
Carl, Daryl, Lily, those kind of 5 brawlers haven't really been utilized just yet. Like the bans quite a lot. I feel like the Crow's definitely a good one here for sure. And just very interesting to see how much this region has really been, you know, championing that particular brawler this month. Berry coming in now for Reject. Again, just that gadget on the safe. It can just shred down through the safe and also pop it in terms of the stages of that safe at just crucial moments where you might not be able to get any players near it, really. And that then allows all the damage that follows after to be just all value rather than having to wait down that timer. So I really quite like it. Bell going to come in from Reject. Always been a good brawler on this map, so I don't mind it. It's the Kaze that I feel is the biggest attribute to the Reject draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I always like Bell. You know, she's one of those brawlers who just so versatile, going to be good against the Amber outranger, good against the Bonnie by having kind of the long range damaging shots against a brawler who's not that fast, and more than capable against the majority of, you know, more aggressive brawlers as well, being able to mark them up. Melody is a brawler that can give them some issues, I will say. Going aggressive, getting damage, the hypercharge as well, going to add so much damage to that safe. So they've got to be very careful with this one. And I must say, I really like this Rival Esports draft. I just feel it's so well-rounded.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree with you as well. I think the Melodies, again, that kind of brawler which was always like an insta-ban on any Heist map now, and just kind of feels a bit forgotten about. But it makes a lot of sense here in the way that the draft went out in that regard. So I think Melty's going to have to work on getting that mark specifically onto Mameshi to allow these faster defenses, or the Bonnie. I mean, the Bell makes a lot of sense for those fast defenses, so I can understand it. And as time goes on, those nest eggs should be getting him some value as well. But so far, Reject immediately on the defense.
Yeah, Batman having the chance to be able to go up there, but chose better of it. Now Mameshi coming in with the shield. A little nest egg pop there as well, I think. Jump comes in. Batman forced to play defense. Not yet cracked, but inevitably going to be done by that Amber on the right-hand side. Shu now dashing up, and there's the kill. They've already lost one whole safe segment, though. And now they're going to try and get one of their own. Berry into this top left-hand side and force defense on the right. Nice, he's going to go jumping on in and has the hypercharge available now.
Yeah, meanwhile, Melty did mark Mameshi and secure that defense quite swiftly. So it has helped Reject massively in that regard. So you have to earn another one back. And Terry's going to get that burn down as well, which will find Batman, but the hill should be enough to warrant it. Now we've got hypercharge too, so more fuel down the left-hand side. Be lit up in a heartbeat. Shu's creeping down here though, his left-hand side. Oh, look at that. And then an opening door there straight away for him. Icy should go down here to Melty. Should be close to the mark as well if he can get it onto Mameshi here. And so far, it's a good aggressive push here from Reject.
Yeah, they haven't actually cracked that shield down the bottom either. Rival Esports not having the best time doing that. Shu gonna get it one onto Icy, get one onto the safe. Might be able to crack it here with a few more shots from Melty. And Mameshi has a super of his own, so can go up, kind of bounce up the map. But not really at a situation where they can risk the base race. Icy's gonna go jumping on in, go very bold with that and just completely waste it.
Mesh, you've got the hypercharge, though. This needs to be defended by Shu here. There's a lot of damage going down, but now Reject are just able to crack that as well as Rival Esports. So it's neck and neck, but having cleared up that now on defense, it's down to Reject to be able to push this, but Melt's going to burn down the left-hand side.
Yeah, much easier for them to dive as well. There's the jump on in, and that's going to be game, surely. IC switches back, but I think it's still going to be tied on for Rival Esports there. Surprising to see IC kind of leave that when he was inevitably just going to jump in and get that damage. Not IC, sorry. IC going in and getting the damage. The defense from the side of Reject, just choosing to leave it was very surprising to me.
Yeah, it was a lot of good hard work done by Reject to bring back, the order at around 50%. Then towards the end, just looked a little bit unsure of themselves, despite a couple of mistakes from Reject. Oh, look at that from Shu. Again, opening up the map so quickly. Already got super as well, straight onto the safe. That's the kind of opening that you want. That's the opening of dreams.
Yeah, Melty will get a few shots in there as well. Batman trying to get around this right side. He's actually just going to leave him there. Instead of cleaning that up, he goes for damage up top. But IC is going to get that down nonetheless. I don't think this is going to crack, but it's going to be very close to doing so. Gets to 77 with those lingering berry shots. And Shu trying to defend, getting some big damage in, and Batman with the heals flying up the map and providing Mameshi with the super. Shu's just going to go up and try and leave.
Just found someone on the save, but I mean, that just kind of cracked the stage at the very early stage. Didn't get nearly as much value. It'd been better off to try to just get that damage, wait his timer out, and then get the Fanstorm on the save. Nonetheless, it's now Reject on the defense and pushing up to the mid now, as Rival Esports have cracked that stage as well, but a missed hypercharge there. That's a massive pickup there from Reject. A huge blunder there from Rival Esports, choosing to use it too prematurely.
Yeah, big error from Rival Esports there, and that gives Reject this chance to crack this second shield, and surely will go down. Shu in a great position up here, and the heal comes through as well. Big burn, but those heals are pretty much going to negate everything they've just done, and this is going to be so much damage. Batman just raining down, and that cracked so fast, and Melty's still in the mid, ready to hold.
Look at that hypercharge from Melty as well, now tapping onto the safe, and now this is a dangerous position for Rival Esports, who cannot miss a beat. Shu going to come in now and surely finishes one with the Fanstorm also, and this is exactly what I expected to see Reject play in the last game, looking way better than before. But it's unusual now to see that this position's all tied up. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Rival Esports could even get a set here if they can bring things back into order.
Yeah, I mean, you've said exactly what I was going to say. This is kind of what we expected from Reject coming into this this series. Just showing it in the second game, I'm sure that they'd like to have a bit of a better performance in the first, but now kind of recouping for that. Shu, see, invised up to the mid there, but gets found very quickly. Not getting hit too hard. I mean, he is getting low, but avoiding shots nicely and getting some great heals back off of Batman here as well, and does claim this mid portion of the map.
Yeah, staying alive, but feeding over a lot. In the meanwhile, Meshi now goes onto the safe as a result of that. So damage against Reject. Still there as well, shielded. Oh, it gets Batman as well. She has to come in to clear it up, but that beats the jump to IC, who jumps into the safe to get even more damage from Rival Esports. And Reject, it seems, didn't learn from their past mistakes in the game one. Now that stage goes down. There's only one more stage left to break for Rival Esports.
I mean, this is bad from Reject here. Mameshi doesn't even need a super to get up and get on the safe. He's just there anyway. And there's the crack. And now they're two safe shields behind. And this is not a good position at all, because they've got two brawlers who can just go. And that's exactly what IC is doing. Great decision from him. A hypercharge used, maybe wasted. But I think at this point it's beyond reach.
I don't know, though. It's Reject, and they've got control again. Look at these pickups as well. Terry getting missed shot from Melty, could be costly there as well. Could have ricocheted onto the safe, maybe even get it down to 75 in the meanwhile. So that could be time, valuable time lost in that regard from that one shot alone. Batman has got the hypercharge as well here. Let's see what they can make of it as Terry litters the map there with oil. That's going to deter Melty substantially so, trying to deprive IC of getting this jump onto the safe now as well. These heals are huge from Batman, cycling wondrously well. With a missed one there, though, that's going to be costly.
I mean, IC's just going to go in, surely get this finished off here. Big damage coming through. Mameshi's there as well, and that's going to be the game. A really poor start from Reject here in this series, especially game 1 and game 3 were very poor from them. Mistakes littered throughout, and Rival take advantage.
And this was my concern coming in. It was like whether Rival Esports would be able to do this, whether Reject would have taken their foot off the gas, having already qualified for the World Finals. They didn't look themselves in the quarterfinals, but I thought maybe it's just a one-off. Maybe it's just the start of the day, getting warmed up. Fair enough. It's continuing forwards today, and now I'm kind of worried.
Not what we expected. Reject definitely the heavy favorites here in Rival. turn things around already in the first set. Not according to script here. Terry with a whopping 13 kills, did really well on that Ember. Great draft overall by Rival Esports here. Both of those teams really played kind of a base race comp. You just want to put as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible into the other side. Save. The Bell pick for me was alright. She was holding on to control, whereas everybody else was just putting all the damage they had onto Safe, and I feel like that's also kind of how Rival won this one. They were just a bit quicker to putting on that damage onto Save. And as we mentioned before, in the BSC so far, Rival has never beaten Reject before. They're off to a great start here, but they did win 3-2 in the Rival Challengers League in May against Reject. So they did it before. Reject must feel a bit reminded of that now, and I hope they're not getting too shaky now, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see Reject kind of being down in the dumps after that one. Yes, it wasn't a good performance by any means. I don't think Rival were like, oh, they're playing so well, this is incredible gameplay. They're just doing what they normally do. I just think Reject was quite poor there, and they're going to want to be able to kind of, you know, iron that out, make sure in this second set's going to be a lot better, because they won't like seeing themselves play like that, even if they have taken time off, as Ark said, because they've qualified to Worlds. They might be in a little bit of a slump, but even in a slump, Reject shouldn't be playing like that. It was two awful starts to the 2 games they lost, and they just couldn't redeem it from there.
Yeah, I feel like Reject can absolutely still win this series, but that was not the start. But they've got the experience to be able to keep level-headed under this kind of pressure. It's, again, something that would mean a lot to Rival Esports. I think for Reject, it would potentially be something that they don't want to have on their, conscience going into the World Finals. They want to end the season on a high, ideally winning the whole thing. So they do not want to lose this game in the semi-finals. It would be their worst performance to date.
Bans out in already for double swoosh, a map we've seen so often already today. Lily is going to be banned out, as she was first pick that did pay off for Navi in the previous round. Kit is going to be first pick here. Sandy and Tara both left open, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw them here now, Trev.
Yeah, well, that Kit has been disgusting today, and especially we saw it in the last series towards the end. A very solid brawler with the hypercharge. Draco rolling on out though for Rival Esports. Another brawler that's so strong because of that hypercharge. Charlie coming in as well. A brawler that's very East Asia kind of focused. It's been very solid, and honestly it took a little bit of, I feel like maybe last one we didn't see it as much, but started to kind of bleed back in now. 2 very solid picks from Rival again. I like what they've got going. Reject, Kit, you've got to be very scared of that brawler. It can turn a game with the hypercharge in seconds.
It's dangerous, it really is. Since the hypercharge has come in, I had a feeling that we were going to see a lot of it, and we are seeing just that. Lumi now as well, coming in. Pro ban again. East Asia really are playing this brawler out of their minds this meta. I don't mind it. Let's see how it transfers to other regions if it does. Double swoosh, of course, it's a great map for brawlers like the Draco and the Charlie. It's hard not to see what Rival Esports are cooking here as being the favourite comp, in my opinion. I wouldn't think I'd be saying that, really, against the Kit. Now, Lumi is still so good. Again, every time you're on Trap, Tara comes out to play. And I think it's a great map for Tara. It's surprising to not actually see her banned in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, they do it for me. It must be just because they see my face come up on the screen, they're watching on the side, I know for a fact. They've got to be watching us, Ark, who else? And then they're like, all right, let's just go Tara for Trav, because we know he loves it. And then it's inevitably going to work. They're going to be 1-1, all because of Melty picking this Tara, and I love to see it. Fang comes in, bit of a rogue one, going to be able to bounce off some of these support from Beyonds, but still an incredibly rogue pick, in my opinion.
That's like Rival Esports trying to helping hand the script that you're writing there. Because I don't really feel like Fang is a great brawler. I'm still waiting to be proved wrong though, but it just hasn't really been present in this meta or previous metas. This year has been a bad year for Fang in the BSC. A brawler that I love to see when it comes out to play and get some great moments, and it can certainly get some good trades and even team wipes, but it's got to be consistently doing that, and it's really pop-off moments for Fang that are going to make it count, and timing that to perfection. One miss and you waste the entirety of picking that very brawler.
Well, 3 gems early on as we see Tara playing through mid, which seems a bit of a rogue one for me. as usually it's played down lane, but, you know, looking at the brawlers that they've got, it's kind of got to play through mid. IC going to be going in, feeding some shots, and that's not going to be the best of things. Little gadget there from the Lumi on the left-hand side. Ice in the mid and stops them from going in for now. Meshi coming in for that third, but Shu wants some shots through, gets the super, might be a triple there, gets two as IC gets caught on the wall. Lovely stuff, but still at risk of IC here, making big moves with this Draco. But those gems laying on the floor have got to be taken by Shu, and they are just in time.
Oh, double stun as well. Oh, Terry? Question mark? And that's what I mean. These interactions don't always favor the fact you can get a trade, but beyond that, and that is a great jump from Batman. Great reactions there to avoid the cocoon. Keeps the 9 gems in play for Reject there as well. So Terry, again, back to square one. Is going to earn that back. And, you know, these support from Beyond's are great when you got super. When you haven't, those shoes are not going to be doing much.
Well, Shu is going to go in and get the kill. And that's going to be doing a lot more. I see left on 1 HP with that gadget, Batman still with 10. Obviously the ability to jump away is going to be huge for him at the moment. Cocoon there, he actually uses a shot to get him out of it. Melty now coming in, locking them down on the left hand side. Super comes in from Tara, but not going to get much back, but too little too late from Rival Esports regardless. And this is the Reject we expect to see, a team who's just going to lock down and win those games.
This is the thing, we kind of said the same thing in Heist and they went and lost it. So it's kind of very hit or miss today for Reject. I feel like this draft is looking better, but again, a lot of that was, you know, a lot of the value that was obtained in that last game was due to that Tara pick and giving Shu so much value early on. So a lot of that comes down to mistakes made by Rival. If they can just deprive him, then it's going to allow him to do less. Let's see though, as feeding to Meshi, a great deal here goes into the Cocoon as well. And look at that, the Spirits from Beyond straight onto him as well when he comes out. So not a good start from Rival Esports at all.
Well, Batman just going for some shots. Actually gets the stun as well. IC should go down because of that, but it will be traded out. That gem laying on the floor. Shu pops some gadgets. Just going to go for that. Why not take an extra one? Pull comes in now as well. Will secure that kill. And he's just throwing his pulls out. Usually you kind of see people, you know, keeping them, waiting for better opportunities, but he's just launching them and it's working.
Yeah, he's cycling them so well. He's got the hypercharge now, left alone. Pops another gadget to help find where Terry's going to be and just going in on the aggressive with 7 gems as well and secures that left-hand side lane for his team. We've all got hypercharges coming back into the map. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Reject, and they've proven us wrong from the previous games, but in Rival Esports, they can still do this. So far, this set, though, has not been the one for them, and they've proved nothing so far.
Well, a hypercharged Tara Super is going to be dangerous as well. Kit's going to have to do a lot of work. Oh, nice stuff from him there as well. Melty, hypercharge popped. Does get the connection now. A hypercharge from IC as well. Hypercharge super in return from Shu. Oh, dangerous business here. Solo 24. He's surviving on. Can he stay alive? He can't. And the gems have flipped. Like, how has that even happened? Melty has a super, but Terry will clean him up. Batman's going to jump on him. But what difference does that make? And Fang's still going. Gets another 2. And we said it wasn't great. It was a rogue pick. And I mean, it's done something there, but that was surely a throw from Reject.
Absolutely a throw. I'm still surprised that Tara lasted as long as she did, in all honesty, because, I mean, she had no right to. I mean, I thought that maybe they would be able to hold on to the gems even, which was not my thoughts going into that situation. But again, it's moments like that that can make a Fang worthy of a pick. But, you know, getting it done consistently, so finding those small, tiny windows of error to capitalize on, it's not something that a team like Reject is going to give to you twice. But maybe today is that day. Again, we've got some reservations for sure by comparison to last month. They've never looked better. Let's see whether Terry can maybe make it happen again.
Well, I mean, if they lose this one, then it's going to be a bit of a tough one for Reject to come back from. They'll be 2 sets down against Rival, who they should have really been coming in and sweeping, looking at past times they've played. Or at least something like a 3-1, but this is looking increasingly like a Rival Esports win, and that was just because of a big turnaround. Pulls there, Shu's going to use it, and over-committing supers, I feel, there massively.
Yeah, it's miscommunication right there. You know, that's the sort of thing that makes me realize that this is not the same Reject as last month, because that was unnecessary. You're wasting utility, and that can come back to haunt you massively so here. So you need to start to become a better unit in that regard and decide who's doing what. Shu's now got hypercharge. I would suggest using it on the Fang and just clear up that left-hand side, but also probably keep the bush in that regard. So waiting until maybe the later stages of the game. Use a super now, keep the hypercharge, makes a lot of sense for me, and then I can keep this aggression on. Now Melty's got hypercharge, Batman waiting for a super with that hypercharge combination too. This is looking much better for Reject, but again, a very close game in terms of the gems.
Yeah, Cocoons himself. Batman goes in with the hypercharge. They might be able to get a super back. Jumps out onto Batman. Really nice stuff there from Shu. Lovely gameplay. And this is, again, the reject we expect. Still time to turn it around, though, as IC comes around the right-hand side, has a hypercharge, but can't really get into it. Tara not going to be really getting too much here. Gets the super off, and IC not going to be able to get this reset. Set goes reject way, but this is so sketchy.
Yeah, sketch is the word, for sure. And it's down to these kind of moments between games and sets where Reject have got to start talking to each other, you know, and iron out some of these hesitant mistakes that they seem to keep making. It's very unusual to see this team kind of looking so unsure of themselves.
I had to chuckle a little. Terry is very well known for his fangs, so if somebody makes him work out, it's going to be him. Ice also did phenomenally well on that Draco, but in the end, well played from Reject. They did look stronger in all three sets, really. Also in the second one that Rival ended up taking, they had control for most of the time until that moment where Terra was surviving on with 24 HP. Shu also with the most takedowns here. It just makes sense to pick a Terra on this map. I was surprised to not see her banned out. They picked it for Trav, of course. So yeah, good draft on the side of Reject. But as you two were talking about, they're not looking like the Reject we've seen in the months previously. And 1-1, it's still a very close match. It shouldn't be any other way, I feel, because it is a back and forth between those two teams. So I do want to see a close match. All 1-1 is just how it should be here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing close matches. But my issue is I like seeing close matches where the gameplay is incredible. And I honestly don't think either team's gameplay is really incredible here. It's kind of just like they're both being pretty lazy. Reject have got Worlds, Rival have got LCQ. They're both kind of got where they need to be at this point. So they're both like, I feel like it's a little bit sloppy, a little bit lazy. Like I'm hoping that it'll pick up and we'll get some, you know, great Brawl stars and go all the way to set 5 so we can see just some incredible stuff. But there's so much that needs to be fixed, I feel, across the board.
Yeah, for Rival Esports, it's definitely a lot of pressure when you consider the fact that they've really struggled this season. I mean, they've had 2 semi-final appearances. One ended in a sweep, one ended in a close 2-3 against this very team that they're facing, Reject. And, you know, it's still one of those things where, you know, at this stage of the competition, like you say, you know, when you've already got yourself locked in, do you take your foot off the gas? Do you want to go into the World Finals looking like the fierce contender that you've been all season long on the side of Reject? And at the moment, you know, certainly, you know, I'd like to see them go back to the last month where they just were perfect. I mean, every player was on point. This time round, it's definitely looking a little bit shaky at best.
Both of them kind of lean back now, both of them locked in for what they want to be locked in at this point. But as you mentioned, Reject still has to play for their honor and the seeding as well. And on the other side, Rival has to prove that their win in the RCL against Reject wasn't just a fluke and they can actually also beat them in the BSC. We're now heading into the third set here. Nobody can take it yet. We're gonna see a set after that. Ollie's gonna be the first pick here, and that's a brawler we haven't seen in a very long time. If he's played, it is on a map like Bell's Rock where you can make use of those walls fairly easily. It's also pretty good into any throwers that we do like to pick here very often. But Ollie first pick, it's again something I just don't agree with. Picking up a tank so early is quite risky. Let's see if it's going to work out for them, Trev.
I mean, Reject have picked up a tank quite early as well. Obviously, it's the second pick rather than the first, but it's been a while since we've seen Ollie. Kind of dropped off a little bit in terms of how the pick rates and how well he'd been doing. So not a brawl that we've seen in a fair while, but Buster kind of more of the same. He slots in when there's a big ask for it and when they know they can fit a comp around him, or if he's going to counter a brawler really well. And then Charlie along with it as well. I like that. Obviously with Ollie being the aggressive brawler that he is with a big HP pool, you want to bring in something that's going to do well at mid-range, do well at close range. You can coon him, get him off the board, and make strong plays through that. So I like this Charlie. The bust is solid as well. I'm not against the Ollie, as you said, Sonny. The walls are going to help him. It's a good map for him, but it's just been a while since we've seen it slide in.
Rival was here.
Let's go.
Barley, yeah, gonna come in. It's good for wall break, but it's actually the second highest paid brawler in scrims. In fact, Reject were playing Ollie the most in their scrims on this particular map. Rival Esports didn't play it once, so it kind of feels like they've kind of read through the data and are just taking it away from Reject, actually. Now the body comes in as well. That's always a good brawler to have now on knockout, especially now that she can stun and come out, and they have much more survivability. Definitely even like a first or second pick worthy brawler now for this game mode, in my opinion. Back to Reject then, and again, they would love to have got their hands on that Bonnie. So Jae-Young could be an option here for them, maybe, or maybe even another thrower. The berry could be an option for them as well, or that barley on this kind of map for some control. Angelo, okay, not one that I saw coming, but one that can work out well here.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Reject are going to go ahead or if Rival Esports manage to get it done again. I like both compositions, honestly. But the Angelo is another one of those brawlers that's like very map dependent, not brought out too much, but when it does, it works. So we'll see if Reject are going to be able to pull through with the faith they have in this brawler. And then I guess it's the same with Rival as well, bringing out that Ollie. Two brawlers that haven't been around too much that work on certain maps. Wall break comes in, just going to get rid of a little bit of that L wall there and let Terry hide behind it with a bit more fluidity.
Let's see how these Angelo shots connect, or if they connect. Certainly the Pierce gadget can get some good value here as well and get a potential lineup. So the coverage is not the worst thing in the world for Batterman if you can just keep those cycling through. Certainly, the Ollie in the later stages of this game is going to be crucial moments here, and Shu's going to have to capitalize down by popping his gadget, as Ramesh is continuing to break the map slowly but surely, and leaving a lot of it intact as well for his teammates to be able to utilize. Certainly for Terry, he needs those things to be left up. So far so good, and just Rival shaping things to their will.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame Rival at this point, to be fair. Don't mind playing it slow when they're shaping the map for the later rounds. Hypercharge comes in from Shu, going in for Terry now, but no help here. Gonna have to pop that shield, and jumped on now beautifully by IC. Batterman forced to jump away. Melty gonna be hypnotized, and that is a flawless cleanup from Rival there. Over aggression from the Buster, and it didn't pay off at all.
Yeah, not at all. And again, Reject just really struggling. The final pick here as well. I really want to see more from this Angelo pick to warrant it, because they could have gone for some control, could have gone with something else that's not going to struggle as much against these walls. I really do like the wall break as well. It's an interesting idea from Ameshi that I've not really ever seen utilized on this particular map. So, got the Rocket Rain now, too. And as we know, and I've already seen in this region today, some wonderful Brock plays. I want to see more of that and some good connections with everyone clustered as well. But so far, Rival Esports, they're really impressing me. I mean, again, like you said before, it is still very sloppy. They're still kind of just not really matching the level of caliber that we'd expect to see in the semi-finals. But it's more Reject that I'm surprised at, just at how much they're struggling today.
Yeah, it's really rough for them. Hypnotized there, Shu. Maybe even hypnotized again if he didn't put that shield, but he does, and he still goes down. Hypercharge ready to roll for IC as well. Melty has the super. IC ready to go now. Might not even need to use it to get Batterman down there, but chose to focus on Melty. Jump comes in. There's the kill. There's the hypnotized. Melty should fall in just a second as well, and not a single death for Rival, and everybody on Reject falls down twice. It's flawless gameplay from Rival now, and Reject still looking the exact same as the last couple of sets, really sloppy.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, just to put it into a word, a bit lethargic from Reject for me. Just not really too fussed about the interactions that they're going for, and not really sweating like we expect to see them sweat. So, whether that's just because, again, they've locked in the World Finals, whether they're just not feeling themselves, maybe there's some stuff behind the scenes that we're unaware of, but, for the team that are the #1 in this region, this should be a walkover really for them, and I don't use that word lightly. I feel like despite the previous scorelines with Rival Esports, one of them ending in a 3-2 scoreline, there've been some close games, but that was then. This is now. Reject are better than this.
Yeah, I mean, like, even now, they'd instantly die, and then the other two are gonna, still no deaths for Rival. They've got 9 kills without dying once. It's ridiculous how easy they're making this against Reject. Very, very poor. We need to see more from them. And I wouldn't be honestly surprised if this ends in a 12-0 kills, because we're not seeing enough shots coming through. Shu pushing up to this wall, the same as they have done in every single round. Pops that shield, doesn't really get a lot back from it, bounces back one Brock shot. And the Rocket Rain is ready to go. Jump available. Hypnotized there for Terry as well, and they're kitted out to win this.
Dinner reservations? Question mark. Melty has a hot date potentially, much to the dismay of the entire Brawl Stars community. Like, these are the things going through my mind at the moment. It just doesn't seem like Reject are quite all there today, honestly. There's still time to turn things around, but like you said, this could be like some of the worst stats that we've kind of seen this entire season at this rate if they don't bring things back some way, somehow. And they had the final pick, like I said. I mean, what's the Angelo realistically bringing so far? It's got some supers, but not really what we want to see in terms of results, and no kills. Maybe it's the first shoe going in. Icy jumping in, gonna find a stone to shoot, and it stays alive. What are we watching?
That's 12 kills to 0, I'm pretty sure. And that is some of the worst gameplay I've seen in this region all year long. I mean, this region's meant to be, known for their mechanical prowess, and that was just complete opposite to anything we've seen from Reject across the entire year. The #1 seed in this region has just been decimated by Rival.
It looked like a David versus Goliath match, and just like in the story itself, David comes out on top so far. Rival makes it look easy, and let's see if Trev was right. Yes, he was. It's a 12-0 match. Lethargic, as you put it so beautifully, Ark, it really hits home. I feel like Reject is just completely leaning back. They've locked in worlds. Why would we even try?
I really thought donuts were a cuisine in East Asia, honestly. I'm clearly back on the menu today. Like, that's just so disappointing. It really is, The #1 team in the region, locking the World Finals, the first team to do so, and then this is just, it's beyond the point now of being looked upon as just a one-off draft mistake. This is like I said, it's just like mindless gameplay. They're just not making calculated decisions that you expect and need to see at this level. It just doesn't really compute. I don't really kind of know what to think about it.
Did you say something about the draft as well? I did like the draft of Rival Esports a bit better. Not a complete outdraft in my opinion, but they should win this one if it's, two teams of the same strength, but arguably Reject are still the favorites in this one. So far, so good for Rival Esports, so 2-1 up, and it could be the very first time they actually make it into the grand finals. So for them, this is huge and very exciting. Let's hope they will do just as well in the grand final, and it's not just Reject slacking off, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, for me, right now, I would quite like to see Rival in the final over Reject, because at this point in time, unless Reject absolutely wipe the floor with them the next 2 sets, it's Rival who deserve to be there. They deserve to be getting these points, they deserve to be getting these positionings, because they are playing so much better. And as you said, some of it might be down to draft. The draft wasn't incredible from Reject, but that's part of the game too. You've got to be equally as good at that as you have at playing, and neither of them are going right for Reject.
We're now heading over to open business, potentially the last set in this match if Rival Esports makes it a win for them again. Let's see what they will come up with here. Charlie's going to be double banned, Barley and Ember banned out from the side of Reject, Lumi and Hank banned out from Rival Esports. They have lost pick here, so they are potentially looking into picking some tanks up for themselves. Crow is going to be a pick for Reject that will prevent far too many tanks and heals coming out of Rival on the other side. Despite that, they're gonna come in hot with a Draco. The Cordelius as well, one of the best counters to him. I like what I see so far, Rival.
Who would have thought we'd see Crow before Draco? I mean, there's a lot of counters to Draco. I understand that completely, but I mean, just kind of a wild time. Brent coming in, Barry coming in. I mean, this is looking like a good draft from Reject, one that I can get behind for sure. Now Rival Esports, final pick, this Draco. That's their best brawler for me.
I feel like the queen bee.
Yeah, I mean, this draft, I think it's solid from Reject. The Berry along with the Frank, the Crow's obviously there so that Rival couldn't pick the Berry Draco combination, a bit of anti-heal. And then Rival just going to slide in with the B towards the end there, surely wanting to outrange the Crow, deal with the Frank, kind of keep Berry at bay if Frank breaks this map up a little bit more. But Frank's going to be very much in control of that. He knows that he's not going to want to break up the map so that B can't do more, and that's surely just how he's going to mold it. But we'll see if that's the case. I like Reject's comp, I will say this time.
Well, it's one that I can certainly get behind, but in terms of gameplay, that's one thing that I've really struggled with in terms of support. You know, I feel that, like you said, Rival Esports actually deserve to win this right now, and I'd be more than happy if they did. Let's see. Terry forces Batman into the realm, gets the upper hand, comes straight behind Melty as well, and just going to clear house straight onto the zone and buying back that lost time, and Shu just completely fed him. No gadget pop from Shu either. Oh, that Batman heals at the right time though. But again, feeling a lot of utility. Surprisingly, Reject so far actually got the lead still.
Yeah, doing a good job. Shu's low though, and jump comes in from Melty. He'll get that. Terry can't really do a lot here on his own, and especially when faced with a thrower like Batman who's going to be able to launch it over these walls. He even jumps out. Doesn't want to go down at this point, which probably would have got him back in the mix at a similar time, to be honest with you, if he had just gone down. But there's the hypercharge. Stun comes onto Icy on the left-hand side now. Shots coming through, and no heals in his back this time, but Reject have a massive lead that Rival are going to have to kind of burn through to be able to bring this one back.
I like this B pick though. I mean, she wants to break to close the gap and expose Terry, but then it's going to feed more power to Mameshi. The jump into the zone there as well. Just the time of the Frank smash was beautiful there by Terry. He's playing a fantastic game today so far. Now to the hypercharge, popping in prematurely, gets the super off the back of the interactions and does clear up as well. Gets onto the zone for Reject, who are still staying in. There's that last little shred of ice cream there for Melty. Did prove a great helping hand to get him to heal up as well. IC smashed out of the spawn by Shu. This is better.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough break, but it doesn't really matter because it's come at a time where they're not going to be able to come back anyway. Frank's too healthy for this, and IC tries his best along with Mameshi, but can't get it done. Rival not looking the same. Reject looking a lot better now as well. Much better draft. I really like the Barry Frank combination against the Draco. So hard to burn through all that health and all that healing. So really nice here from Reject. Much better.
Is it the start of the turnaround for Rejects, or are we about to go back to losing ways? That's my concern. And even if they get through this set, take it to a fifth, there's another draft to come after that, and it's so hard to side with them. I never expect to be saying that coming to this monthly final ever. That was the last thing in my mind. I've got Reject down to win the whole thing in my mind. So now I'm definitely going to be considering my predictions a little bit differently, I think, at this rate. But again, so far so good. But as I'm saying it, Rival Esports, low HP, but objective in play, positioning power in play, and that's good from Batman. Coming in when he did there, Shu and IC there just dueling, but Melty comes in. IC would pop in the gadget, staying alive for a little bit longer on the zone. Now, Melty's got to get on the zone and avoid these B shots, but they're stinging. Meshi's absolutely tapping.
Yeah, I mean, unnecessary waste of a gadget there. He just got absolutely destroyed. How fast that 10k HP Frank just dropped is ridiculous. But yeah, it was a little bit of a waste of the gadget there from IC. But Terry going to miss his super as well. Batman's going to waste his hypercharge as well. It's all falling apart, and the pinch from Terry around the back. Shu's going to use a gadget there, and IC will use one of his own, and this is getting a lot more difficult for a Reject to come back. 85% to 15, and this is going to stick them right on match point if they win this.
The amount of utility that was wasted in that entire interaction, I just haven't seen anything like it for such a long time. Rival Esports, they get 100% and move on, most importantly, to a match point. One more game, and this will be their best performance to date, making their first grand final. Words that I did not expect to ever say going into this monthly final. I'll be completely honest, but that is the reality, and about to potentially knock out the #1 seed, the first team in this region to make the world finals. Might not be making the grand finals here today.
I mean, that was so good there from Rival Esports. Real night and day difference from the previous game. Melty doing a good job of staying alive now, though. IC onto Shu, trying to get some shots in. Gets stunned, though, and now can't use that gadget to keep him alive. Terry not doing the best on the right-hand side either, and a rough start this time for Rival. It's very back and forward, and much better gameplay now.
Yes, position is key. Shu misses at that range. Oh, what's the gadget? IC staying alive though, goes down now finally. Again, Batman being really quite the core spine here for Reject to stay in the mix and keep their heals coming in thick and fast. Mamesh is low, Terry's low as well here, but really hanging on by a whisker. Is a lot of good early aggression by Reject that they're being able to reap the benefits of, but as time tickles down, Rival Esports will get stronger with this B pick.
Yeah, I mean, he just dropped a lot of those walls with that hypercharge as well, but Melty dealing with the B well off spawn, keeping him down, keep sending him back to where they want him. Shots coming in now, hypercharge not there. She was going to go back to spawn. Terry jumps over that nicely. Now the hypercharge is there. Melty's going to jump in as well. Big damage, and a gadget used by IC just gets back into it. Hypercharge there as well, gets Spatterman down. And Terry going to need to do a lot of work here against Shu, and B is a huge necessity to make some big moves right now.
You got to do these shots. The hypercharge port of Memeshi looking for a bit deprived of it. That was better from Reject. Approaching 80% now, but his rival that are all over this zone. And Melty jumping in like he is. It really is doing wonders. I see might trickle down here and burn. Yes, he does. Terry gonna use the realm potentially here onto Shu, and he does. Memeshi trying to find Batman now. He's been getting all these heals. And look at the taps. Memeshi back and Shu out of the realm shortly as well. This is better for Rival Esports as they're really clearing up this deficit. It's only 7% needed by Reject though.
Yeah, I mean, this is a possibility of a big game for Rival here. Huge shot to Shu, Hypercharge comes in, and there's no realm there. They just walk through them and finish off that 100%. We're going to set 5. Reject finally decided to show up, and Rival putting up a good fight as well. It's going to be a good set 5.
It's just so shaky from both sides. I can understand it from Rival Esports. Like, they are feeling pressured because, like, you know, they're performing so well. And sometimes you find yourself in a position where, hey, Mal, we're doing this, you know? And you start to then get the butterflies. Whereas Reject, like, maybe they're just taking it a bit too easy. Maybe they've underestimated things. Maybe they've taken their foot off the gas.
Never underestimate your opponent and never say never. We didn't think Rival would be able to win against Reject, but if they make it into the grand finals now, we also would have a new winner of the monthly finals. Crazy Raccoon, Zeta Division and Reject all are monthly final winners. If Rival moves on, we could have a new winner today. Maybe third time's the charm. They have 2 chances already to go that far. They got prevented once by Reject, once by Zeta Division. Rival now needs to use that last chance because it is the last monthly final. If they not do it today, they will do it never.
Let's see. I kind of, yeah, Melty, like I said, was doing fantastically well. I kind of feel for both sides here, you know, for different reasons, of course. I think the Rival deserved to win this, in all honesty, but Melty really had something to say about that and wants to put his foot on the gas. Memeshi, I think, did really well in that B pick, absolutely just tapping left, right, and center, but such a close game. And I want that to be the way that this is resolved. Whoever wins this 5th and final set, I really want it to be just like that top level of gameplay.
We do want to see some close semifinals usually, but as you mentioned before, Trev, we want to see good gameplay going all the way. And we are going all the way to set 5 now, as both of those teams don't want to give up just yet. Reject was a little bit wonky at the start, but now in our business, I definitely feel like they were back. They pulled their socks up and finally showed us what they can do, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a lot better from Reject. I mean, when they get a good draft and when they play some good Brawl Stars, we know the team they can be, and that's the team. But it's the other 3 sets that have us wondering if they're going to be able to do this consistently this month, or if Rival can pull something out the bag and put a huge upset on the table to get this 5th and final set and go to the grand finals. But we shall see as Reject seemingly have the momentum, but that can quite quickly change knowing how they've been playing.
Could go either way here. We're gonna head over to Paintball Dreams, a map we haven't seen so far today, so I'm excited. What we see here very often, and I can't expect to see here again, is going to be the Lumi, Shade maybe, Cordelius, Gen.G, some of those brawlers we have seen often today already, and a lot of them are banned out here. Lumi is going to be banned out alongside Kaze and Cordelius on the side of Rival. Jaeyoung, Kit and Barley banned out by Reject.
I'm not your bog standard
I did not expect them to ban out the thrower this early. Even picking her early, Willow is gonna be that one thrower you want to have on your team in Brawl Ball. Barley and Larry sometimes show up as well, but Willow is just so strong because she's probably the best thrower to deal with tanks. Nobody can really get too close to her once she has her super available. The gadget helps out as well, Trev. I feel like she's a very solid option here as first pick.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I like Willow, probably the best thrower on this map. As you said, those kind of like offensive and defensive reasons are very solid. Charlie's going to come in though. And that's another one of those brawlers that's got that kind of defensive prowess, being able to cocoon people. Same with the offense, shoot, cocoon, goal. Has that versatility, good against tanks, good against mid-range. Should be fine against the majority of things. So good first pick from both sides, I'd say. It's more of a risk from Reject though, taking a thrower so early. Just because Rival Esports can just go all out if you don't kind of make up for it.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret. For my records, Rival Esports have they've scrimmed this map once. I don't think they expected to get here. That's the thing. The Reject picking the Willow is their top brawler, 75% win rate. You know, it's really been paying off well for them. They like to pick Crow here as well as the Hank, so like let's see whether that's potentially on their horizons here. Hank being picked up by Rival Esports changes things for sure, but I think the Crow could still be an option for them as well. Draco open here, that's a possibility, definitely a dangerous one on this kind of map as well. Dolly, it is a brawler which does make a little bit of a rise here, so I'm looking out for that one, and I think the Tank certainly could be Rival Esports' flavor. So I mean, they've got the Hank already. They could double down. I suggest that they kind of consider that a little bit here as well.
Yeah, got to be careful of what Rival are going to go as their final pick, just purely because you haven't got the DPS for it, really.
Exactly.
If they do double down. So, going to have to be cautious. But so far, I don't mind what Reject have got. They seem to be loving the Crow. And honestly, after, I think it was Milty's gameplay on it, who can blame them because of how good it is. Gen.G, there you go. They're taking something a bit more aggressive now, which I do like. They need that kind of versatility in their composition, and it's a very versatile comp now. But I still like what Rival Esports have got here. The Charlie, the Hank. The Hank is so dangerous no matter what the map for the most part. And they've still got this third pick, so a little scared for Reject, but we'll see what they do choose to come out with. Ooh.
I was going to say I wouldn't mind a Darryl or a Bull. Like, it's literally, they're the only, the Bull's the only brawler that they played in that one game that they scrimmed. I mean, it's definitely a spicy pick, you know. I think it can work pretty well into the Gen.G. I think having the ability to wall break on a map like this is really quite strong. The question is, did Reject really account for another tank? I didn't really feel like it. I like the brawler pick they went with the Gen.G, but it wasn't really a tank counter. They weren't really ready to commit to it because in case it didn't show itself. But I was so worried. Like you said, the DPS was not there with the Crow and the Willow, and Gen.G will have some push potential, but it doesn't necessarily have the same pack of a punch as a, a direct tank counter.
Yeah, it doesn't really have the stopping power required. It's more of an assassin than kind of a tank counter or something that's going to do so well against the Hank and the Bull. And the Bull's just following the Gen.G everywhere, making sure he didn't have that shield. Ooh, actually, I was going to say, maybe could have gone for that, but the Bull in a bit of a tough space. Great super there by Batterman, gets the kill, and now just Terry remaining. The pass doesn't go to him. That could have gone very wrong. I was thinking he was just going to walk it. They get the goal nonetheless, and Reject come out swinging.
Yeah, I made some very questionable expression just then because that was a little bit close for comfort. Shoot up and hypercharge. If he connects this, he should be able to get a goal. Surely mind control is there, and as quickly as that, a Reject are back. I mean, this is what we expect to see all match long, and it's taken this long to get to a point where we feel convinced they might be able to go all the way here. That was very, very, very quick and much more convincing. The Reject that we know.
I mean, this is what they should have come out and swept him with in the first place. They should be getting games done in, less than a minute. This is the Reject we know, and this is the Reject we love, but Rival have a chance to fight back now. Still, it is match point to Reject, but only 2 in a row will do it for Rival Esports. Good pressure coming in. He gets that off really nicely, but he's going to survive nonetheless, and there's no one there to kind of get the refrag. Slow was there as well, but I see just waiting right here, and they can just control this Bull if he comes in. And actually, I don't know if he did manage to. I don't think he did. That's ridiculous from him. Lovely stuff. Batterman continuing his reign forwards. The Bull is going to connect, but they still get the kill nonetheless, and Reject going to force this ball in. One more, and that's going to be the game.
After all this, our Rival Esports going to go out like this? I mean, I literally coming into this game had them down to be the ones to win it, and now they've just not been in this game at all, and they've got a good comp in my opinion for it. It's just the Willow that's causing them a lot of problems. Let's see now as Rejects are pushing forwards, and again another mind control for Shun. That's been the key for me, is having him have so much utility all the time, because even if he doesn't use it, he's a threat just to have it.
Yeah, it's stopping the Bull from coming in aggressively. I see going to go try get the ball out now. The stun comes in with that bulldoze. And Shu going to go for the hypercharge forwards. Misses the super though, really unfortunate for him. Dives down and will survive. Bull chose to not go for that killing blow. Just going to keep control of the ball and walk up and eat absolutely everything. Provide the ball to Terry and hope they can get on the front lines for once.
Yeah, missed that by a long shot unless my eyes deceived me there. So yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Hypercharge, Gen.G coming in now as well for Batterman. The ball pushed to the left, and Terry's going for it. He should be able to survive this one out and walk this one straight in as well. So there are signs of life still for Rival Esports here.
Well, that's a goal back. One more needed to be on double match point, and it's actually very possible if you think about it now. Slice and Dice comes in there from Batman, but the stun was there. Shu goes for the shot and finds it completely open. And Reject, although they started slow, they finish fast. And that's going to be the game going their way.
Well, they've managed to survive and put our minds at ease. They are still in the grounds, and a smile back on Melty's face. We love to see it here at the BSC, as I know that the Brawl community does as well. But yeah, some serious question marks coming in. I think some serious question marks coming out, and I don't know how likely I'm going to be predicting Reject for the grand finals here today.
Yeah, but they made it into the grand finals, and with that they made it into 5 out of 6 monthly grand finals overall. Only April didn't work out for them. Rival, I really feel for them, and I mean, you got it. Reject didn't look in their normal form today, and Rival was so close. But yet again, they didn't make it into the grand finals. They had 3 chances, made it into the semis 3 times, but every single time they got denied, Trev. I really feel for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a consistent semi-finals caliber team, though. That's the thing. Like, I don't think they're a grand finals caliber team getting unlucky in the semis. They're just not a team good enough to be getting to the grand finals at the current moment. Not saying they're not a good team. East Asia, just a very strong region, especially from those semi-finals onwards. So rough for Rival Esports, but they've been consistently getting to this top 3/4 month in, month out. And I think that bodes really well for postseason. Because if you're doing that in a region like East Asia, you're going to be doing all right in postseason.
As you said, East Asia is a tough region. Maybe they're only semi-final quality here, but we're going to see them at the LCQ, and let's see how well they will do against the global competition, against the other teams that have made it to that event as well. Really looking forward to that, so Rival fans can still look forward to something. Up next is going to be something for all the Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon fans, though. It's going to be a rematch again. Zeta Division today not playing with Tampo. We're going to see how well they will do against Crazy Raccoon, who did beat Navi today, so they're looking mighty strong. We're going to go see that up next. We have 1 minute for you to get your predictions in. Welcome back to the August monthly finals. We're still here in East Asia, but only for 2 more matches, which is quite sad. So I'm glad I have Kenny to cheer me up again.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Definitely not the way I expected that semifinals to go. Reject were a team coming into this month that I had high expectations for, and Art commented on the very end, it's going to be really hard for me to project Reject, despite me thinking they were going to win coming into this. Whoever they play in this next round is going to have my head just really thinking about this one.
Who was your MVP for that match? Who saved Reject from that not as good first 2 sets they played today?
Look, as long as this guy's on the camera, I feel like the people are just going to keep giving him MVPs. The last second bucket to clutch up, though. Oh, the little corner snipe. Just beautiful stuff coming out of him. I love seeing it. Honestly, a really fun match despite that. Trav, to your point of what you were making earlier, too. I'm kind of there with you. This is a tough region. Rival are a team at LCQ that I think can make some things happen. I would personally be surprised if they made it past LCQ. I think they're a good team. Not sure they're quite world caliber special yet, but time will tell.
He was also playing that Crow Melty in open business, which was kind of the turning point for Reject. So very fair that he got the MVP in this one. And now, as mentioned right before the break, we're heading over to semifinal number 2, and it's a banger. Both of those teams have won the monthly finals before. It's Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. Zeta today without Shtatampo. Crazy Raccoon looking strong in their quarterfinals against Navi, breaking the curse here and beating them after they've lost to them 3-0 in the July monthly finals, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, might not have Shtampo, but his replacement Napishu is looking, very relaxed there, considering he's about to head into a semi-final, which is further than he's been all year with his other teams, and especially against Crazy Raccoon as well. So, going to be a tough one for them, considering they've got this replacement in. Nothing against Napishu, great player, played amazing in the quarterfinals. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to have this synergy, and also, no, he's still a good player, but Napishu, I'm not sure of his Crazy Raccoon caliber to be able to play against them and do as well as he did in the quarters. So I think Crazy Raccoon is surely the favourites coming into this.
This is a rematch as well. They faced off against each other in the July monthly finals, and into that one, Zeta Division definitely was the favorite, but Crazy Raccoon actually came out on top 3-2 against Zeta Division that just had won the June monthly finals and now not even making it out of the quarters. Crazy Raccoon looking stronger with every month. They did win in February, but after that it didn't look too rosy for them. I'm super excited to see how well they will do today. I feel like this is one of the best forms we've seen them in all year. And of course, we also wanted to hear from them. We got to sit down with Tensai, and yeah, let's hear him talk about Zeta Division, one of his old teammates, and the team overall.
ゼータは先月3対2でギリギリ勝ってたんですけど、今回はしっかりもっと楽に3対0で勝ちきれるように頑張りたいと思います。
Quick and easy 3-0. That's not usually what we want to see for a semi-final, but Crazy Raccoon, okay, if you managed to do it last month, you won against them with Shtatampo. This month, they're without him, so maybe it is going to be a 3-0, Kenny. We'll see.
Yeah, this is where they stumbled last month, so I'm curious to see if they can kind of get over the hump and extend to another grand finals. It's been a while since we've seen them do so. You mentioned it a second ago, but they won the opening month. What a better way than to close out the year with a win as well. This is the team that I've built a lot of confidence in today. I mean, that quarterfinal was pretty telling. This could be just a Tensai legacy kind of month. The guy was unbelievable for several of those sets in the opener. Wouldn't be surprised if he did against some old teammates here today, with one of them missing too. They beat him last month without Shtatampo. I think they could do it again.
And as we've just seen on the previous graphic, Zeta Division on the one hand already locked in for World Finals. It's confirmed now that Navi is defeated, so they can actually thank Crazy Raccoon for that. And Crazy Raccoon locked in for LCQ. So both of those teams now just fighting for honor and glory, good seeding and good faith from their fans that are going to cross their fingers for them today again. We also locked in our predictions, guys, and I think in any other month we would have said Zeta will take it. Even last month where Crazy Raccoon did win, I think all of us said Zeta will take it. Today we go the other way, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's expected. I think, a lot of the public might sway the poll the other way just because they expect Zeta Division to be the normal roster, the normal winning roster with Shtatampo. But because of this change, I think it's just swayed all our minds. And Crazy Raccoon managed to do it last month when Shtatampo was active. Now he's not, and they've had a replacement with less synergy. I mean, it's hard to get more skill than Shtatampo, so less skill than Shtatampo as well. I think Crazy Raccoon are the favourites coming into this one. Does that mean that Zeta can't win? No, but I think Crazy Raccoon have got to be the favourites, and there's the poll. As I said, I think the majority of people will still choose Zeta Division just because of their, win percentages, and usually having a player like Shtatampo on the side. But I don't think this is telling of what the result will be.
Naipishu is certainly somebody that's been coveted by several teams to kind of fill in this year as well, so it could be one of those players that's just the next man up, something that is trying to prove himself for a following season to get a part of a bigger and better roster. Zeta Division, if they win this, I think proving themselves as one of the top teams. Obviously, Reject holding that #1 spot right now. I think if they could do this with a substitute, it would be a lot of proof that they deserve to be in that World Finals, that there's somebody that can still compete. Brawl Cup was a strong showing for them, and I feel like they've been solid throughout the second half, but it hasn't been dominant, and I think that's something that we started to see more towards the end of the first half. I'm sure they want to channel that again, try and get back to that.
yes, Zeta Division is playing with a substitute, but keep in mind here as well that Gen.G did win against Zeta Division with Shtatampo before, and now they lost to them 3-0 today. So now Pishu has definitely found his spot in Zeta Division for today at least. We're gonna head into the first draft of semifinal number 2 here. The bans are already in, many tanks out of the way here. Kids double ban, Shade and Lily, and then Ross and Lumi banned on the side of Zeta Division as they have last pick here. Gus is gonna be the choice for Crazy Raccoon, a very good gem carry here. Again, I don't always want to pick a gem carrier as first, but Gus really just is the best choice here. Maybe Janet is gonna come in later for Zeta Division. I would like to see her again. Also quite a good gem carrier on a map like this one, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good start for both teams, I'd say. Like, Crazy Raccoon have got a couple, or a good brawler in Gus. Very solid, very good mid. Kaze and Charlie, 2 of the best brawlers at the moment. Probably 2 of the most picked in this region as well. So Zeta Division are going to be pretty pleased about what they've got there. So it's back over to Crazy Raccoon to make some good decisions here, or this draft will start to get away from them.
Be curious to see what they go here. Ashe has been a really popular tank on this map for this region. They have a Gus already implemented. They need to start figuring out these side lanes a little bit. Something like a Sandy maybe, who's been more popular here too. There's the Cordelius. I think Cordelius in just such a strong spot in the game right now. It gives you a little bit of a way to deal with the aggro coming out of Kaze, a possible future tank pick. I think this is a very safe one. I'm curious how they round this out though, because the one thing they don't have on that right-hand side is a lot of health points. I feel like they need some kind of aggression. They're going to go with Sandy, so that is the safer pick. It's been a more popular one. I think it's a little less likely on Hard Rock Mine than it is for something like Double Swoosh, but nonetheless can still pierce through the spawners that Charlie brings to the table with the Spiderlings. Also, of course, the Sandstorm never hurts anybody, gives you great vision despite this not necessarily being a map like Double Swoosh with all the grass.
Well, onto this last pick then. Crazy Raccoon got a very solid composition here as well, and definitely covered themselves with that Kaze, with the Cordelius that they've managed to pick up here. Defensive brawler, Hank's going to come in, try overload those lanes with aggression, and if they get control here, it's going to be very difficult for Crazy Raccoon to break back out of that kind of like home base line. So I like both of these compositions. I genuinely think it just really matters who's going to get this early control, some early kills, and control of the opponent's bush.
I see a world where Zeta Division just kind of run over Crazy Raccoon here. We'll see if they have the DPS to counter this out enough to bring down the big beefy brawlers on the other end. No Shatampo, still a semifinals appearance for Zeta Division, trying to reclaim their spot at the top. Both of these sides would love to end the year on a bang in a grand finals appearance.
Well, away we go. Big matchup here. The usual favourites, not the favourites at the moment. Stun comes in with the Sweet Dream. Suzuki going aggressive, can't quite get that last blow off. Moira will pick up the right-hand side, and what a start for Crazy Raccoon. 4 gems make that 5 in the bank. An all-out control of Zeta Division's back lines. And as I said, this is a big thing. Whoever gets these back lines early on should do well throughout the rest of the game.
Team wipe, a perfect start for Crazy Raccoon. Now Naipishu, though, starting to expand Zeta Division's territory, operating on this right-hand side. Moyagoku with a super available, can drag anybody to the Shadow Realm at a moment's notice. Suzuku diving in, slept. Now CR still have multiple members standing. Levi putting them in a cocoon on that top right-hand side, though. Creo there to assist. Lurking and just taking advantage of the invisibility. Weren't enough Zeta Division brawlers to capitalize there. CR just winning these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of gems they've got is just huge compared to Zeta Division here. Levi in the mid with 3. Suzuki has a hypercharge, which can change the entire game in just a moment. Now going in, there it is. As I said, it can change the game so fast. He's just going to be sprinting back. Moira will get the kill, but he's going to be coming straight out on top of Bubble and Levi. But the Bubble actually missed there. Super comes down. But that's not going to be enough to switch the game. Levi just going to go in there. Still 1 gem left to be desired for Zeta Division, but no control in their hands. Milcreo on the aggressive back lines of Zeta Division. And a little invis into the back by Suzuki there as well. We'll put them in big danger.
Naipishu guiding Levi up the middle of the map. Meanwhile, Suzuku already in the front lines, corralling Milcreo and 10 side to this top right-hand end. Moyagoku, hypercharge available, sprints through 1, now has to hop away. Levi with perfect precision, though. With 12 seconds on the clock, Gus with a shield already used would have to charge another super to grant him a little more accessibility into the mid. Tensai, Moya way behind the marker, can't close the distance here, so Zeta Division will sit comfortably in the back of their spawn. 1-0 for East Asia's #2 seed walking into this. We've said it a lot, but a lot of credit to this squad. Obviously, a last-second roster change doesn't look like it. Naipishu fitting in rather well here, and a great comeback there. I think the Kaze, a huge instigator for why they were able to steal those gems.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally seconds after I said the turnaround potential of this hypercharge is ridiculous, and then he just goes and wipes them. And I mean, that was a crazy Raccoon game to win there. It really was. They had, 8 gems to 3 or something like that, and control. And then all it takes is Kaze just going in and getting the kill. Tensai going towards Suzuku here. Mark will go down, but gets a bit of supercharge on the way. Moya trying to get in the back lines and prove a bit of an annoyance. But this is all Zeta Vision. Complete flip of last game with 3 members up and 0 on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it was a team wipe Crazy Raccoon got in the early first game, and this time it's Zeta Division with control. I feel like the comeback mechanics are few and far between. I mean, Zeta Division have something like a Kaze, some aggression coming out of Naipishu with the Hank, and of course the Charlie Cocoon. If you land that Cocoon super onto an enemy brawler that's carrying the gems, they spill all of them. They won't necessarily die, but they won't hold those gems. Nice shot there from Levi as well. Now Naipishu trying to rush to the other end to take care of Tensai. Super goes down. Moya still lurking, has a super available, connects to Levi, but safely in the back of his spawn. So Moya is in a tough spot here. Can either get rather aggressive or just hold the line. Naipishu there communicating with the teammates, though, is well aware of where Moya is. He'll hop away for now. Nonetheless, still 9 gems in Zeta Division's pocket, a huge lead.
Yeah, and a big risk for Moya to be this far up with the gem in hand. If he goes down, that's going to be count for the team. Suzuku going for this gem now. Hypercharge being used, forced to shield himself, and they get it from mid regardless. Naipishu went in, grabbed it, and this is for the set. Tensai trying to get aggressive, but no super just yet. Should be close to a Sweet Dreams. Moya has the super, forced to use it on Suzuku, and he still goes down to a super from the other side. Cocoon's there as well, and no more damage will be enough to get this done. What looked like a set for Crazy Raccoon in the first game quickly turned around to a Zeta Division game and set.
Zeta Division just looking strong there. I'm a big fan of that draft. I just don't think Crazy Raccoon's composition had enough to it. There's not enough fireworks, no explosive capabilities like we saw in something like Zeta Division. I think it was all very safe picks. I like all of the individual brawlers, but as a composition, not an overwhelming amount of health points, not a lot of damage. I just don't feel like it had enough pluses or pros on that side. It was just safe and mellow.
Safe, mellow, and tailored to counter tanks, yet it wasn't enough damage to really counter them, especially Suzuku wreaked havoc amongst the lines of Crazy Raccoon, couldn't really be stopped, played super well. Levi picking up most of the gems here, 19 in total I think it was. Yeah, just overall a really good draft from both sides, good brawlers, but as you mentioned, Kenny, it didn't really work out in terms of composition for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if they will do better. And Sneaky Fields, they looked so good against Navi. Kind of surprised to see them slacking off a little here now against Zeta Division, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, the first game should have been theirs. This is the thing, right? So I don't know how much they're slacking off. Second game was domination from Zeta Division, don't get me wrong. First should have gone Crazy Raccoon's way, so it should have been a closer set than what the scoreline says. So I'm not, entirely like, oh, Crazy Raccoon, they're in the mud like I was for Reject after a few of their sets. And they still managed to come back and win, bear in mind, as well. So still got faith in Crazy Raccoon. I think if they get a bit of a better draft, as you guys said, they brought tank counters that didn't counter tanks. So we've just got to hope they get a little bit better in this next set and provide the series that this matchup really needs.
And Sneaky Fields is going to be our next map, so if you want to bring out those tank counters, the time is ripe. Tanks and tank counters are going to be what it's all about on a map like this one, Kenny.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one too, especially in East Asia right now, because in the banned stage, we're seeing brawlers even come out like Sandy, who's been really popular. One of those goal scoring mechanics that he has is the gadget. Of course, if he can put somebody to sleep, instant slot into the goal. So Sandy's been somebody that's been rising. We even saw banned earlier today. Brawler I'm keeping my eye out for. Another brawler that's kind of been a more popular one recently has been Bull, Shotgun Brawler. So those are some of the more, I would say, unorthodox, or maybe ones that we haven't seen in previous month that I'm definitely keeping my eye out for here.
Sneaky Fields was the map where we've seen a draw from Rival versus Niwa. Let's see if we're gonna see just as an exciting match from those two teams now. Bans are in. Shade, Charlie, Frank, banned out from Zeta Division, Crow, Frank, and Lumi on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Lumi could be a pretty good first pick here, has one of the highest win rates here. Just because of area control, again, a lot of damage as well, so not going to do too shabby into any tanks. Hank is going to be left open. That could be a brawler we're going to see down the line. First pick might be a little bit safer though if Zeta goes with something that actually counters tanks. And they're going to bring out the Cordelius themselves now. Is this brawler going to do better on sneaky fields than Hard Rock Mine, Trev?
I mean, I hope it does, because it really didn't do... I mean, it wasn't dreadful on Hard Rock Mine, but it didn't do what it should have done. So for Zeta Division's sake, you better hope it's going to be better, because they're going to need it to be, and especially as a first pick as well. Instantly coming in and trying to just stop Crazy Raccoon from playing these tanky brawlers, which you can't really blame him for, because it does add a bit... I mean, it didn't stop them all, did it? But it does add a bit more of a variable having brawlers just running around the map, massive HP pools, fairly low skill in comparison to some others, so they don't care. They're still going the Ashe, which I actually quite like.
Like the Ashe a lot too. I think this leaves Nita open on the table as well, though, somebody that can pierce through those robotic rats and also be a counter into that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Crazy Raccoon go ahead and scoop this up for themselves here. There's several counters out there for Ashe. I just think that's one that's prevalent that we've seen earlier today. Instead, they go with their support brawler. I think this could be a pretty good opportunity here for Zeta Division to double down. I mean, they have to focus on this Ashe, I think it's safe to say. Hank's a brawler that I'm keeping my eye out for too. I think given the ban stage as well, we see no Frank. Draco's still left on the table, so that would be a way to deal with the Hank if you ended up going with it. But just given what we see from some of these ban stages, something like a Crow gives him a little more limelight. They've already got the Cordelius on their side. I don't think it's going to do great into the Ashe, which I think is partially the reason why Crazy Raccoon are comfortable scooping this up a little earlier than you normally see tanks go. I feel like there's a lot going on, a lot to juggle for Zeta Division. Don't know if there's going to be a perfect answer here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're trying to get like 2-3 steps ahead of each other in this draft phase. Bonnie going to come in as the second pick from Zeta Division. Like, it's good. Bonnie's just one of those brawlers which is going to be good no matter where you play it, but it does seem to be played on a pretty closed-off grassy map, which single projectile brawlers aren't usually played on. So it surprises me a little bit, but when you get that jump, you're going to be doing a pretty good job, so can't blame them for it. Still have this last pick as well, and it should be in just a couple of seconds. It's going to be the Gen.G, so going aggressive once more.
Yeah, now that that's been grabbed, I don't think Nita necessarily going to be the top choice here for Crazy Raccoon. I think it'd be fine in terms of range into Cordelius, having the extra spawners nice into something like Gen.G and Bonnie. I don't think it's a must, though. So quite a few brawlers. I mean, something like a Bull up in the face of a Gen.G and a Bonnie could add up a ton of health points for this right-hand side, would give Crazy Raccoon potential for multiple goal scorers. And I think just a good run-it-down composition to kind of assist Jae Young there. So curious what they go with. Draco. Okay, so they're going that tanky route. They're building those health points, kind of similar reasons as the Bull, except maybe just a little bit better of a brawler in terms of the meta overall. Don't mind that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I like both of these compositions, to be honest with you. Solid aggression, heals, speed going to be coming out of Crazy Raccoon, which I really like. And they've seen that Cordelius and they're like, all right, cool. Like, we'll just run it down anyway. It doesn't really matter which you're going to be able to do with two of us. So we'll see how that plays out. For Crazy Raccoon. I like how bold they've been with this one. Usually I'm quite against just running it down with tanks, as in like, oh, it just takes less and less skill, but I really like the draft they've got here, and this might be a goal very early on. Jump comes in, and the pass tried underneath, and Suzuki coming back and helping out his team.
At that point, they were pretty committed. Now Naipishu working the left hand in, fighting against Tensai. Melcreo with the ball in hand. Extra speed from the slipstream as well. Suzuki sees this, knows he has to address it early. Diving in, only one connection there onto Jae Young. Gives Moya just enough time to come back. Missed shot there from Naipishu. Crucial, so CR will survive a little bit longer for now. Suzuki putting in work, though, doesn't quite get the shot off in time to grab a super. So for now, the red roster will be able to maintain ball control.
Well, Hypercharge is ready to roll for Levi here as well. They almost baited that out of him, and he doesn't really get a lot back from it. Gets the stun. Naipishu going to be oh, that's lovely stuff from Suzuki down the left-hand side. Cleans up two, and now pushing forwards with a Realm Tensai. Not sure how much he's going to be able to do here, especially with the shield, and the ball passed to himself and slotted in by Suzuki.
More great stuff coming out of Suzuki. It was phenomenal in set number one. Now Tensai with the ball, right-hand side. Moya exploding down it. Levi there to secure the ball, jump into the air for safety. Doesn't equate to much damage, and in fact, Melcreo will grab the kill. Suzuki back in action now. Still, Crazy Raccoon trying to continue this push forward. They've done well enough on defense, but just haven't been able to really push through to the other side to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, Suzuki pushing so aggressively, slicing through here. Only makes a connection onto Moya, and Tensai still trying to go aggressive. Gets the stun twice onto him. And there was a bit of a trade in there as the shot comes through from Tensai. Melcreo trying to get Levi down here and does, but not going to be able to amount to a goal. He's just going to play it slow, try to keep control of the mid.
Moya now taking advantage of a little bit of the speed. Naipishu with a super will connect with Moya. Tensai with ball though, working this right-hand side. 11,000 health points, hurtling its way up the middle, and Tensai connects with the net.
Crazy Raccoon, much better from them. Now trying to move forwards, has the hypercharge as well, but did just use his super, I believe, so we'll need to work again for that. What a connection from Moya there. Jump comes through, pass forwards, not able to get it, and this could turn quite quickly going the other way. A hypercharge Tensai is still beaten by Naipishu in that realm, but he will continue to move forwards, and Moya will get the kill there. And let these pets just tank for him. The rats did a good job of stopping Levi from getting super, but this Bonnie in overtime will be an issue.
As these walls come down, gonna get trickier for both of these sides. Naipishu taking Moya under. Tensai has the ball though. Oh no! Disaster for Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon in the opening seconds of overtime knock one in.
Yeah, just a straight walk. He grabs the ball and manages to just stroll it all the way across the line. Really nice stuff from him, but pretty poor ball management, I'd say, overall there from Zeta Division, sending it up rather than kind of into a more safe position. But still 1-0 to Crazy Raccoon here. Set obviously was Zeta Division's to start with. Gadget used early on by Tensai. A very questionable combination there, but it might pay off here. The super not gonna go. He goes for the trick shot, still pushed in by Suzuku. But I mean, that kind of accidental, I think it was, I mean, it seemed accidental little jump up whilst he realmed him. The ball passed forwards was beautiful. And then the trick shot kind of made me question a little bit, but still the goal went in nonetheless. Now, a bit of a redemption here from CR as the ball's passed forward and sent in instantly.
Couple quick goals in succession. Crazy Raccoon will get the equalizer. That one was no accident. Jump goes through from Levi. Milcreo dragged to the Shadow Realm, and now he'll pop out. Ball in hand. Supers away. Nicely done to buy a little bit of space for the team.
Well, Suzuku has a super. Same for Levi here as well. Might be able to make a bit of a play with it, actually. They're going to choose to go forwards. Pass goes through, super used, and he lands back on the ball, and it's slotted straight in by Zeta Division. That was lovely. You could see that coming a mile off, but unfortunately, because of the grass, Crazy Raccoon didn't have that same vision, and Zeta Division managed to bring it. Just one within, being 2 sets up now.
Brother is relaxed in the same room as the teammate. You love to see it in these high-pressure situations. Zeta Division still converting. Crazy Raccoon close to falling to a 2-0 deficit. Despite a substitute coming in for Zeta Division, they are firing. Last month, Crazy Raccoon got the better of this squad, but this is the final month of the season. This is where it really starts to matter. Naipishu getting a nice takedown there. Tensai cleans things up, super available, plenty of health points to go around, and an easy walk through to the net. 1-0 early for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, that's good for Crazy Raccoon. Don't want Zeta to kind of get away from them in terms of the momentum. But pretty poor super from Suzuki there. Didn't find many connections. Naipishu will get that kill and super across to Tensai. Now Suzuki closing in onto Milcreo. He should go down. Levi's going to get the super, get the hypercharge, and put himself in a good position to go forwards.
Ooh, and Suzuku just hiding there. Grabs the ball. Oh, goodness. What juggling coming out of Suzuku. The mechanics from this man have been unbelievable today.
And the hypercharge is still ready to go as well. Levi's got one of his own ready to land here. Goes in for the jump. Gen.G going to land back on the ball. Can he walk this one in? He goes for the dash forwards. And I think it's Naipishu who's got it. Zeta Division slot it in. And they're celebrating a set win. How much it means to them. Just one away from getting to the finals and defeating a long rival with a substitute.
Wow. Really incredible mechanics coming out of there. I mean, Suzuki has continued to impress me, but Naipishu is certainly a story here. Just fitting in like a glove. So good. I feel like Crazy Raccoon had a real chance at that set, but nonetheless, it's the Zeta Division roster finding a way to get the job done.
We couldn't have written the story better ourselves. It's not the first substitute that does well. In NA, for example, we had Patchy also make it all the way to the finals in the first month he was playing with Elevate. And now Naipishu is showing off what he can do if he only has the right teammates. He did play an effort result in Rival before, but he never made it out of quarterfinals, and now they're about to make it into the grand finals against none other than Crazy Raccoon. Trev, you put it so beautifully. Zeta Division about to make it into the grand finals against an old rival, even though they're playing with a substitute. Beautiful storytelling here. Again, could not have been better. Let's say if Crazy Raccoon, though, does manage to turn things around, they need a reverse sweep to do it at this point, though.
It's going to be very difficult for them to reverse sweep this one, but there's always a chance. You know, they're not a bad team by any means. All three of us predicted them coming into this one set. They were the favourites because of this substitute. So 3 in a row is not too far off. I wouldn't have been like, oh, it's so against the question to say Crazy Raccoon might sweep Zeta Division here. So I think 3 is possible for them. It's going to be difficult now because pressure's against them. Momentum's not on their side. Zeta Division playing very well. But I'm not writing Crazy Raccoon out just yet.
It is kind of crazy how when 3 of us vote against Crazy Raccoon, they end up winning against Navi, and now all 4 of us say Crazy Raccoon will take it. It's 2-0 for Zeta.
They're doing it to spite us, honestly.
Yeah, it's personal at this point, isn't it, Trav? It's just rough stuff all around. I'm thoroughly impressed with Zeta Division, though. I think anytime you remove Shitampo from the equation, you just assume that the team's going to be worse. I almost feel like these guys are playing up to par. This duo of Suzuku and Levi have worked together for a long time. Pishu doing great as well. It just doesn't feel like there's any gaps in this roster right now. Obviously, like you mentioned, though, Crazy Raccoon have a 2 to their squad. Moya is no stranger to the postseason. Even Milcreo at this point has started to cement himself a little bit in terms of making the playoff runs after last year too. So wouldn't rule to any means. I picked him for a reason, but goodness gracious, Zeta Division giving us something to watch today.
And again, it just goes to show how flexible Pishu is. Whichever roster you put him in, he will fit in pretty well. This time again, Dueling Beetles, we see as our next map here. Cordelius, again, the first pick. We've seen him 2 sets already from those 2 teams. Now he's going to come out as first pick from the side of Zeta Division. You do want to have some tank counters here as well. Draco is going to be a brawler that could come in here one more time. He's not banned out, which is quite surprising. Throwers, maybe? I would kind of hope to see some more slow-paced matches as well here. Not only tanks against tank counters and so on, Kenny.
Yeah, and the band stage on that left-hand end just takes out a nasty composition. The Kit, Hank, and Gray, something we've already seen today. I think it's a pretty good one to just remove all around. Crow coming in on the right-hand side here. Brawler that's escalated in terms of play rate, certainly showing itself today. No Hank on the right-hand side for that duplicate ban as well. Lumi a safe choice, Kaze a safe choice. I feel like we're removing a lot of the common brawlers from the meta right now, and Cordelius still going to slide through. Even on a map like Dueling Beetles, I really don't blame them. I think Cordelius is just one of those brawlers that's not always going to be banned, especially on a map like Dueling Beetles, but makes a lot of sense to bring in. I just think where he stands overall in the game is too strong to pass up on.
Well, Larry and Laurie comes in, as Sunny said, she wants things maybe slowed down a little bit, take some throwers, chill out, let's not just have tank on tank action, and that's what they provided. Little Larry and Laurie coming in for Crazy Raccoon there. They see that Zeta Division have taken this first pick of Cordelius. They're like, all right, this time we're not just going to run it down with tanks. Barley coming in as well. Great pick by Zeta Division against that Larry, Laurie, and Bonnie to go along with it too. Down one of those lanes, jumping in, really solid shout. I do feel like the Cordelius is going to be hung out to dry a little bit in this matchup, especially if Crazy Raccoon don't take something that's going to be good against, and I don't know why they would. So that's going to be tough, but I like the Barley and I like the Bonnie a lot to make up for it.
Great 4-5 turn in my mind too, especially into the eyes of a Larry, a Laurie, and a Crow, right? Because now Barley can duel with the Larry, so you've got your thrower, and on top of that, the right-hand side was fully preparing for some assassins or maybe some tanks. I mean, that was a really control-based opposition, and now we get Meeple full control now. I just think after seeing the draft on both sides, you really got to stray away from these tanks and go more of this route. Meeple's in a really interesting spot, though, getting a sneaky balance change in there as well, so I'm curious to see how Crazy Raccoon can debut him.
You know, we will see if this is going to work or if Zeta Division are going to take this in a swift throw. It hasn't actually been that swift. It's been a pretty back and forward 3-0. But whether or not they'll take it in a 3-0 or not, being the underdogs with a substitute would be a huge, huge story in this region. And we're going to see if this Meeple is going to work. Placing it down, so it gives Milcreo a bit more room to work with and pins Levi back a bit further. But obviously the box isn't going to do as much against a brawler who can jump, a brawler who can throw over them, and another brawler who can jump.
Nice benefit there of the box is going to be revealing some of that grass as well. So a good way to kind of show where Levi is when he's hurdling shots over the walls. Right now, a complete cutoff on that left-hand side. Milcreo not able to march forward, so it kind of just holds for Zeta Division to keep maintaining this mid control. CR really haven't been able to punch through yet.
Yeah, these lingering Barley shots are really proving an issue. for Crazy Raccoon's side. It is only 26% though, and Suzuki trying to move forwards pretty unsuccessfully at the moment. Does get a heal there, but can't stay in that spot as all three members would be able to shoot at him then. Now the bottle's being thrown over. Napishu has a jump as well. The percentages again about to even.
Now boxed in on the right-hand side. Poor Levi can't move a muscle. Just gonna have to take some damage there. Nipishu trying to make up for it. Not enough, though. So 2 brawlers fall for Zeta Division. Complete retake from CR after a slow start. Now they're the ones extending well past 20% of Zeta Division.
The last call's there. And a super is as well for Moya on this Meeple. So if he boxes someone, he's going to be able to take him out no matter who. And I mean, it's not like Larry and Laurie can't do that anyway. Suzuki's in there as well. Just evading shots nicely. Jumps over. Tries to escape, and a great kill from Napishu, who gets a super as well. Chooses not to use Hypercharge, and just about gets within range, but a good heal from the gadget there. And 2 of them fall to the same exploding shot from beyond the grave. Milcreo helps out his team.
Tensai with a super available too. They've got multiple ways to dodge out Cordelius' super. Levi trapped in a box once again. Suzuki jumping in, trying to take advantage of the matchup against Milcreo in the close distance. Tensai jumping into safety, goes down immediately. Interesting call there. Nonetheless, still gonna be all right. Have a worthwhile lead. It's just Zeta Division have now retaken complete control of the mid.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough to break as well. He's going to need to get someone in one of those Meeple's mansions, shoot through the walls. This is going to be very, very difficult, especially when Napishu with a hypercharge. Levi can't be far off either. And Suzuki, more of the same, should be close to a hypercharge too. There's the Meeple's mansion, didn't catch anybody inside it, and the super not doing much either. And now, even Stevens on the scoreline, super available, goes in for the jump, actually lands right next to his teammate and provides so much value to Milcreo. Can they hold on long enough? Here's the last call, didn't even use hypercharge on it either, throwing down these shots, but it's so close. Needs to get in the zone, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. There's the heals, there's the Meeple's mansion, stopping and keeping Suzuki in, but he's avoiding the shot so well. He might do it himself. The damage is there, 99, and they didn't get it. Crazy Raccoon, hold on, clean up, and get it done in the closing seconds.
Oh, that hard work of coming back from Zeta Division, meaningless. 1% difference. Crazy Raccoon, hold on for dear life to take game number 1 of this really interesting set. Very different in terms of strategy. We've talked about the aggressive brawlers all day long for both of these sides. Now we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Complete control and some duels going back and forth. The interactions between these Meeple super gadget combos, dealing with Milcreo in the mid, jumping out from Suzuki. It's a game of chess for both of these sides, and somehow, some way, Crazy Raccoon came out on top.
Yeah, Napishu not having the game that he wanted in that one. A couple of missed jumps, a hypercharge that landed him right next to a teammate and provided massive value to the opposing Larry and Laurie. Pretty much even here off the start, more of the same in the last one, but it was actually Zeta Division had a better start. Better jump from Napishu, but it is traded out pretty much instantly. Tensai will pop a little gadget here, but that does provide a bit more super to Suzuki, who will use it now and get some of these mushrooms to heal up.
Laurie does not get dragged down to the Shadow Realm with Milcreo, so he'll be dueling up top. As Milcreo buys his time, will come back immediately to Nipishu meeting him with a shot. There goes a dive in. Nipishu with the stun. Team wipe goes through. Zeta Division back on top.
Jump comes in then. Tensai is going to go down, but it is traded. Little Meeple's mansion is there, and Levi pinned in with it. Can't do anything about that, and now will be sent back to spawn. Really making them start from square one in terms of control and pressure. Napishu has a super, but he will go down. Suzuki going to jump in, use that super of his own, just to take Larry and Laurie out of the way. Maybe allow Levi to make something happen, but can't do anything at the moment with the threat of this hypercharged Crow super.
Herbal Tonic on the ground. There goes the mansion on the right hand in. Tensai hypercharge available. Dive in from Nipishu. Countered by the aerial acrobatics of Tensai. Nipishu now dueling. Levi left all alone, and Moyagoku will step up, knowing he's got the health point advantage, knowing he's got a super. Suzuki chasing, trying to pursue this brawler, but won't bite. Has that super available, can drag somebody down to the Shadow Realm. You've seen this several times now. Continual matchup that they're looking for here. The mansion goes through. Whoa, what an interesting interaction there. The gadget kind of cut him off.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. It did help out Milcreo massively to allow a thrower in that situation to have some extra walls. Suzuki has the hypercharge now. Not going to be too close to another one as he didn't get too many connections. Places that down. Hypercharge used, but completely wasted. And Napishu will use one of his own. Gets the super now. Jumps to the left-hand side. Doesn't even get the stun on Moya, but a bit of help from Levi will get it. And so close in percentage again. Tensai with the jump should go down upon landing. And Suzuki will clean up top.
This one's looking like another buzzer beater. Here goes the super from Moya to try and cut off the enemy side, but Zeta Division now have easy access to the mid with their pinky toes. Suzuki diving in, grabs the first kill. Tensai all alone in the middle of the map. Milcreo trying to rescue his brother that's falling. All three members of Zeta Division standing tall, though. At this point, it's just a battle against the clock, and now Zeta Division are at match point.
I mean, this is some of the most close Brawl Stars we've seen pretty much all year long. What a set this has been. 99% to 100 in the first. Did get fairly close to getting towards that in the second, but Zeta Division did manage to hang on this time. It is match point. If they win it, they'll go to the finals. If not, Crazy Raccoon might start the greatest comeback of all time.
It's going to take a lot. Tensai's done many accomplishments in his long history career, but right now, he is fighting against Zeta Division, one of the top teams in this region without their fearless leader in Shitampo. Zeta Division could simply just be the better team. Time will tell. For now, a duel between these two teams like we have not seen all day. While it is 2-0, it's been back and forth the whole way.
Super already available for Napishu here. Meeple's Mansion comes down. Suzuki will jump backwards to just make sure that he's not in any harm. And a good percentage start for Crazy Raccoon as we start to count up. Getting towards 20. It's 15% difference in Levi with the Herbal Tonic. Jump comes through. Napishu should be able to get that kill. Can't get back into that cannon form and get some heals along the way. And almost evened out as Levi keeps on slipping in and out of the zone.
Gonna be tough to step in. Levi gonna do his best to expand his territory. Milcreo gunning him down though. Suzuki there to assist. Mori there for extra health points. Oh my goodness, Milcreo survived. Naipishu still gets the takedown though. A jump through and his heroics won't matter as they get the trade.
Well, Moya just sitting on the zone now, but it is in the realm, so won't be getting any percentage back. Suzuki will come out of it at the same time. Super being placed down, and Levi can retreat around this other wall. It does burn down, hits him. Napishu trying to get some shots in. Suzuki gets double heals off those mushrooms, and Milcreo ate the other one. Burns down. Super gained again by Napishu, and a Meeple's Mansion placed, but not locking anyone in, and allowing Levi to get some more percentage on the zone.
20% lead feels about as good as it gets with how well these two teams have played. The caliber of gameplay we're seeing out of both sides. Some top tier stuff. Now 55 and climbing. Suzuki diving in. Wants to take on the aggressive matchup against Larry and Lori. Naipishu with a complete miss there. No stun available, but does have plenty of health points to maintain in the mid. Moya forced to fall back, and Zeta Division just a few percentage points away from running away with this.
I mean, Tensai's just been condemned to death surely here and actually survives it. Suzuki again with another realm, and that's a hypercharge one as well. Milcreo's going to be slowed. Moya should be his next victim and is. Brilliance from Zeta Division here. Should be gained. Tensai pops the hypercharge, tries to get a super but can't. And 8% is all Zeta Division need to head to the finals, and they will get it.
Incredible stuff. Look at the celebration coming out of the fellas. Still means a lot, especially in the face of adversity. Without Shitampo, without a world champion on your side, what do Zeta Division do? They step up, taking down Crazy Raccoon, especially as good as they looked against Na'Vi in a 3-0 fashion. Quite the statement here for our final month.
You know, I would have given it to both teams, but what I did not expect is a 3-0. With that, Napishu goes all the way, making it to his first grand final of the year, alongside Levi and Suzuki. Played insanely well on that Bonnie. We also see it reflected here in the stats with the most kills and the most damage points as well. Did so well for his team. On the side of Crazy Raccoon, it was an incredible niche last pick from them with the Meeple in what turns out to be one of the closest hot zone matches all year. It was 99 to 100%. Just, yeah, something to reflect a bit further down the line on as well, because this is going to be a match that I will not forget, that it will still haunt me in my dreams tonight. But in the end, it's a 3-0, so it looks like it wasn't really that exciting, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's another prediction that Crazy Raccoon have cost us as well here. We kind of went against them in the first, we went with them in the second, and they've done completely the opposite. They do, however, drop down to Zeta Division, who will be meeting Reject in the grand finals in our next game. Promises to be an absolute banger. I mean, Zeta Division obviously looking like the favourites coming into it, regardless of having this substitution after just beating Crazy Raccoon in a 3-0. But, you know, my faith in Reject is not out just yet, as I feel like they've got to come back and play stronger in the finals than they had in the semis.
It's gonna be either the second time Reject wins a monthly final or the fourth time Zeta Division wins at least 2 of them, because Naipishu did not even make it into the grand finals. So for him, it would be such a huge story. It would also mean that Zeta Division will beat the top 1 seed at the moment in the region. So that whole seeding discussion is going to be brought up again. At the moment, they are 33 points apart from each other. So we're going to do the calculations in the few minutes of a break we're getting now. Make sure to get your friends into chat right now because we are heading into our grand final of the East Asia monthly finals. Stay tuned. We are in the last monthly final. We're still in East Asia for one more match. We're heading into our grand finals of the day, Reject versus Zeta Division. And Zeta just claimed victory in a 3-0 against Crazy Raccoon, something that none of us expected. Ark, welcome back. Again, a very quick break for you today.
It has been, hasn't it? Every single time. I think it's like me that's the problem here, not the teams. But what an exciting moment. I kind of feel like maybe the moment of that 1% differential to end it may have been enough for Crazy Raccoon to bring some fire to the next time round. But I think Zeta today, under their circumstances, are excelling.
And who was the MVP for you? We have the people at home vote again. Let's see what they say.
I think for me, Napisha did a great job. There is Suzuku, and again, honestly, the way that Zeta were playing, it could have been anyone. I say that every time, but today I genuinely feel like it was such a combined unit force. The way that they've really approached this, I think has been really, really quite fantastic. And I just want to give him a shout out because, again, as a substitution coming in, I think that I don't think many people expected to see as much as we have from that particular player.
We're now starting our grand finals, East Asia monthly finals. This is the last time we're gonna see them facing off against each other. Here, it's Reject versus Zeta Division, a final we've seen oh so often. Most of the time, Zeta Division came out on top. Today, they have a smooth 6-0 run, didn't drop a single set. And on the other side, we have Reject that is playing with their original roster, but not looking quite as strong, Kenny.
Totally agreed. I came into today and I usually stick to my predictions no matter what, because if I change them, I'll regret it. Event.brawlstars.com before the day started, I locked in Reject. I have picked Zeta Division to win this one. I have been so thoroughly impressed with these guys. It's just hard for me to look away from that.
We want to hear some expectations from our players. We talked to Melty from Reject. How is he feeling going into this final?
今ポイント的にゼータディビジョンと1位2位争いできる状態なので、最後のマンスリー1位で通過して世界大会行きたいと思います。
They want to make sure they can win one more monthly final. If they win today, in terms of seeding, they're 3 points behind Reject. It's so close, but the top spot is still going to be claimed by Reject. Zeta Division cannot turn things around here, even if they win, Ark.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but these are the titans of this region. What better way to round off East Asia for the season, for the monthly final side of things, with these very two teams in our grand final. It's literally the perfect script for me. But yeah, it would have been nice to see maybe a few points here and there that maybe would have changed things for Zeta in that regard. But for Reject, I think they've just been so consistent all year long. Today's been the only day really where I've kind of like dropped a little bit of faith in them. But I think, again, Zeta have just excelled. I did not expect expect for them to look as good today as they have. And I had some question marks on whether they would even make it out of the quarterfinals, because it was a very unforeseen circumstance coming into today that led to me kind of wondering, are they going to be able to do this with a sub? And it's, as you mentioned earlier in the show, such a rarity to see a sub come in and get these kinds of results.
That's very true, but it's not the first time we've seen it happen. As mentioned, Patchy in NA did the same thing. Now we see Napishu move into the grand finals as well. Again, storylines that we could not come up with ourselves. It's just so nice to see. I also want to give a shout out here to the people in the back who created those graphics, who think about how they want to show off what we want to talk about. Very well made, I have to say. And now we're ready for our grand final. These are the maps that we're going to watch today. Triple Dribble first up. A spicy one. Throwers, probably not the best usually on any Brawl Ball map except this one, where we did see Willow pop off before, Barley as well. I'm excited for this, Kenny.
Yeah, Triple Dribble's a really fun one off the rip here. I think somebody like Very Lori really going to show up here. Crow's somebody that's exploded onto the scene a little bit. We're going to get some tanks, we're going to get some anti-tanks, and I think a lot of throwers in the band stage.
Drive, the only one that doesn't agree with us here. I think we just got guided by how well Zeta Division has been doing so far. Coming into today, I would have probably said Reject has it, especially because Zeta Division is playing with a substitute, but they've been looking shaky in their match against Rival Arc.
Yeah, and Trevor was the first to say just how bad he felt that was. So interesting that he started that way. But I mean, I saw on Twitter as well, Melty saying, made grand finals going all the way. They're feeling confident in that regard. And, in all intents and purposes, that could happen. Reject could suddenly switch it on and, maybe they just have a little bit of an issue when it comes to drafting against that specific team of Rival Esports. Sometimes that can be the kryptonite of teams. It's just a little bit of an issue of one. And the previous scoreline in that matchup earlier this season was the 3-2. So that could ring similar to that same story. Maybe they just have issues with Rival Esports and everyone else is just kind of free game.
They did look better towards the end of their match. They win the last 2 sets in the end. Also picked up the win, are now in the grand finals. Maybe Reject just needed a bit of time to warm up today, Kenny.
Very well could be. 70% going with Zeta Division. I mean, especially considering the seeding, I am a little bit surprised. I think people have had enough time to see how Zeta Division been playing today, though. I've been thoroughly impressed. I think coming into the month, Reject were my kind of team based on scrims, based on past results, based on recent stuff that I was kind of favoring, especially with Shatampo not playing in. But like we've talked about, I mean, super impressive stuff. Substitutes rarely work. And honestly, the one example we brought up was Patchy. And I guess he's a substitute, but at this point, he's kind of consistently playing. So it's really a 4-man rotation with Elevate. This is a pretty unique circumstance, I would say, but no other way we'd have it. Number 1 seed, number 2 seed from East Asia. A couple of the big dogs from all year long in this region get to compete one more time. Just something special to end on for this region.
Personally, I always want to see underdogs do well. I guess in this race now, Zeta Division and Reject again in the finals for like the 5th time in a row. I guess Napishu is the underdog, so I'm rooting for Zeta Division here. We're heading into our first draft of our grand final. Triple Dribble is the map. As mentioned, you can pick some throwers here, but the best one is double band. Willow is not going to be in a race here. We do have many tanks open though. Hank comes to mind, especially on a map like this one, Arc.
Yeah, some good bans around. No one taking chances with the Willow. Cordelius banned as well. Definitely very much a regional idea. Pro, not banned here. So again, we've seen so much of it today that's really made a massive difference compared to the monthly finals. Then Brawler definitely be on the cards. I think Larry and Laura as well for Reject. Definitely going to be high up in that regard. Hank's first pick from Zeta Division. Definitely a scary one. And many tanks still available here. Jae-Young as well is a great pairing with those kinds of ideas too. And that's quite a scary prospect. Body as well is not banned out here. And despite the kind of map, I feel like it could definitely make some good plays here.
Looking out for Crow as a possible answer here into Hank. Draco, somebody that could show up as an answer as well. Larry Lori has really escalated and is kind of the way to combat these assassins and still have a thrower on your side on Triple Dribble. So I think a few options here for Reject. First overall pick, Hank. When you see the Willow out of the way, at least gives you one option, but Crow's still a really good one left on the board.
It's definitely very much risen to the East Asia top, hasn't it? And I'm very curious to see what happens tomorrow and next weekend as to whether everyone else has got the same very idea with that particular brawler, whether it's just kind of East Asia again starting off and kick-starting the movements, because we saw that with Charlie, and I think we see it often in East Asia. They do tend to play with some ideas that are not floated around elsewhere that everyone kind of ends up copying one way or another. So Charlie still open here. Quite like that idea, but Gen.G, Frank, big, heavy brute, still potentially here for Zeta to pick up. Frank's that one that the Rejects are going to grab. So Gen.G could be an option still for Zeta. But certainly a tank counter now wouldn't be the worst of ideas, and I think that's the way to go for Zeta Division. Grab that Charlie, just knock down the Frank and continue on from there. But Gen.G's definitely one which they do like to play here as well, so I'm keeping an eye out for that one.
Wonder if they're going to go with a brawler that would really benefit off feeding supers from the Frank, because at this point there's walls that are going to come down. Charlie, a pretty good way to combat that, I would say, is the spawners go into the daggers of the Crow, and of course the Cocoon really makes Frank's life miserable. The extra range that Charlie has into the Frank. It's a brawler that's very comfy in this meta, very comfy in East Asia's hands. It's somebody that's shown up quite a bit here in the second half of our season, so don't mind that pick at all.
I'll say open here as well. I wouldn't mind that at all. Let's see though, how Zeta feel about things. They got lacking a bit of support. I mean, a JEO would be a nice way to round off this comp. Yeah, cards are going to come in. I don't mind that either. I think it's just so strong. Ninja mode plus hypercharge and an aggressive position on the map. And you're just able to inflict so much damage and so much push potential. Even the fan storm as well is a great way to bring the ball forwards and just blind your opposition. So I really quite like that as well. For Rejects, certainly now a lot of things to consider here as to how they want to take this. I mean, Drake is potentially open here. Bit of a wild way to bring it in, but definitely not one that I wouldn't mind. Certainly, some options. I do love what Zeta have cooked here. I think this draft is much more rounded. It's got aggression, it's got tankiness. Ash should come in for Reject to have something of a big tanky push on the Ash and the Frank side of things. Crow for some good slow potential also. I think Zeta is just a bit more rounded for me.
Definitely not a freebie for Reject by any means, but I think the Ash works really well into the Hank in particular, can combat the Kaze. Obviously with Charlie on the map, it's never going to be the easiest in the world, but all things considered, I don't think a bad pick whatsoever. Number 1 seed and number 2 seed for our final month of the year. Wouldn't have it any other way. Regardless of substitute, Zeta Division have climbed their way through this gauntlet, taking down a 2-time world champion along the way as well. Let's see if Reject can hold the line and maintain their throne.
Good calculated start from both sides. Melty a little bit lower, but then using the speed off the back of that rage to be able to maneuver himself into a better place. Levy and Batman. It's Levy that actually comes out on top here. Pushing the ball forwards. He might burn down, but the pass to Suzuki is there. And just evading the stun. What a dash! What a dash! And almost got paid off for it, but no. Off the line by Shu. And a very valuable defense there by Reject.
Great defense, nearly worked out on offense though. What a sly little play there. A great dash forward from Suzuki, somebody I've been a fan of watching all day long. We've already seen this Kaze pop off for him once. He's got a hypercharge going straight for Shu's throat. Now 3 members of Zeta Division marching down the left-hand side. Hypercharge available for Levi. A lone Batman there and not the hero today. Levi puts one in.
Very convincing stuff from both sides so far. So let's see who wants to make the next play. Shu is now hypercharging, going to smash straight onto the Hank, has to maneuver out the way to ensure that he doesn't get any blowback there as well. There's a pretty good decent clear up, all things considered here by Reject. Levi just trying his best in that corner, but now it should be an easy way to pass to the Shu, and Shu can just walk this one in, surely nothing that can be done, and all tied up now is the scoreline.
Frank, just a big sponge, absorbs all that damage. Easy walk forward for them. Wide open map though. How will Reject deal with this? Zeta Division pushing forward. Purple button clicked for Levi. Had the super available. A dash forward from Suzuki. Not enough though. Melty takes a little bit of heat from Suzuki's trickling damage from that super and will go down. Naipishu, low HP. Shu with no range to work. Has to try to defend against all these Zeta brawlers. Maintains for just long enough in the goal to buy some time, and Reject will hold this ball.
Now Shu's in a bit of trouble. Slow as well will be connected by Naipishu as Zeta start to heal and get themselves in position. This Frank stun is going to be key. Nice fan storm out by Suzuki and a nice evasion there from Naipishu. Pops the gadget, gets the slow connection now to allow Suzuki to come in as Batman jumps in with a bit of Hail Mary, but all of Zeta stay standing despite the low HP. They get the goal and the game.
Should be a good one ahead of us. Great start in game number 1. Lots of big plays coming out of Zeta Division once again. Even the almost goals were entertaining to watch. These 3 have been in unison all day long. Reject certainly shaky on the road to get here, something we're not used to seeing out of the number 1 seed from East Asia. Shu up the middle of the map here. Batman, Melty working the right-hand side. So the red roster. going down the left-hand end. Levi dribbling, dodging, trying to get through Shu. Has a bubble burst, and it will be enough to get a cocoon through. They can't quite walk it through. Had to wait a moment, but they scoop up the ball on the goal line and punch one in.
Nice 20-second goal from Zeta Division now. Continuing the advance, Spiderlings out. Taken care of by Batterman, but shots used to do so. Hypercharge pop from Levi as well, pushing the ball forward. Suzuki's going on the aggressive, and that was so dominant. Zeta made that look, I dare I say, easy. It was back and forth a lot of the time, but then when they really cooked, they cooked.
Speed run in game number 2, and Zeta Division off to the races with an early set win. Just seems unstoppable today. In terms of sets dropped, they've been perfect so far, even against number 1 seed Reject now. Let's see if they can keep it ball rolling.
We talk so often about what makes a good team. It's mechanics on the one side, draft, mechanical skill, and also team chemistry and communication, which shouldn't be that good in Zeta Division. They're playing with a substitute today, but it seems like the scrimming coming into this monthly final has paid off, and now Pishu fits in very well. He's doing super good today overall. Zeta Division so far still haven't dropped a single set arc.
Yeah, it's honestly incredible to see. I mean, I think Shitaba's got to be careful. I think Patient could be doing a bit too well for me. Ultimately, I think that it's always a very, very tough thing to come in as a sub, and a lot of weight on your shoulders. You want to be able to do your best. You know that you haven't necessarily got the most amount of synergy or experience together as a unit. So to come in like this, and again, it's still early days in this grand final, it's just the first set, but all day long, it just feels like Zeta, you would never really know. If we hadn't told you it was a substitution, you would never really see from the gameplay, and that's what makes a great team, coming together and no matter what the obstacle, persevering through it.
I think you would see, because he's the only one that wearing a Zeta Division jersey. Give this man one, he deserves one after all of what he's done for the team today. Very well played, well drafted. I wonder if Shitampo might also be still in a call with them and helping them out with draft or callouts in the back. Maybe we're going to find out later about it. Belzrock is going to be our next map. Here is Zeta Division. So far, so good for them. 1-0 up. What does Reject need to fight their way into this game again? Because already against rival esports, it didn't really look like they were in the driver's seat, Kenny.
No, it just feels like Zeta Division were a step ahead of them. I mean, especially in that game number 2, they breezed by at Reject. Really tough showing there. I think if you Reject, you just got to start getting some wins on the board, because otherwise Zeta Division's freight train is going to keep rolling.
The Rejects, definitely a position where they've been many a time this year. But again, the final monthly final this year, Melty said himself, they want to finish strong. That was not the way to start that first set though. And again, it was a very close back and forth in the semis against rival esports for them. This is Zeta Division. This is a different beast, in my opinion. But again, one single draft, one step out of line, and that lead can quickly just dissipate. So let's see whether Zeta Division can keep this up, or whether Reject can give a bit more to fight for. There were some good chances in Brawl Ball, but ultimately I think the draft was such a solid one for Zeta. And Bell's Rock, definitely a different kettle of fish.
Reject had to play this exact map already in their match against rival esports. They lost it 2-0, picking up Buster, Charlie, and Angelo. Let's see if they're going to come up with a better draft. Ollie was the first pick from rival. Reject now copying their homework, even banning out the Buster. They do not want to pick that brawler again here. Don't mind the Ollie first pick here. It was paired with a Brock and Bonnie from the side of rival esports before. Both of those brawlers still would be open, so let's see if we're actually going to see the same exact comp from them now, Kenny.
Yeah, Ollie, one of the most popularly picked brawlers for Reject coming into this. I'd say Gus, RT, Ollie really stood out at the top. RT's one I'm going to keep my eye on. It hasn't really been a factor. I think after people saw the Brawl talk of his hypercharge, people were assuming there was going to be an apocalypse in some crazy world where RT was going to take over. Hasn't been the case. The balancing team did a good job of not making him overwhelming yet, but I think this is a spot in a game mode and map where it could make sense to bring him in.
Let's see. Bray is available. Kaze is available here as well.
Let's go.
That would be a decent shout. Jae Young going to come in. Some good, valuable support for Zeta. I like it. Gus ban is quite a rarity these days. I quite like to see it. RT. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of RT today, to be completely honest, because the hypercharge now. No hide. It's fine. Just want to open things up. Again, not really my favorite flashiest brawler, but it does have that ability to just immediately shape the map. Could go against the Ollie, so you got to be cautious with it, but we saw already today Rival Esports did a good job of breaking the map in very specific locations in order to keep that Ollie in play. Bell, yeah, it's another one which Reject play a lot, and one that, you know, I think, again, a good solid pair of hands, good to mark up the Bonnie to be able to then try and take care of her before she can cause some problems, but you know, it's always an East Asia pick, that Bell.
I wonder if this is a Brock as the third pick. It's a popular one, and oftentimes you'll see it combined with Ollie, so you can control the wall break on the map. So it has decent range, especially when you have Ollie. You want those walls up so we can take advantage of getting the hypnosis, using those walls to kind of move up the map slowly. But surely, we'll see what Reject do here. Barry, so it's a similar concept in the sense that you're trying to make Ollie's life as easy as possible. But Barry is an interesting one, especially on a map like K or a mode like KO. It's going to help the Ollie in terms of health points. You have a thrower on your side now, but it is certainly not the lethal damage dealer that we would expect.
Yeah, I like your Brock shout. I mean, it's tough with the Bonnie, but ultimately we've seen a lot of rise in the gadget for Rocket Laces as a result of Bonnie's rise in the meta too. So there are some evasive techniques that you can use despite what they're playing into at the moment. The Zeta division, I feel like they got to really focus on this Ollie. Lumi going to come in for that very reason. Having the ice on the map is going to go a long, long way here. But, you know, is it enough? I mean, a throw would have been a bit more to my liking, I would say. I mean, I think the best one, though, is taken off the map in that regard. So a tough position for Zeta division in this draft, I would say. I think that Reject have got a good starting hand, and, you know, their Ollie is their #1 played brawler in scrims. Win rate's about 56%, so it's pretty close down the line. But nonetheless, when you play a brawler that much in your preparation process, you really are so well attuned to it, and that goes a long, long way here. So I think that for me, going aggressive on the side of Zeta to try to not let that Ollie just sit the whole round out is going to be their forwards. They've already lost control, and that's not a good start for them.
Already letting go of that ice rink as well, and it's going to do a little bit of work, but all in all, Shu doesn't really have to move. Batman just kind of there to assist him, help him out, and the longer they can hold this mid control, the better off. Once Shu gets a super, that's where things really start getting moving for Reject.
These battle shots are not going to ricochet between that wall, so... But now, different stories, they are bunched together, and Melty now flanking this right-hand side. They actually find a pickup of Batman. That's huge for Zeta. They're going to be low HP. They get the stuff on Shu, able to jump away, however. And then Pishu takes the opportunity and seizes it, making it a 3 versus 1. And that's nowhere for Reject to be able to come back from. It's just going to go straight into the gas and reset this round out. But yeah, not great. I felt like Reject had a fantastic start, great control, and just overstepped themselves, got a bit overzealous.
Zeta division had no way of getting into the middle of the map, but from the long range, they somehow find a kill, and from there, it just piled up. Once you get one at a professional level, 3v2 situation is quite bleak, especially that early on where the fog wasn't all the way closed in. This time, Zeta division doing a much better job at contesting early. Batman does have that hypercharge super ready to go. The rest of Reject's teammates also do, so they've got plenty of utility to try and make it work here. I think Zeta division stealing that early round is big for them, though.
That's a big eye slow there, but Shu able to evade it. But I was concerned for a little while. Nothing that Zeta could capitalize on just yet. Hypercharge for Batman, that could be really quite prevalent here if they time this one right. And Shu also has the hypnotize. That's going to be massive in these final moments when the gas starts to close in. He's got to connect it. And the body's not the ideal person for it. Hypercharge for Nipishu. He's got to come in now for his team and stun. He goes for Melty, finds one. Can he get Batman as well? He was so low, but got the heals of himself. And then in the meanwhile, Levi and Suzuki managed to clear up house up top. That was so clean. So clean from Zeta. Staying on their feet all the way through. And this is looking, again, a very dominant match.
Just keep finding ways to surprise me. I mean, it really looked like in that round 1 with all the control and some of the kills going that way. I just thought Reject had a chance in this fight, and right now it's just been all Zeta division all day. I mean, it's not just a Reject problem, it's Zeta division looking better the entire region right now. Plenty of match left to be played though. Reject, slower start this time. Gonna be playing behind these back walls on their side. Levi encroaching on the left-hand in while Nipishu heals a little bit. Thanks to a little speedy recovery from Suzuka, we'll be right back in on the action.
Melty, oh, it gets taken care of. A lovely pitch between Levi and Nipishu. That was beautiful. It really was. Oh, Shu falls as well. In the house of cards, just coming completely and utterly tumbling down. And now it's just about farming Batman for the utility for the next round. Zeta are playing this pitch perfect.
Pishu will close the distance as he looks to grab himself a grand final, something he hasn't had the opportunity to do all year long. Now joining in last second for the Zeta Division roster has been a crucial part of it. Zeta Division really looking to secure themselves as this number 2 seed, obviously going to World Finals regardless, but I think in terms of the tier list, if they could do this with a substitute, a lot of confidence rolling into World Finals for me.
Exactly that. No, it really is. And again, I'm so impressed. Let's see if Reject can start to gather themselves. I do like the comp. It's not the worst of ideas. Again, the Ollie has dropped off somewhat, so we've got some reservations on it a little bit here on the desk, but I still think like it's a good brawler to have. And it's more about your control leading up to the final moments for the gas, and at the moment, Reject are floundering before that period in time. They've got to stay together, utilize these berry heals, buy down the clock, trying to feed the utility along the way. I know those things are a lot of tick lists to really kind of focus on, but it really is that simple. To allow the Ollie to thrive, you've got to survive.
Now Pishu diving in, gets one, 3v2 situation. Bataman's heals not enough. Hypnosis goes through, but the stun comes out of Levi and they'll take a set.
Massive. Huge from Zeta. And as time goes on, we're still not seeing enough from Reject to warrant a comeback. We need to be more convinced, and we're just not being so. It's now really quite a dangerous position. Reject have done reverse sweeps, but I mean, the way that the Zeta have been playing all day, have been by far the more consistent team.
Zeta Division, the mechanical geniuses, just drafted super well. It was so clever what they did here. Ollie was the brawler that Reject wanted, but if you don't pair him with something that can still reach his opponents when he's the only one that is still in the mix, he just doesn't have the range, and he could not go in ever because Bonnie always had her super available. Now Pishu did a super good job at just waiting for the perfect moment. As soon as Ollie just stepped one tile away from his bell, now Pishu got that kill, not only on the bell, also on the berry. Both of them couldn't really do much against him. That Bonnie pick as the answer to Ollie was just perfect, Kenny.
It's a tough look when you've got one kill in knockout. One kill in the entire set. Your Barry is your highest DPS character. This is just Zeta Division playing at a different level. I really don't think the draft coming out of Reject was bad, or at least bad enough to justify that kind of set. Zeta Division are just looking above the rest of everybody right now. And in terms of storylines, if we want to go that route, going with a 9-0 sweep coming out of any team in this region would is surprising to me, but especially a Shitapo-less Zeta Division, unbelievable stuff. I mean, these guys are looking fierce today.
I'm happy to disagree on the draft discussion. It could have worked for Reject, yes. I feel like Zeta Division definitely had the better draft here. But hey, we have one more set to watch, at least one. If Reject finally takes a set of Zeta Division, we might even see a set 4, who knows. Zeta Division so far still unbeaten, 8-0 today, despite playing with a substitute. That has to be mentioned one more time, Mark. We didn't mention it enough.
Yeah, I saw a lot of discussion around it on social media, and I really like to resonate with those that were saying, like, don't underestimate Pishu. He's a really strong player, and I think today it's really going to do him a wonder of good, and just elevating him in this region. Because again, coming from effort result, a team which really had, just nothing more than quarterfinals exits, in February, March, and July. I mean, really didn't get much on the board, just 2 sets this entire season in monthly finals, and now in a grand final. I mean, if this continues on, this could be the set which makes his first monthly final win as a player. I think that's got to be resonating now with many watching this.
Starting into the draft here with a Kaze from the side of Reject. They want to go the aggressive route. Kaze will do well on that side lane. Lily spanned out. She was the star in many Crystal Arcade matches we watched. It's going to be quickly followed up by Raccoon and the Charlie, a tank and a tank counter. Charlie also does fairly well in mid as a gem carrier, like both drafts so far. But yeah, we only have half of the brawlers in so far, Kenny.
Wouldn't mind a Tara for this left-hand end. With the Sandy banned out, I think this might have been an idea they had from the get-go, and especially into the faces of a Draco and into a Charlie. Now you have piercing shots into the Spiderlings, you have a big playmaker in the Super, and now you have something that deals pretty well with tanks in general. Crow going to be that first overall selection. Slow down there onto the enemy side into something like a Draco, siphons off some of the health that you can gain with the poison damage. Really interesting stuff. I just think Crow has been somebody that's really stood out to me today, Arc, as a brawler that's shown up a ton. Really excited to see how much his play ban rate shows up after this month.
Played lows today. It's really just been that brawler which just suddenly appeared. It's quite incredible, honestly. Jae-Young here could be an option here. One that I think works quite well. Sometimes Reject like to play a bit of Janet here as well. We haven't really seen much of her. Gen.G going to come forwards as well, which I think is a really good pairing with the Kaze. Husband and wife just going to be pushing those lane sides and trying to run this one down. And for Zeta Division now, they got the whole opportunity to see the board. They could pick Jae-Young, to be completely honest, with this kind of comp as well. But a Gus would be a nice pairing potentially here with the Draco. That'd be a nice way to allow him to push forwards. I think that wouldn't be the worst of ideas for me here. But I think that all things considered, that Sandy ban was the most important thing that Reject could have done. That was Zeta Division's most pick brawler in scrims. There's Tara, great call on that one, and that could have been a much better brawler on the other side of the field for Reject. Like you said, the amount of value that it could have got. So there for Zeta, the Sandy, it was a 76% win rate for Zeta Division. So Reject at least got that banned out because it takes something away from them. But they are so behind. Again, we've not really seen enough from them in this grand finals or even today to warrant this turnaround. They can still do it. Reject are and have been the most consistent team this year in this region. That's just undeniable. But today just doesn't seem like it's going their way.
Ton of grand finals this year for Reject. #1 seed in the books for them, but Zeta Division are looking to have the last lap here. Love the final Tara selection there for their side as well. Brings them that big playmaking ability, great counter into some of those aggro brawlers, but right now they are under the gun. Zeta Division on that right-hand side about to lose both their gyms if they're not careful. Levi, though, trying to escape a jump into the air. Gen.G falls back. Suzuku skips him up, though. Bataman forced away. Beautifully executed there from Zeta.
Yeah, really nice. Batman only just surviving on, but again, he's got to wait to heal up. He probably should have just gone down, in all honesty, and tried to a little bit better, because he would have been able to get back into the action. Staying cool and collected. There's the invisibility coming in. Hypercharge from Suzuku is there, though. Goes straight for the gem carrier, and now's the pull. It's going to be massive. Suzuku just absolutely popping off, and now the aggression continues. Mel's the last one standing, going on the aggressive, but actually survives now, keeping the gems. That was a bold play from him.
Tara is in a great spot. Just the ability to grab supers, and you saw how early that hypercharge came out. It's because it's so easy for her to line up shots into these aggressive brawlers that have to get up close to her. That's just more cards. She's landing already a super charged up for Suzuku. He will go down, but 9 gems still reside with Zeta Division. Now a countdown for them.
Okay, well, there's one gem popping down there with Nepushu. Picked up, though, the perfect person. Levi now has all the gems, apart from those in the mid, but they're not much of a concern for Zeta. Oh, hypercharge is enough to get Batman taken care of. Not the cleanest, but nonetheless, a kill is a kill. Melty has the hypercharge. This is the last ditch attempt realistically here from Reject, trying to get a reset, and they go for the wrong man. It's Zeta Division all the way, match point, and Reject so far nothing to say about this, just taking it as it comes, and they're not putting in much of a fight. It's just so dominant.
Naipishu, so close to a grand finals again. This is still a big deal for Zeta Division overall. I mean, you saw the celebrations earlier. They're all in the same room together. They lost Shitampo coming into this. And despite that, still looking like above and beyond everybody else in the region. Reject have to step it up if they want a chance at another grand final. Suzuku with an early lane victory on the right-hand side. Super available, flashing that super. Looking to try and make it count. Now encroaching on that right-hand side. Shu already back in the mix. But Suzuku not being challenged at all, and early popping of that super. Immediate takedown. Zeta Division on another planet right now.
Suzuku yet again. I mean, he's just untouchable at the moment. Cycling hypercharge after hypercharge after hypercharge. And now the spirits coming forwards as well. Will prove to be okay here for Reject. 6 gems though for Zeta, and they're just not able to close the gap on the side of Reject. Really quite struggling. Batman's really the playmaker for me in that regard. If he can get towards a hypercharge and be in ninja mode, there could be some takedowns there, but the gems are just still littering the map straight into the hands of Levi, who's also got that hypercharge. I mean, there's just nothing. Reject surely at this point are going to fall.
Naipishu possibly playing his way into a big contract in 2026, but for now in 2025, #1 seed from East Asia, running out of time, dive in from Melty, Super there to respond from Zeta Division. Suzuku doing his best to play defense, but they get it just before the clock expires. Reject running away on the left-hand side.
Reject Herbie, and that caused some action. Let's see, can they hold on to these gems? Can we see the start of something brilliant? Good taps onto Nippishu now. Shu's got the gems, so they are split. Bear that in mind. Now here comes the flame. Will they be able to survive on 5 seconds? It's still going to take so long for them to do so. Body blocking along the way. And there's a brilliant cocoon. It's going to reset some time. Zeta Division, though, for the most part, are still mostly in control here. They got still time going against them to make another push, and now she's got hypercharge as well. This should be the final now, at least for this game as far as it's concerned. Yes, it is. Rejects are back, but for how long? Can they keep this up? It was a last second reset, but what a reset it was. I thought it was just all over. Daylight robbery.
Lots of smiles coming out of Reject here. That's good to see, especially in a tense moment like this. Grand finals on the line. Look, they've secured Worlds. They've got the next level and next stage coming up ahead of them, but that doesn't mean anything less to them. They still want this. Money on the line, pride on the line, and even with that #1 seed, if you lose the Zeta Division without Shitampo, you got to be shaking your head a little bit if you're the #1 seed in this region, so they will not go down without a fight. Reject 2 on the right-hand side, Levi in the middle, Naipishu taking over on this left-hand end. It's going to be a battle till the end.
That's a nice takedown there from Bannerman. That's what I want to see more from him. Ooh, cocooned out the Charlie. We're going to come back out, and then a cocoon of Levi's own. Lovely stuff. And that's going to surely be a takedown. No, surviving on 45 HP. The Pishu on 1 himself. It's the battle of the lows on this left-hand side, and both surviving on for the most part so far. It's quite funny to see how resourceful they both were, but Batman gets the last laugh there, and a hypercharge left for him. This is the best we've seen Reject play so far, actually. It feels like that one turnaround was enough to give them a bit more of a wind in their sail.
Nice jump there out of Shu, trying to hold on. Does manage to get that pickup as well. All 3 members of Reject currently posturing. Shu migrating to the right-hand side while Reject have their gym carrier spacing the floor. Melty left all alone, though. Does charge up the jump. Can escape if needed. That's exactly what he does. Suzuku, though. Pull available. Will use it on Batman now. Buys enough time for this roster to back away. Gym count still split.
What a clutch from Zeta. Now they got the control. Shu has the hypercharge, and this is going to be pivotal. Let's see, can Melty find some of a jump himself? Batman going on Suzuku. Be a huge pickup if he does. He does get it. That's going to be massive. And there's still 9 gems to Zeta. They need 1 more. Melty, for that reason, now is going to be even extra cautious. But that 1 gem on the left-hand side is going straight to Zeta, making it 9. Let's see. Can Levi get a cocoon on someone? Batman or Melty. Either will do as time is ticking down.
Oh, huge dodge coming out of Reject there. Nobody gets claimed by the Tara Super, and as a result, they can maintain the pressure in the mid. Naipishu popping the Super there to try and go into the Dragon form. First one to get the gym countdown is Reject. Still a gym spawning in the mid, though. They can pick this up, tie things here, and it'll be 10 apiece.
So close, and you can cut the tension with a knife. Melty has got his hypercharge there as well. Spiderling's out. Shu slowed, trying to escape away. Another gem spawning now, straight to Zeta to even this out. There's a hypercharge from the pitch. This is going to be huge. Oh my word! Look at the flames! Almost everyone burns down, but Shu picks them up. And now Zeta got them mid-control. And if they can get just 1 more gem, they should be home scot-free.
Batman ties things up at 12 side. Shu, the primary gym carrier, and as an aggressive brawler like him, that makes things rather tough. Naipishu flanking right-hand side. Melty low HP. Super goes through. Shu falls. Zeta Division collecting every last one of the gyms. A cocoon to seal them in the middle of the map. Reject left for nothing. And no Shitampo. No problem. Zeta Division have grabbed another monthly finals.
What an insane cocoon there towards the end. The reaction time was unreal. And the first monthly final win for Nippishu. What a way to end the season for him. Again, with every result all year long, quarterfinals exit. Comes in today, replaces Shitampo, and gets the win. We talk a lot here on the desk about Shitampo, about how Zeta going to fare without him. But I feel like it's got to be said the other way around. For a player that's not had any semi-finals experience this entire year, to go the whole way through today and win it, I think that says more.
Zuku's got to be the MVP one last time today. Without Shtatampo, Napishu steps in. Levi and Suzuku step up, and together they prove why this team is one of the region's top threats. Beautiful what comes out of them here. Also 11 kills on the side of Shu here. A very aggressive comp from the side of Reject, and it almost worked out. But in the end, Zeta Division only drops 4 games actually, and takes it completely unbeaten. 9-0 in sets. Incredible stuff coming out of that team. Again, without Shtatampo, with a substitute, they win the grand finals of the last monthly finals of the season, Kenny.
Suzuki definitely my MVP as well. Between set number 1 having 3 of the 4 goals, a bunch of kills, and then that Tara set right there. Unbelievable stuff. We talked a ton about Naipishu. Deserves all the credit in the world. Obviously grabbing a grand finals, huge for his career. Levi and Suzuki stepping up as well, though. This duo has been together for a while and shining even without Shtatampo.
They stepped up big time, and yeah, to celebrate the win of Zeta Division, we also want to bring back our 4th member at casting desk. Trev, welcome back. I'm sure you watched that match. Sorry, it was a quick break for you this time around as well. Another 3-0 for Zeta Division. We saw nothing else of them today.
Yeah, I mean, there's no stopping them at this point. Like, Napishu's come in, provided some of the best gameplay that I've seen in a long time. You know, you wouldn't think anybody's going to be able to replace a player like Shtatampo or even come close to it. But they've gone 3-0 against Gen.G, 3-0 against Crazy Raccoon, 3-0 against Reject. That is a ridiculous performance for one monthly final. So, you know, massive congratulations to the Zeta Division. Thoroughly deserving of this win today. And, you know, coming into this, I had them pretty much going out in, you know, the first round, second round, something like that with this substitute. So it's a very good performance. And definitely deserved.
We talked all day about how Reject already locked in for World Finals. They only have to play for seeding, and all they had to do for that is actually making it into the Grand Final. Zeta Division wins this one, but they are, I thought, still 3 points behind. Well, never mind. Since they qualified through the upper bracket of the monthly qualifier, they're actually ahead now. Reject would have had to win it all to keep that first slot. With that, Zeta Division not only claimed their World Finals slots today, but they're also moving on into the World Finals with huge momentum and great seeding for the World Finals arc.
Yeah, huge storylines here. Bit disappointed for Navi today. I think that could have been a different story if they'd just been able to survive on through those quarterfinal stages. But I think that they will do well at LCQ. In fact, look at the teams at LCQ. Crazy Raccoon. I mean, it's actually mind-blowing to think that coming into today, that if Navi had won this monthly final, we'd be seeing Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon at LCQ. I mean, what a wild season. But nonetheless, I mean, I love that for LCQ. I'm sure those 3 teams will do fantastically well. East Asia is still a very highly respected region. Massive congrats to Zeta Division, to Reject. We will see them at the World Finals. They will be skipping LCQ.
It's so nice to see when everything still comes down to the very last monthly final. Everybody still has to give it their all today. Reject will join Zeta Division on the big stage, while Navi, Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports gear up for the LCQ. And talking about LCQ, we see it here, what still has to happen and what's still open for the other regions. Tomorrow, for example, Trev, we're going to see EMEA, where Totem and Papar Supermassive are the only 2 that are locked in. They cannot make it into World Finals, but they also can't drop out of LCQ anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a great race for these remaining 3 monthly finals. See, we've got 2 spots to offer in EMEA, 1 in North America, 2 in South America. It's going to be such a good rest of this weekend. Tomorrow, bear in mind, with EMEA, so be sure to tune in for that one. But also next weekend as well, we're giving out another 3 LCQ spots and loads more world spots as well. So make sure to tune in over the next 2 weekends because it is going to be incredible.
We were feeling confident with our predictions coming into today. Had some huge upsets. Another 9-0 for Zeta Division, even though, again, they played with Naipishu today. That did phenomenally. Huge shout out to him one last time. So, guys, what was the biggest, most surprising upset for you today? We're going to start with Kenny.
I mean, I think the fact that Zeta Division made it as far as they did is kind of the obvious one for me. I expected them to go down in that semifinal number 2. I think the thing that maybe surprised me the most was what we didn't see from Na'Vi. I felt like that was a team that had every opportunity to go for the World Finals. Crazy Raccoon's a great team, no shame in losing to them. I just think the fact that they went down so early kind of hurts them going into LCQ, so I'm curious to see how all these past world champions do in a month or so here in the LCQ.
Yeah, I'll say the same as well. For me, I kind of expect to see Navi in the grand finals one way or another. I felt like, you know, when you've got that sort of goal in mind and you're that close to being able to obtain it, often it gives you a lift. And it just wasn't the case for Navi, despite their kind of upward trend this season. They kind of end a little bit on a down note, actually, for me.
Yeah, really disappointing from Navi, and obviously you've kind of both just said exactly what I was going to say. So, you know, you've got through the upsets. I'll tell you what upset me. Reject not playing as well as usual. I really want to see them get back to the heights that they have. Obviously, they've got to a grand final. It's weird to say that they haven't played as well as usual. They've got to a grand final, but at the end of the day, they need to get back to the levels that they have been over the past few months if they want to be able to compete at World Finals to the best of their abilities.
On the one side, we might have Navi not playing as good as usual, Reject as well, but I feel like Crazy Raccoon, it was the opposite for them. They did lose to Zeta Division, but everybody did today, so no harsh feelings there. I feel like Crazy Raccoon is looking very strong coming into the postseason now. That was my biggest upset of the day. And with that, yeah, that's a wrap on the East Asia season. Zeta Division, even without Shatampo, take the August monthly final. They're locked in for Worlds and carrying huge momentum into the postseason. East Asia's regular season is done now, but the biggest battles are yet to come. LCQ, World Finals, East Asia is gonna be ready. From Kenny, Ark, Trev, and myself, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for the EMEA monthly finals.
On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. Balling's a hobby, don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.